Okay, welcome everybody to the third hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Graham and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Special Minister of State, Roads, Arts, Music and the Nighttime Economy, Jobs and Tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Graham, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind you, Mr Murray, Ms Mayers, Ms Drover, Ms Huang and Mr Collins that you do not need to be sworn as you've also been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? We'll begin with you, Ms Midway, is it? Yes.
Mild water?
Yeah.
Chair, I have sworn in twice before. I'm happy to do it again.
No, if you've saw it for this budget estimates, is
Yes,
that correct?
yesterday.
Yeah, it's not, it's a
and-
different committee.
Different committee.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it's a different committee. Thank you. Yes.
I, Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We might go, Ms Pitt, are you?
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr Rodriguez, I'll just go through my list as I have them here. If you could come up with your nameplate and...
I'm Michael Rodriguez, 24-Hour Economy Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Cox is next on my list. After that is Ms Boyd.
Good morning. I'm Steve Cox, the CEO of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If I'm just going to read them out, so if the next person could stand up to save time and just be, so Ms Boyd and then Mr Barakat, if you could come up and, yep, try and save some time here. After that, Ms Lamb. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kate Boyd, the Deputy Secretary General Counsel at the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, thank you. I, Tariq Barakat, the Acting Chief Executive of Hospitality and Racing, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And after Ms Lamb is Mrs Carroll and then Dr Brand.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Lamb. I'm the Chair of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Oh, the rest of this afternoon. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yes, that is correct. So we have sworn everybody in to Today's hearing, just a little bit about that, will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister Graham. Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you to you and your officials coming along today. Minister, in relation to DLOs, the comments in your office, have you or your office ever requested specific public servants to fill DLO roles in your office?
Well, firstly, it's a pleasure to be back at Estimates, and I'd also like to thank the officials who are joining us here today for the session and also for the afternoon. I can indicate to the committee, I've noted that this question has been asked elsewhere. Each of the DLOs that have served in my office have been offered by the agency rather than requested by myself into my office. A number of them have served previously. One for Minister Franklin, one for Minister Mitchell, one for Minister Griffin, concerningly, one for Minister Tudor-Hope, and I will also indicate one served for Minister Gay.
Thank you very much. We might move on. As you would well know, Minister, we have very limited time, so I'm just asking about you.
2016.
I'm asking about you and your office, so we might confine it to that, but thank you for that answer and for your preparation in that respect.
Thank you.
Can you confirm that the DLOs, while seconded to your office, have not undertaken work that would contravene the Cabinet memorandum?
Yeah, look, I don't believe there's any instances, certainly I'm not aware of any where they've contravened the DLO guidelines. I invite any evidence to the contrary, but I'm not aware of any instances.
Okay, good to know. What's your relationship with Kieran Ash?
I have observed he's obviously working in Minister Halen's office, so I have interacted with him there. Probably not a great deal, but that's the key nature of my relationship.
Thank you. Were you aware he was breaching his duties as a DLO?
Well, firstly, that matter is under investigation, so I'm not going to comment on whether he was or was not, but I was not particularly aware of the activities of Mr Ash in Minister Halen's office.
When you say not particularly, what do you mean by that?
I've seen no instances where he has been breaching his obligations as I understand them under the DLO guidelines.
But you knew him prior to the election. He was a campaign manager for the Balmain campaign for the Labor Party. That's correct, isn't it?
I was aware of him. I don't know if we wouldn't have particularly met. I don't really recall having many interactions with him.
He was sending emails to your Deputy Chief of Staff and to your Chief of Staff. That's correct, isn't it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, so
I think the documents show clearly that he was sending emails from Minister Halen's office
in the course of his
to
activity.
your office.
Right, okay. In the course of his activity in Minister Halen's office, he was emailing my office.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen, I've certainly seen media reports indicating that he emailed a copy of a Daily Telegraph article to my office. Correct.
Do you consider that that is appropriate work for a departmental liaison officer?
Look, it's under investigation, so I encourage the investigation to consider that. I wouldn't particularly be concerned about a DLO emailing my office from another office. I would want to know that it was in accordance with the guidelines, so I think that's a reasonable question.
Thank you. Do you accept for your portfolios, when your Chief of Staff is briefed, that you are briefed?
Look, it would depend on the nature of the issue, so I'm aware, for example, as a minister, I've delegated my employer functions to my Chief of Staff. That's not unusual. Some ministers would, some ministers would not. I'd expect the Chief of Staff to make a judgment about the nature of an issue and whether a minister needed to be briefed.
You would expect, though, if there was something important in relation to your portfolio or your office or your conduct, that if somebody had told your Chief of Staff, you would, in the ordinary course, expect that your Chief of Staff would convey that to you, would you not? That's just common sense, isn't it?
It would depend on the issue, but certainly in those senior Chief of Staff roles, that judgment is made all the time.
You joined at the hip, aren't you?
Well, that judgment is made all the time.
Thank you. In March last year, you said, the opposition simply says that in the Westminster system, if you're asked when was the minister briefed and your office was briefed and your Chief of Staff was told then perhaps it's a relevant fact to mention. You said that, didn't you, last year?
Look, I'm sure you're accurately conveying that. I don't recall my exact words, but I'm not doubting you're conveying that
All right,
accurately.
Thank you. Minister, what's the road toll as of today?
The road toll as of today is 301 people who've died on our roads. Tragically, that's 65 up from where we were last time. That's as we come out of COVID. In the discussions I've had with my colleagues in other states, concerningly, that's the case around the country.
Thank you.
So that is one of the serious challenges.
Correct. So you accept
that the government has to tackle as we're dealing with our roads.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Do you accept that the road toll then being higher than this time last year is of concern?
Yes, absolutely. The fact that the road toll's up in New South Wales, and when I met with my colleagues for the first road safety ministers meeting nationally earlier in the year, one of the subjects of discussion was coming out of COVID in each state and in the territories, there is a real concern that the road toll is rising, and that's been the subject of serious discussion between the jurisdictions. It's also why we've accelerated action on the road safety action plan.
Thank you. We'll
in
get
New
to
South
that.
Wales.
Yep, we'll get to that. I just want to focus on this. So COVID's to blame. Is that right?
No, absolutely not. I think the excellent evidence from the Centre for Road Safety, which really gives a very good sense of the data behind the reasons for each of these individual incidents, but also the road toll in general, gives a very good picture of exactly what the causes are.
Thank you. Can I turn to your diary? I noticed in your diary disclosure that you didn't have time to meet with road safety advocates in your first 3 months in the job, except you're busy and have things to do. But I would have thought, given your emphasis on the road toll and your understanding of how it is up, can we take it from that this is not a priority for you?
Well, absolutely not. I reject that. I have spoken to a range of road safety advocates since I've taken on the role. I'm briefed weekly on road safety issues, and it generally occupies it's a standing item generally on the...
Who have you met with?
On the discussion. Well, my diaries have been disclosed.
Yeah, so that's the point. In your diary disclosure, there are no meetings with road safety advocates.
Well, I've certainly I've had discussions with road safety advocates since then, and in my diary disclosures.
Well, sorry, can I just be clear about this in your evidence? Your diary disclosures show there are no meetings with road safety advocates. Are you saying that you've met with them subsequently, but for the first 3 months at least, that you have not met with them?
Well, let me give you some examples. I've certainly discussed a number of times with Peter Fraser. I've discussed with the NRMA. I've met with the Gaffneys to discuss the tragic events in the Hunter, that tragic bus crash that I think shocked all of New South Wales, about what the potential changes are that might flow in the road safety space. As I've indicated, I've been to the very first road safety ministers meeting in the country. One of the good things about this space in recent time is that the federal government is stepping into the space.
Thank you. We might just deal with your office,
really holds
if I
out
may.
the prospect of much greater cooperation
Great.
between
So you've
the
had,
jurisdictions.
just to be clear, so you've had 2 meetings. You've had a meeting and a phone call. Is that an acceptable allocation of your time to road safety?
No, I would have had more discussions than that, but you've got
Minister,
my diaries.
They're not you might take it on notice because they're
not
not in your diary disclosures. So it seems from the documents that there hasn't been meetings. You've told us today of 2, but you might let us know if there's been others that haven't been disclosed perhaps, or that we're not aware of from your diary disclosures. But I'll move on. You have, so you met with those groups since your last disclosure. Is that how we're to take your evidence?
Well, as you know how the diary disclosures worked, I've spoken to a range of people. I've been briefed weekly. I've met with some people. I've attended the road safety ministers meeting. This has been a regular item on the agenda. It's also why the government's taking action.
When did you meet with Mr. Fraser?
Well, you can check my diary disclosures.
Well, that's the point, Minister. It's not in there.
Yeah.
That's my concern, is I'm not seeing that you're prioritising meetings with road safety advocates and stakeholders. We know it's a priority, you've said that, but it doesn't seem that that is being exercised in your meeting allocation of time you might come back to us on those.
Ms.
You
Wood,
have,
what we're
however-
prioritising is action, including introducing the seatbelt legislation.
Thank you. We'll get to
tightening
that.
up seatbelts
Thank
in
you.
the
We'll get
Parliament.
to that, Minister.
Something
I
we're
have
hoping-
limited time, as you
something we're
know.
hoping for the support of the opposition.
Thank
on.
you.
No, Ms.
Well, we'll
Ward,
get
you've made a
we'll get to
suggestion that I'm not
legislation, Minister. I have limited time, as you
prioritising
well
this.
know. So you
And
managed to
I will
meet,
indicate
Minister.
that the government is
Order,
taking
order,
action on these matters.
order. Can I just, at this point, will remind members to allow witnesses to generally complete their questions, particularly when allegations are being raised in the questions. I think it's important that the Minister does have time. However, we'll just remind the Minister, if you are straying from the topic and deliberately filling time, then the member is absolutely obliged and in order to interrupt you for another question. So that's the ground rules, if that's okay.
I accept those principles.
Thank you. So, Minister, you managed to meet with Blues Fest twice and Groove and the Moo Festival and the Country Music Festival. Festivals are very important to your arts portfolio, but surely road safety advocates are also important to you, and you would have prioritised them. That's correct. You haven't met with them.
Yeah, as I said, the government's focus is on action, the seatbelt legislation in place, weekly briefings on road safety, the demerit point reform, trying for the first time the carrot and the stick in the road safety space.
I'll redirect you
The
from
former
there. I'm
government,
asking about meetings in your diary, and I'd just like to focus on those.
I'm giving you some important context, Ms Ward, about how important this is.
Thank you.
I won't have the suggestion that road safety isn't important to the government.
Thank
It's
you, but it
occupied
seems
quite a
from the
lot of my
documents and
time
your diary disclosures, Minister, I just want to refocus on those and the allocation of time in your diary to meeting with these advocates. The meeting with Blues Fest, Groove and the Moo Festival, the Country Music Festival seem to have priority over community road safety groups. Minister, I asked you in a question on notice, number 205, what your priorities are for the portfolio. In your response, you didn't mention road safety initiatives or keeping safe on the road. Can the people of New South Wales take from that it's not a priority, or did you mislead the House in your answer?
Well, I reject the fact that this isn't a priority for the government. It's one of the reasons
Well, you
I've
said it in
directed
your
the
answer.
agency. It's one of...
Point of order has been taken by Mr Bob Navar.
Chair, I don't believe it's courteous to the witness for an answer to barely commenced before an interjection is then taken by the...
Yeah,
the member.
I've heard the point of order. I won't kind of uphold it. I think we allow a decent amount of exchange in these committees. So I'll just say continue bearing in mind what I said earlier.
Minister, has your position changed?
As I was saying, I reject the suggestion you're making. It's one of the reasons I've directed the agency to hold a road safety forum in the near future with a range of road safety advocates. Ms Ward, you can expect an invitation. It's something that I would hope and expect the opposition engages with directly.
So
that will be one of the key forums.
So-
But as I said, we're focused on action, including driving the Road Safety Action Plan 2026 faster. 11 actions now commenced, actions left uncommenced in the previous plan before we came to government.
Thank you.
We're actually speeding up implementation because of our concerns, like other
Speeding up
states,
might be an interesting choice of words.
like
Speeding
other
up.
states
Thank you.
concerned about the road toll. That is,
Thank you. I'd
that
like
is
to
the subject
turn
of
to
serious
my
discussion
question,
amongst the jurisdictions.
And I'll redirect you back to that. Minister, I asked you directly a question on notice in writing, number 205. You had time to consider your answer. You had time to submit that back to the House, and you did not include road safety in your priorities. Why is that? It's clearly not a priority for you. Or did you mislead the House in providing that written answer?
Minister, Ms Ward, I reject the suggestion that this isn't a priority for the government. Clearly it is. Two serious legislative actions already in the House. We're hoping for the support of the opposition on the seatbelt legislation. I look forward to your support, also the support of the crossbench to make that important change, to turn on the cameras that we have
Thank you.
that are currently enforcing mobile phone use.
We'll get to that. Thank you.
To add to seatbelt use. Can I tell you why though, Ms
No, I'd
Ward?
like to redirect. I have
Up to
limited time. I have 6 minutes
18%
left.
of
Minister, I will
people-
redirect you.
When you talk about the
Minister?
data dying because of this change. And I think that is important to place on the record at estimates today.
Thank you.
I want to place on the record that key cause of why people are dying on our roads at the moment. They're not wearing seatbelts. I think that will come as a shock.
Thank you. We'll come to seatbelts
to
in a
any of
moment,
us.
but I will redirect my question to you in relation to your answer that you provided. Was that answer right or wrong?
Well, I mean, I stand by my answer to the House.
Thank
I
you.
reject the assertion that this is not a priority for the government.
So your,
That's
answer,
why
to,
we've,
your answer to the House...
of the 94 actions in the Road Safety Action Plan, we've added 11 of those that have been left undisturbed by the former government.
Thank you.
I want to recognise the work that the former government did in this space.
Thank you.
I think
I'll
it is
get
best
to
when
the
road
questions in
safety
the
is
5 minutes.
bipartisan,
Thank
but
you.
we're certainly focused on action in this area.
You won't have disagreement on prioritisation of road safety from this side, but it seems from your answer that was not included as a priority. I'll take that.
Well,
but I'll move on.
I want to reject that statement. It's why we've increased
It wasn't
funding to
included
road
in your
safety.
answer.
It's why we've increased road safety funding in the budget. That's quite important. I think that's a great indication of what
we'll
the
get to that.
priorities of this government are. More action, more funding, weekly meetings. I reject the assertion you're making.
Let's turn to the demerit point scheme. Minister, on your government's demerit point trial, what are the specific success markers that you are looking for in order to continue the trial?
Well, as I've said, one of the great benefits of this area of government is that there's very good evidence, and I want to pay tribute to the Centre for Road Safety and the work they do. As I've talked to my colleagues in other jurisdictions, one thing's become clear, which is that New South Wales is regarded as having a better, perhaps the best evidence-based system, the best data around road safety. And that is really important to the decisions that are made. As I've said, that's one of the reasons we're making this seatbelt change.
Thank you.
When
Minister,
it comes to the demerit reform, of course we'll be guided by the Centre for Road Safety.
Okay. So
On
you'll be guided by
assessing
the... I want to get
on
to...
assessing this trial. It'll include a range of measures as part of that, but crucial to that, of course, will be its impact on the road toll. We do want to know whether it impacts positively or negatively
Well, we're
on
all
the road
looking
toll.
for that. That's the outcome. The specific success markers, though, that you are looking for, because the road toll is up 26% under your watch. Now, you're not meeting with road safety advocates. It doesn't seem to be a priority in your office. So what exact data will you use to make a decision?
Well, I don't agree with your figures.
You don't agree that the road toll is up?
I reject your assertion that this isn't a priority for the government.
Well, it's not in your answer to the House. It's not in your diary disclosures meeting with people, and the road toll is up.
Ms. Ward,
That's
we're
true, isn't
focused
it?
on action, funding. This is taking up quite a bit of time in my focus as Minister, as it should, as it is with other jurisdictions. It's why we'll be holding a forum with road safety advocates, with the Centre for Road Safety, with the opposition if the opposition chooses to attend, and I'm confident you will, given your record of focusing on these issues. I think that is one of the benefits we've had in this area, is it's often been an area where there has been bipartisan discussion
to that and what action you're
to
taking.
support these measures.
Thank you. You said, and I'll quote, you will closely watch the results to see if there's a net safety benefit for motorists, pedestrians and communities. That's your words. That's correct, isn't it?
Look, it's the sort of thing I would
It's your
have
quote.
said,
I'm not
yes.
trying to trick you on that.
Yeah, no, it's it.
So are pedestrian fatality rates up or down this year?
Well, pedestrians, sadly, make up 17% of our fatalities at the moment. It is something that we need to look at seriously.
Up or down?
It's one of the reasons that we've made changes. Well, it varies from time to time, but it's 17% at the moment. Those are the most...
pedestrian fatality rates are up,
those
for
are
your
the
information. Road fatalities are up or down?
Road fatalities are up in general, yes, as I've indicated to the committee
So
at the
by
start.
your own measure, your program is failing. That's correct, isn't it, Minister?
Well, absolutely not, because this is a complex area. We'll assess the trial properly. We won't be making a political judgment halfway through a trial before it's even finally concluded. We'll be using the Centre for Road Safety to assess this. We won't be making... I think these judgments shouldn't be made
But you said you'll
in the upper
closely
house
watch
or
the
by
results.
politics. We should be guided by the evidence. There's a complex range of factors going on, Ms Ward, as you know.
Pedestrians fatalities are up. Road fatalities are up. And you haven't met with these groups, and it's not a priority in your
Well,
written answer.
I reject the fact that I haven't met with them. I reject the fact this hasn't been a focus. Talking about pedestrian fatalities specifically, it's one of the reasons why we've moved to the speed zone standards that were approved but not launched by your government. That does allow some more flexibility in neighbourhoods to drop speed zones if councils particularly
Thank you.
desire
I've
to
got
do so.
a few seconds left, so I'll move on.
Ms Ward, I do want to finish this.
well,
It
you-
actually is important. What the government's approach will be to speed up where we can get commuters home rapidly, say in the WestConnex tunnels,
Thank you.
but allow councils to slow
Project
down
you opposed.
where pedestrians' lives may be at risk
Thank you.
in some neighbourhoods. And
So
I'm
you
hopeful
said-
that that'll be one of the changes that deals with the figures that you have raised, and I am concerned about.
Thank you, Minister. You said we can't expect to keep doing the same thing and get different results, but you're doing a different thing and getting worse results. That's correct, isn't it?
I reject that statement. We're driving 11 actions out of the Road Safety Action Plan. Key legislative reforms underway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We've got questions from the crossbench. Minister, in relation to music festivals, I note that with the Music Festival Roundtable, the outcome statement of the 21st of June 2023, one of the items of discussion was the fact that industry spoke about the increased festival costs in New South Wales compared to states such as Queensland and Victoria. Industry spoke about the fact that festival costs are significantly higher in New South Wales compared to other states. One of the reasons, or really one of the main reasons for that, of course, is the fact that user pays services from police in New South Wales are significantly higher, often 2 to 3 times as high as Queensland and Victoria. What are you doing about that as Minister to reduce those costs?
Yeah, look, it's a good observation, and it is a concern that's been raised with me over some time. The facts are clear. Costs for equivalent festivals operating in New South Wales are higher than they would be if the same events were held in Victoria or Queensland, and that is a real concern. That does put significant pressure on the festival sector. It means good operators face high costs and bad operators are tempted to cut costs, and that is a real concern to the government. We have commenced the Music Festival Act review, so that is exactly the sort of issue that I would expect to be raised in a systematic way with some of that evidence by the festival sector, and the government will look closely at that. But I do accept it's not just the fees you have referred to, it's a range of other fees that are being applied to the festival sector that make their costs particularly high. We've had a fantastic festival sector in New South Wales. It is one of the bright spots.
Yes.
But it is under pressure.
Thank you, Minister. But it is, I do just want to stick with user pays policing. An example I have from the Australian Festival Association submission to the New South Wales Arts, Culture and Creative Industries Policy Consultation shows that for the same festival in New South Wales, the costs were $107,000 compared to $45,000 in both Victoria and Queensland. The user pays policing was $45,000 in New South Wales compared to $17,000 in Victoria, for example. Participants pretty much the same. Another example in New South Wales, user pays policing $33,000 for 11,000 people. In Victoria, $0 for 15,000 people. This is quite significant. You mentioned the Music Festivals Act, but that doesn't really deal with policing, you'll agree. What are you doing internally within the government to advocate for less policing? The user pays policing is just ridiculous in New South Wales. And in terms of the impact, it's the same number of participants, triple the cost of policing and drug detection dogs and everything else that goes with them. We're the only state that's having MDMA deaths. So you kind of need to wonder whether all of those things are linked, which clearly the coronial inquest into music festival deaths found that they were linked. What are you doing internally to advocate for an end to this ridiculous scheme in New South Wales?
Yeah, well, you've covered a fair bit of ground there, so I might just deal with each of those aspects. Look, I do agree the costs for festivals, including the comparative costs for user pays policing, are a concern for the viability of the festival sector. I don't agree we're the only jurisdiction with a problem with drug harm at festivals or with drug deaths. There are issues. I agree in other jurisdictions. I agree that the evidence collected both by the coronial inquiry and the ICE Commissioner's report provides a very good evidence base to be able to look at some of the nuances of exactly what's going on here, and that has allowed some good consideration of these issues. The Premier's been clear any of the broader drug issues will be dealt with at the Drug Summit, and he's talked about the timing of that at estimates elsewhere. On the festival costs, though, I am concerned. The reason I draw attention to the Act is we'd like to recast the Act to see it to be more supportive of festivals rather than its genesis.
Sure,
which
that's
was
fine.
very
We can
much
get to
about
questions on that.
attacking.
In terms of the user pay, so, there could be 100 or 50 or so police, for example, at a DEFCON festival, and a certain amount of drug dogs and everything are deployed, significant costs. Who decides that? Who decides how many police? Who decides the costs?
Yeah, look, it...
and do you have any role? Does ILGA
yeah.
have any role?
Yeah, so firstly, it has been the subject of discussions with my colleagues, so it is something that I've spoken to a range of my colleagues about, my concern about the evidence that I'm already aware of about the cost to festivals. As I understand it, the decisions about the number of police are largely based on the risk assessment by police. I accept police have got to do their job. My concern is the burden it's putting on the viability of festivals, the amount they're being charged.
Do you see that as a
at the
conflict of interest with the police deciding, they get the money, they decide how many police are needed at the festivals? It's the police that go to these festivals and get paid significant pay in terms of overtime, double, triple the rate. Do you see that as a conflict of interest, the fact that this decision rests with the police?
Look, I think saying that's a conflict of interest is putting it too strongly. I do think we have to look at the viability of festivals. That is something that the government's looking at. It has been a real bright spot.
When you say
for New South
viability of
Wales.
festivals, do you mean the whole notion of user-paced policing?
The
Just to be
financial
clear.
viability of festivals, driven by the range of charges. You're nominating one. I'm drawing attention to all of them. That will be absolutely in scope for the Music Festival Review. So that's really the forum to have that discussion. Submissions are open at the moment, so I haven't received those from the industry. Obviously, I've had the same views you have referred to today, put to me directly. But that's the way the government will deal with those.
And so there will be no changes then, because this review is kind of over the summer, no changes over the next few months in relation to what the music festival industry needs to do.
Yes, look, one of my concerns in doing the review was it's a busy time for the festival sector, so I wanted to make sure that there's time to get changes in place appropriately. So I'm certainly taking guidance from the industry about how rapidly they can be consulted. It won't be possible to make those changes ahead of this summer. There are other changes in the health area that the Health Minister's referred to and has led on that are largely in the health messaging space, working with festivals, that will be in place for this summer.
Thank you. There is the possibility, though, isn't there, because I can't see that this... the policy around user pays policing and the way in which those numbers are determined by the police themselves, there is a role, isn't there, within government for you to advocate, perhaps with the police minister, to reduce, pull back the scale of the number of police. Again, just the evidence, the facts speak for themselves. In Brisbane, in Melbourne, exactly the same festivals with a third of the costs. So there's some scope for you to advocate to the police minister to have a word, and magically those user pays policing figures could halve. They don't need a review. They don't need changes in the Act. It just needs government will and possibly advocacy from yourself.
I'll answer your question very directly, but the first thing I want to make clear is that one thing we won't be doing is launching a war on music. And that was where this started, a direct war on the festival sector in New South Wales, and we nearly lost some of the best operators
Yes, I'm aware of the history.
in the state. So that's one thing we won't be doing. Yes, I'll certainly be advocating. The way I'm indicating to the committee I'm approaching that is to look at costs overall. We should be taking a holistic view about those costs and getting them down to a level where the other states are at, but doing it with safety in mind, doing it with festival viability in mind. We want a culture in New South Wales which welcomes these festivals and the community that they bring.
And just in a very short time I have, just the timeline for this review and changes to the Act, because there are a range of other issues such as the fact that festivals have to get their safety management plan in 60 days before the festival to ILGA, and they get notified maybe just 14 days of the festival to go whether it's approved. I mean, it is a bit ridiculous and onerous. When will these changes come into force? What's the review's timeline?
Yeah, so the review has commenced. I expect it'll close shortly, and you'll be able to ask Liquor and Gaming the precise time. And the only reason I'm uncertain is I've given a direction that we should make sure the industry's actually got time to engage. But those measures will then be able to be in place following this season. There have been other health changes in the meantime ready for this summer.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Mark Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Let's move over back to roads. In your most recent budget, $20 million was announced to investigate extending Memorial Drive at Bulli. Can you elucidate and break down what processes are involved in that investigation and even a cost breakdown? Because for the average punt at $20 million seems an expensive look-see.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. This is an important project. It's one that's been discussed over the years in that community. We have committed funding towards it, as you've seen. That will really be to assess what is a very difficult, very constrained physical environment to be able to build a road in. So it's planning. It is very much a feasibility study. That's certainly how we were thinking about it when we committed to this, and that's been the advice subsequently from the agency. The reason for that is it's such a constrained environment. So the community has called for this. We want a serious investigation. That's why the amount of money. This is not a desktop review or a small commitment. This is a very serious look at the viability of this project. I will indicate that the government will take that review seriously. So sitting here today, I can't say categorically what form this will take in the future. Will be very much guided by the advice of the agency, but I invite you to seek some further information today from the agency directly.
Okay. Well, given that they're here now, I might ask, is one of the proposals extending it to the point that it links up directly with Bulli Pass? Is that the ultimate aim? Based on discussions with community and long-held views of community, is that the ultimate aim, to extend Memorial Drive to the point it directly links up with Bulli Pass?
Secretary?
Thank you, Minister. So the next current stage of the traffic improvements planned for the Princess Highway through Bulli is on the smaller scopes of work, the parking space and the car park upgrades, the removing the right turns in and out of Station Street, and introducing a dedicated right turn arrow at the Park Road traffic lights. If we then look at the 20 million that you've referenced...
So can I just rewind? You said was it removing car parks where, sorry?
New parking spaces and car park upgrades on Railway and Station Streets.
Okay.
And then it was removing right turns in Station Street. So when we look at the 20 million though, that's strategic options which won't be ready until 2025 in terms of looking at the overall program, and obviously a business case which will be 2025 as well. So those elements that you're asking about will be factored into that process.
And it's certainly not off the table as we look at that idea of connecting to Bulli Pass, but we've still got to develop those options fully.
Well, you understand the complexity of doing something like that because the more recent upgrades you did to that section of where Bulli Pass starts is a nightmare already. It confuses people that you have to be in the right lane to go at Bulli Pass, and there's always a near misses, people scooting over into the right lane from the left. You've removed a truck arrestor bed coming down that pass, so the only option trucks have if their brakes fail is to smash into a concrete wall and hope they don't go through it. And the skid marks on those walls will tell you it's happened. Will this upgrade or extension include fixing, if it does extend to Bulli Pass, will it include fixing those clear issues that are currently sitting at the foot of Bulli Pass?
Well, you're right to draw attention to the issues, and this is a very difficult bit of road. There's no getting around that. It's one of the reasons the community's called for these upgrades, but in a highly constrained area it may or may not be possible. I'm certainly happy for those issues you're raising to be answered today, but that is of concern to me as Minister to hear that description. I don't want to... This is an important investigation, a serious investigation, a well-funded investigation, but a highly constrained corridor, so it may or may not be possible to take a step forward here. That's exactly why we're doing this work. It's been the source of real community interest for all the reasons that you're outlining.
Yeah, I drive it daily. It sounds like some work's already been done in this space to try and understand what you're grappling with. You would have probably done previously, you would have looked at modelling in terms of where the traffic has been pushed from when you originally extended Memorial Drive. When you extended Memorial Drive the first time up to Bulli, all you did was move the bottleneck on the Princess Highway 2 kilometres. So are you concerned that by extending it further, you're only moving the bottleneck perhaps another 1.5 kilometres down the road? Are we literally kicking the can down the road?
Well, I would say that detailed survey data was done in May and June of this year to examine the performance of that part of the roadway and also the impact of the previous works. My colleague, Ms Drover, is at the end of the table. I wonder if she may have anything additional on the project.
Do you have that? Is that data publicly available in terms of that survey work that you did?
Well, that's the early planning data for the next stage of the project. I'm not sure it would be publicly available yet, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Ms Drover, do you have anything?
Yeah, look, I have a bit more information. It doesn't actually sit in my portfolio yet, but I'm happy to provide the additional information. So the $20 million covers the strategic options report, which the Secretary said. Then a strategic business case will be done. Subject to that strategic business case, we would then go ahead and do a final business case. So the $20 million is a budget to also complete the final business case, but it's subject to the outcome of that strategic business case. And yes, one of the options being considered is connecting it and effectively forming the Bulli bypass as well. And yes, we'll be looking at environmental and property impact assessments, concept designs, the traffic modelling, etc., and community consultation and engagement, etc. So it will be a robust process given the complexity and the issues that you've raised.
Thank you, Mr. Drover. Minister, just moving to another road down in my neck of woods, Mount Uzi Road and the Princess Highway intersection. In the budget, there's $277.8 million in joint funding. What's the breakdown of state versus Commonwealth funding in that project?
Yeah, I'll have to ask one of the officials for the breakdown, but obviously this is again, this is a very important project for the community. They've called for this upgrade for quite some time. It is the subject of discussion with the Commonwealth Government, obviously, given the Commonwealth Government's got its review of road funding underway, so they're yet to announce exactly what they're doing with projects right around the country, but I understand how important this project is to the community, so it's certainly one of the projects that I'm very conscious of as the Commonwealth is unveiling its federal review.
And Ms Drover may have a breakdown.
Yeah, so the current proposed funding is a 80-20 split, so the federal government providing 80% of the funding, the state the balance 20%, but as the Minister said, that's subject to the infrastructure review the federal government is undertaking. We have done some preparatory works for that project, and the tender process is very well advanced.
Yeah, but I might take this opportunity while we're here and you're asking the question to say this is a really important project for the community. So I'd really hope to see that we're able to continue that work.
There's numerous accidents on
Yes.
that roundabout quite regularly. It's a heavily used roundabout. And it's not in a great state. What's the crux of the proposal to in terms of improvements? What are we looking to do? Are we looking at putting traffic lights there, making a traffic light roundabout? What's the overall crux of the plan?
I'll turn to Ms Drover on the details, but the case you've just made is the case that's been made very strongly to me by the local members, all the local members in the area as well, and I accept that's the strong view of the community. Ms Drover.
Thank you. The scope includes the heavy vehicle bypass lanes for southbound travel. That will separate the cars from the heavy vehicles. There's a new heavy vehicle safety ramp. There's 2 new intersections and a bridge over the Princess Highway, and that will improve access to Mount Ousley Road, and also the motorway and the University of Wollongong. We've got upgrades to the existing pedestrian bridge over the motorway. There's improved pedestrian and cycle connectivity, and there's construction of noise walls along the northern side of the Princess Motorway and the south side of Mount Ousley Road.
In the 10 seconds I've got left, there was some serious work done on Mount Ousley Road, and it still seems to be ongoing midway up there due to the recent heavy rains. Do we have an update as to when that will be completed? It's still barricaded and still causing confusion for drivers coming down Mount Ousley. Do we have an update as to when that will be fully cleared and free to use?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice because I think that's being delivered by our regional outer metropolitan colleagues, but I can come back with you later today.
Thank you, Ms. Drover.
Thank you. We'll return to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Minister. Back to roads. Minister, you said to a question on notice number 204 that your first priority was combating toll mania and supporting an overhaul of the toll road network and system to benefit the people of New South Wales and drive a fairer deal for drivers. That's my first priority. Why then did you decide, as part of your first budget, to increase the harbour, bridge and tunnel tolls?
Well, it certainly is it certainly is my first priority, combating the toll mania. That was the description by the former Premier about the fever that had gripped Sydney, the rising cost of tolls right across
well, it's rising under
Sydney.
you, isn't it?
It's that has been a significant cost of living concern for drivers, particularly drivers in outer suburbs.
But under you, it's risen on the harbour bridge and the tunnel. That's correct, isn't it?
Who don't have options for public transport.
Yes.
And that's my real concern.
So my
Through
question
no
is...
fault of their own, I've been talking to teachers who have stopped
Yes,
teaching.
no, we're not going to talk about teachers, we're talking
at
about roads.
schools they
So
were
on the harbour bridge
working
and the
at
harbour
because
toll...
they simply can't afford to go to work, or health workers or care workers who've had to stop working with the clients who they love.
Thank you.
Because they
I'm going to
simply can't
redirect you
afford-
now, Minister,
simply
because we
can't
want to talk
afford-
about
I am
tolls.
answering your question.
No, you're talking about other things.
Well, I'm explaining you asked me about my priorities, and I'm answering that. I'll come
I'm
to
asking about the increase on the harbour bridge and the harbour tunnel when Chris Minns said, with Labor, tolls will always be cheaper. That's not true, is it? You've increased the toll on the harbour bridge and the harbour tunnel in your first 6 months in office.
Ms Ward, I'm happy to answer your question. I was
Please
simply
do.
responding to the first part of your question, which asked, was this a priority? And I'm explaining why this is the key priority to me, dealing with cost of living pressures,
So
given
why are
the
you putting them
high
up?
and rising cost of tolls. When it comes to the Harbour Bridge toll, this is the history. Each year, under the former government...
Minister, I'm going to redirect. I'm not after the history. I'm asking why your government has decided to increase the toll on the harbour bridge.
The Minister has to be afforded an opportunity to give an answer.
Yeah.
He was asked a specific question. He
Sure.
was in the middle
We
of his
don't need the
answer.
history.
Yeah.
He needs the opportunity to be able to elaborate
Thank you, Mr.
and give
Adam.
context
I
as well.
won't uphold the point of order, and I'll just again reiterate, if the minister could, as much as possible, answer the question directly, and this isn't the time for just general spiels about the portfolio. I have been listening, and I'll just ask the member to continue asking questions and ask the Minister to try and answer the question directly as you can.
Thank you. And if we can just keep to the question, I have a number of them because this is of great concern. We're in a cost of living crisis, Minister. You've said that, you accept that. Your promise before the election was to make sure tolls will always be cheaper, and the fact is they're not. My question is this. Minister, was the decision to increase the tolls on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the tunnel the result of an increase in operating expenses to administer the two assets, or was that decision based on an increase in revenue?
The decision was made in the budget process because of the history here where that toll had not risen since 2009, and each year the agency was required under its legislation to recommend to the Minister an increase in the toll taking into account the CPI, and each year under the former government that claim was refused. So if you lived in Western Sydney, your tolls were going up 4%, or perhaps by the rate of inflation, 6.8%. And if you lived somewhere where you drove over the Harbour Bridge or through the Harbour Tunnel, under the 12 years of the Coalition government, the tolls went up zero.
Let's
Zero.
talk about your
12
government.
years in a row, despite those recommendations by the agency, despite inflation, despite what drivers in Western Sydney were paying.
Minister, you assured the people of New South Wales that tolls would not rise under you. And in your first 6 months, you have increased the tolls on the Harbour Bridge and the tunnel. You said they won't rise under you. In fact, you said Harbour Tunnel toll arrangements expire in August this year, but the public has no idea what's proposed. The one thing we can guarantee with Dominic Perrottet is it will lead to higher tolls. The fact is, it's gone up under you, not under the previous government. It wasn't raised under the previous government, but the first thing you do in 6 months is raise the tolls on the Harbour Bridge and on the tunnel. That's correct, isn't it?
Ms Ward, I don't object to you asking the question, but my real answer as a minister was I felt it was fair, given that tolls just had not gone up for 12 years, more than 12 years,
Had the
on the
operating
Harbour Bridge and the
expenses gone
Harbour
up?
Tunnel. But if you live in Western Sydney, if you've got no access to public transport,
Well, let's go there.
if
You
your tolls
accept-
are going up by 6.8% under the contract signed by the Coalition government, then I did feel it was fair that this was the one toll that could increase. And of course, as you know, we've committed to toll revenue from the Harbour Bridge and the Harbour Tunnel going back into toll relief. So we're not only, I saw it as a fair decision, but one that helped us get toll relief to drivers
But you
across
said
the
that you
board.
wouldn't increase it. Do you accept that people from Penrith, Camden or anywhere in Sydney who are teachers or health workers use the Sydney Harbour Bridge and use the Sydney Harbour Tunnel?
Yeah, look, I'm very conscious of the cost of tolls, so it's not a decision I'd take lightly, but there's got to be some fairness, and there is really such a patchwork of tolls depending on where you live. This money's going back into toll relief, but to me, and all I can tell you is my view as Minister, I took the view that it wasn't fair that your tolls went up at least 4%, perhaps 6.8% if you live in Western Sydney, and if you're travelling over those two routes, a Coalition minister had refused every year and overruled any agency recommendations.
Which would be fine, Minister,
as
if he
required
had,
under the law.
Which would be fine, Minister,
to
if you
keep the
had
tolls
said so.
at zero.
Which would be fine if you had said so before the election, but you didn't. You expressly said that tolls will not go up under you. That's correct, and you've lied to the people of New South Wales. I'll move on.
Well, I want to reject that statement. I simply can't make
How
the
do you
claim
reconcile
that tolls won't go up under this government, because under the contracts you've signed, and I want to recognise also previous Labor governments have signed some of these contracts as well. This isn't a particularly partisan point, but the contracts require tolls to rise every year. Many of the contracts, as you know, for WestConnex
But
go
not
till
these ones, not the Harbour Bridge and the tunnel.
Go till 2060.
But the Harbour Bridge and the tunnel do not. In fact, that money goes straight to maintenance. It's operating expenses. Those operating expenses have not gone up. You are using this for revenue raising. That's correct, isn't it?
As we've indicated, that money, we want to see money raised for toll relief. So this is part of the support for toll relief.
So do
but I'm making it very clear. This budget decision was made, Ms Ward, with fairness in mind. I simply didn't feel that it was fair that drivers across a vast swathe of Western Sydney were copping increased tolls every quarter or every year, and this toll hadn't increased at all for 12 years.
Do you accept that your signature, a number one priority, is a budget blowout? That's correct, isn't it?
No, I don't accept that.
You said in a question on notice, 208, you defined a budget blowout as, quote, a situation where the budget has been exceeded due to mismanagement, quote. The budget has increased by nearly 266%. You've put the tolls up. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't accept the premise of your question. When this was discussed during the campaign, when we announced our $60 toll cap policy, the then Premier's answer was, is this it? Well, what a way to reflect on help for what we now know is more than 700,000 drivers. Help and assistance dealing with toll mania.
I'll come to that.
I absolutely stand by.
I
absolutely stand
will
by
come
our
back to
commitment to the toll cap.
Thank you.
Of $60 a week. I think it'll help.
You've mentioned that. Thank
I
you.
think it'll
So
make a
under
difference
Chris
to these
Minns,
drivers who are under genuine
we'll get to that, Minister.
cost
I'll
of living
redirect
pressure.
you now
And I
back
thought
to
that
the
was a
Harbour
real
Bridge and the
miscue by
toll.
the Premier, I have
You
to say.
said, do you disagree with the Premier when he said, with Labor, tolls will always be cheaper? They're not, are they? You've put them up in your first 6 months.
Look, I am confident that we'll be able to meet the Premier's commitment.
Well, you've already
and we'll
broken
be-
it, though.
Look,
It's already a
absolutely
broken
not,
promise
Ms.
in your
Ward.
first 6 months.
Absolutely
That must be a
not.
record. I'll move
As
on.
you know, tolls are under review.
Okay,
We've-
point of order has been taken by Mr. Bob now.
Chair, a significant amount of latitude has been afforded to Ms Ward in the questioning.
Sure.
There's a series of arguments and inferences that have been made. I just ask that the same degree of latitude be afforded to the Minister in his answers and a more reasonable amount of time be given to the answer before redirection and interjection.
I've heard the point of order. I won't uphold it literally. I will just... I think there is a certain degree of... I think the Minister could probably talk for the entire 20 minutes unless the member interrupts to ask a question. So I am conscious of trying to talk it out. But I will also say to the member, if allegations are being raised, that the Minister should have the right to respond directly to that question. So continue,
I'll move
Ms.
on.
Ward.
But talking about the history of things is not, in my respectful submission, answering the question. I just ask that you direct those, given you know very well I have very limited time and these are very important questions to the people of New South Wales. So what specifically changed that has resulted in the budget increasing by $400 million on your toll cap?
Well, firstly, I apologise, Chair, for my passion on this subject of the state's toll mania. We've had the benefit of greater certainty in the costings. As you know, there's serious work been going on behind the scenes between Treasury and Transport. One of the surprises to me, though, as we came into government, was that the cost modelling was being done with only half the data. So the e-toll data about toll use was available to government. The linked data
What changed?
in the Transurban network was not available to government. We've now secured both those data sets. We've got the best possible picture about actually what's going on the toll network.
you.
Information that wasn't available to the former government with those agreements now with Link.
But there's been a blowout on
and
your
new
toll cap
modelling that shows,
budgeting.
pleasingly, more than 700,000 drivers will benefit. And that's
Let's
great
get
news.
to that. Let's get to that. So is it correct that the toll cap applies to every driver in New South Wales based on accounts?
Sorry, you'll just repeat the question.
Toll cap, your policy, your signature policy, is it correct that that cap applies to every driver in New South Wales based on accounts?
Yeah, well, we'll make announcements about exactly the operation of this closer to the time. So we haven't...
Well, I'm asking you now. This is your
we haven't
opportunity.
gone in... Yeah,
This
well,
is your landmark policy on toll cap, toll mania, your number one priority, and you can't tell us very simply, does it apply to every driver in New South Wales based on accounts? Really simple question, Minister.
I understand exactly
Does
the
every driver
question,
get the cap or not?
And we'll make this clear. What we'll make clear is how drivers can register.
No, I'm asking about the cap very
and all
specifically.
these arrangements closer to the time. We've got some time.
So you
before
can't
this.
answer your landmark policy, your number one priority is set out in your question on notice, and you can't tell us how it works. Does it apply?
Yes,
You can do it right now. You can clarify it for us. You can ask an official how your own policy works. Does every driver get the cap or not?
I thank you for your invitation to announce the arrangements about the government's
You
$60
announced it in the
toll cap.
election.
But we'll do so for drivers closer between now and the 1st of January. What we'll announce is how you can register. We're expecting a Service New South Wales style engagement, a smooth engagement with drivers, but we'll also talk through the terms and conditions, the any of those arrangements you're
Minister,
asking
you
about.
accept this is
We were clear
extraordinary
during
that your
the-
landmark policy
we were clear
that you
during
went
the
to the
election.
election on, you've put up tolls already when you said you wouldn't. You said you'd cap the tolls for drivers and you haven't. You can't tell us how it works. I mean, is this just willful ignorance or do you not know how to manage this and roll it out?
No, absolutely not. We're on track for the rollout. That's the good news, confirmed in the budget for the 1st of January. We'll update drivers about exactly how to register, how to apply for the scheme, how to receive the scheme, and any of the details. We indicated in the election, after some of these issues were raised, that there would be audits, there would be careful administration around the scheme, and I'll be outlining those to the public in detail
When?
prior to the 1st of January.
So first year in office, your landmark policy, your number one priority, and you can't tell us how it works. And and you say, watch this space, we'll let you know next year.
Before the 1st of January, you'll know all the details, as will the public. We'll be taking them through the scheme. Of course, it's complex delivering this toll relief. What I'd reject is the approach from the former Premier saying, is this it? This is important help delivered, a $60 toll cap for drivers in Sydney.
Minister, this is a policy that you announced in the election. You repeatedly asked questions about it. You asked me questions about tolls. This was your landmark policy and on your own admission, your number one priority, and you can't tell us how it works. Will the cap work on accounts or on tags? There's no... accounts or
Dr.
tags?
Kane has taken a point of order. We'll hear it.
Just running over.
The point of order is that the Honourable Natalie Ward has asked literally the same questions
No,
4
that's
times.
rubbish.
And
It's
has
stop
been-
running
Sure.
cover.
Thank you. It's not a point of order. I won't uphold it.
So
Members
tolls
are
to
able to
badgering,
ask
treating the witness
whichever
Thank you
questions
for wasting my
they
time
see
once
fit.
again. So they're different questions. Will the cap work on accounts or on tags?
Yeah, look, I won't be announcing the arrangements
Very simple,
for...
Minister.
I won't be announcing the arrangements for
I
the...
will just remind the member, please allow the minister to at least get something out in terms of a response.
Yeah, I don't
Accounts
mind
or
you
tax?
asking, Ms
Order.
Wood, but I simply won't be announcing to the public the arrangements for the how to register for the tolls today. We'll be
All
doing
right.
it before the 1st of January, as we're entitled to do as a government. There'll be
Okay,
significant
1
public
January,
interest
thank you.
in that.
Yep, I've got
with
5 minutes
due respect
left.
to the to you and the committee, I won't be doing that this morning.
Fine, you've said that, but I'd like to understand what you said going into the election and reconcile that with what
Yeah, no,
may or may not be
you're
happening
entitled
now.
to ask.
So your Parliamentary Budget Office costing was based on accounts. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And will that be the case? Because you said it was accounts when it was announced. You went to the public and said, we'll have this toll cap and it will be on accounts. Is that still the case or has that policy position changed?
Yeah, we'll make all those announcements closer to time as
I'm
we
asking you now.
invite people to register.
This is your landmark policy.
I won't be announcing those today for you.
So no
but
one
we were
knows.
upfront in the election about the fact we would need significant audit for this. There would have to be some careful administration around a toll cap. That's not unusual for toll relief, but it is important for this measure. And I do want to ask the public, as we do that,
Well, you can do that in a press conference, Minister. You don't need to do it through
We
estimates.
want this in place. We want to get it to as many drivers
Thank you. I have
as
4 minutes
possible.
left, so I'm going to move on.
Sure.
So, do you accept that this is your landmark policy? How involved are you in this landmark policy now?
Look, this is one of the key policies. It's on track. We confirmed that in the budget. I've been grateful for the assistance of Professor Alan Fells, a tough customer, who is assisting with the government. I'm grateful for the work of the Transport and Treasury officials doing this modelling. I'm grateful for the fact we've got better data than we've ever had as we approach this. This is, I don't want to
go
diminish
there.
your
Thank
questions,
you.
but this is serious relief.
Yes.
Serious reform.
And it's a serious matter, which
Of
was your
course it's
landmark
complex,
policy. I'll
and
move on to Alan Fells.
We'll update the public.
Yes. How much is Mr. Fells being paid to conduct this review?
Well, that information is on the public record, and you can speak to
And
the
I'm asking you
officials
now.
about it. But it's a look.
How
It
much
is
is
a
Mr. Fells
significant
being
amount.
paid to conduct the review, Minister?
Well, I'll take that on notice, but it's already public.
It's a lot, isn't it? You
Yeah.
don't know the number now.
Well, I'm taking the number on notice, but Ms. Ward, it pales in significance
No, I'm
compared to
asking,
the
Minister, what you are doing in
billions
your
of
time.
dollars that drivers are paying in tolls. We've committed to telling the
All right,
public
so I'm going to go back to the
exactly
question.
how many billions of dollars,
I'm
and
gonna
I
redirect.
guarantee Professor Alan Fells will be good value for money.
Thank you. Minister, you've previously ruled out compensation to toll road operators. Do you stand by that statement?
Yeah, look, I have, well, we'll be guided by the advice, obviously, now we're in government. I am concerned that getting a better deal for drivers should not be the cause for a windfall gain to private toll operators. I think that's a really important
Thank you.
principle.
Minister, in a future reformed
Ms. Ward,
network...
I do want to conclude that answer because one of the reasons I'm hopeful that might be the case is the statements from former CEO of Transurban, Scott Charlton, where he made it clear that Transurban wouldn't be looking to make a windfall gain out of this.
Appreciate
Obviously,
that.
that's an
I'm
important
asking you, I'll
public
move on.
policy principle, though.
So in a future reform network, I'm not asking about Transurban, I'm asking about you, and I'm asking about the network that you intend to deal with. Do I understand correctly that you are ruling out taxpayers being required to contribute to any ongoing expenditure to support reform?
Well, firstly, I want to
You're
emphasise
saying
this.
they're paying too much, we're just asking if they're going to be paying more.
Which of the? Can you repeat that
Sure.
statement? Which of those
In any
questions would
reformed
you like me to
network,
answer?
You have said people are paying too much and you'll come in and people won't pay more under you. Can you give that guarantee to people now that the taxpayers of New South Wales will not be paying more for your reformed network and they won't be expected to contribute more to expenditure to support reform?
Yeah, well, it's three slightly different questions. I'll do my best to answer each of them. The first thing to say is, look, this is really significant reform. I don't underestimate how complex this will be. That's why I've valued the work of Transport and Treasury. That was work that started under the former government. I want to acknowledge that. And when we came to government, we found it was serious work that'll inform that reform work. It wasn't public work. So the first thing we did was release some of that information to the public. I think it's important to engage them in this discussion. But this will not be easy. However, it is really important to deal with the cost of living pressures people are under. And I believe it's possible to do that. One of the principles that the government will apply is we don't want this to be an excuse for a windfall gain for private toll operators. We want to help drivers. We don't want additional funding going to private toll operators.
Thank you. So will taxpayers have to pay? Will taxpayers have to pay from the New South Wales budget to support your toll reform?
Well, as is clear in the budget, there is significant budget funding going in toll relief. I'm referring to the M5 cashback. I'm referring to what's referred to as the...
No, Minister, I'm going to redirect you. I'm talking about the toll reform that you are proposing to put in place. Will you guarantee that taxpayers will not be worse off? They won't have to pay extra for your toll reform?
Right, so will there be extra taxpayer costs
Will
as a
taxpayers
result
have to pay from the New South Wales budget for your toll reform?
Yeah, well, that's certainly not the intention.
Will you guarantee that?
Well, it's certainly not the intention, Ms Ward, and you can understand why. We want to drive a better deal for drivers here, not a worse deal for taxpayers. We've been left with a complex situation.
Drivers are already worse off with the Harbour Bridge and the toll
signed
up,
by
aren't
your
they?
government, but I would certainly hope that's the case.
Already worse off.
Order.
They didn't go
Okay,
up
we'll
under the
move to
Harbour
questions
Bridge.
now from the crossbench. Mr Mark Vanasiak.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, let's turn to museums. Would you agree that the Powerhouse Museum has historically been a popular place for school excursions and family holiday visits?
Yeah, well, it certainly has. I've seen for myself, my kids have seen for themselves just how popular the Powerhouse has been over the years, particularly with families. It is a much-loved institution.
I know from the website it actually has a banner on it now saying, "Hello, Sydney kids. Keen to explore Sydney with kids. Come on, let's go." And it says, "Plan your day out with the kids. The Powerhouse Museum has become one of the most affordable attractions in Sydney for families, and they're seeking educational but also interactive activities to do with their children." I'm going to pass something up to you from a recent exhibit at the Powerhouse Museum. I just want to get some of your comments as to whether this fits into the view of good family entertainment. So for the benefit of those across the table and everyone else playing at home, recently there was a public exhibit which is best described as exhibits of sex cosplay, video displays touting various forms, I'm using the exhibitor's words, not mine, various forms of poofter sex, dyke sex, and a kid's video game that says it's time to live weirdo gay island life the souvenir shop had explicit souvenirs including phallic fruit, bondage items, vulva and clitoris key rings. Minister, how does this fit in with technology and science and industry, in your view?
Yeah, well, look, probably three things worth saying. Firstly, it is true that there are far less families going to the powerhouse at the moment. I think that's a pity overall, given the history. In terms of
Do you think this would encourage them to turn up?
In terms of the specific exhibition, I haven't seen these images before, but I'm aware of the exhibition. One of the principles as Arts Minister is I don't plan to intervene in particular exhibitions. However, the government has been very clear what its vision is for the powerhouse, and it's very much a museum.
Is it this?
It's very much a science and technology museum, very much the institution that the powerhouse has become known and loved for. I am a supporter of the creative industries, and there's a place for groundbreaking art, but I don't see...
Is this the place for such groundbreaking art?
I'll just finish there is a place for that. There is a place for the creative industries. The government vision for the powerhouse is very much what it's become known and loved for. That's very much a museum, a science and technology museum. That's the future direction that we've outlined.
Okay. Does this fit in with that direction?
Look, I've only just seen these images.
Well, let's go through it then. Now, give you time to see it and comment on it. Yeah, if you look at some of the images of human
Mr.
silhouettes...
Banasiak, I might be clear. I mean, the government's direction in this area is a science and technology museum. This isn't. This probably is straying outside of that remit. We'll take some time to work through that with the powerhouse. I'm not going to intervene in particular exhibitions, but the government's been...
Thankfully, this exhibit has since passed, but...
Understood.
Isn't it concerning to you as a minister? You had the previous... I accept that you're saying that you have a direction for the Powerhouse Museum, being technology and science, etc., but clearly the leadership team of the Powerhouse Museum doesn't share that direction, do they? Because the former CEO was sacked because she was organising rave parties that damaged precious exhibits. Now we have Miss Havilah running a sex shop out of the Powerhouse Museum. Clearly they don't share your vision of or direction of the Powerhouse Museum, do they?
Well, I don't accept the description of how the powerhouse is being run. I do endorse the chief executive.
They were selling sexual-based items out of the souvenir shop.
Yeah, and you've made the point strongly. It's up to the government, in my view, to set the direction for the institution more broadly, and the government certainly takes that seriously. That hasn't always been popular with all the groups around the powerhouse, but part of the problem here is this has been an 8-year roller coaster ride where the community, including the workforce, including the management, including the local community, including the broader arts community, has had very different views about the future of this institution. So I want to recognise the fact that you and your colleague have really led some of the arguments about this. It's going to take some time to stitch back a vision for what this institution should be, and we'll step through that carefully. But I want to be very clear that it's about...
If you want to stitch up a vision, I think you've got to have the right people in the positions, and clearly you don't, because the former CEO was running rave parties. This lady's running, or this CEO is running these sorts of exhibits, and essentially a sex shop out of the souvenir shop. Perhaps on notice, I know you don't intervene in actual exhibits, but was there an actually ID check for visitors going into this section of the exhibit? Or were we just willfully exposing potentially children to what is adult material, regardless of what denomination of sexual preference you are? This is adult material.
Yeah.
Was there an ID check that allowed this exhibit to go ahead, but with appropriate supervisory provisions in place?
Yeah, look, I think that's a sensible question. I'm happy to check the arrangements that were in place for this exhibition.
Will you have some conversations with Ms Havilah to reiterate that this is the direction that you want for the Powerhouse Museum, and this exhibit that she's allowed to occur is not the direction?
Yeah, well, look, any of the issues that are raised by members of this committee I would take seriously, and certainly I'd discuss with Powerhouse, and this is no different, and with the CEO. I don't think the CEO's in any doubt about the government's direction for this institution.
The penis-shaped banana key rings may suggest otherwise, Mr. Graham, I put to you. But I think I'll leave it then. I'll leave it up to you to speak to Ms Havilah. Can I just go more to the Powerhouse project itself? Is the capital cost of the Powerhouse Parramatta project expected to exceed its original budget?
Might ask one of our officials to answer that. Perhaps Ms Pittman.
Powerhouse Parramatta project is on budget.
Is on budget. Okay. And what is that budget?
The budget for Powerhouse Parramatta is, the cost to government is $840 million, and that includes the work that we're doing, developing a new building at Castle Hill.
So that includes the Castle Hill project as well?
Correct.
Is there a breakdown between the two in terms of how much of it's going towards Parramatta versus Castle Hill?
Bear with me 1 minute.
Let's get that for you.
Yeah.
I mean, so one of the things I've done as Minister is go out to the site at Parramatta. It is going to be a spectacular institution in Western Sydney. I think I'm really pleased with that. You could have paddled your kayak to it recently. The timing and the budget are important questions, but I've been really encouraged with the progress. But Ms Pittman?
The Castle Hill project, the new building, Building J in Castle Hill, is the budget for that is $44 million, which comprises part of the $840 million, which I just described.
Thank you. And where are we up to with that project? My understanding is the occupation certificate might be delayed.
Powerhouse Castle Hill,
Yes.
Building J, is the building is complete. In the course of the final commissioning for the building, it became clear that there was needed to be an upgrade for the whole main campus to the feeder that feeds the sprinkler system for the entire campus at Castle Hill. That work is being undertaken.
Okay, and is that part of that $44 million, or is that separate?
I would have to take that on notice. That we have used contingency for that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I want to turn to the Rozelle interchange. You told media recently that when a major piece of road infrastructure like Rozelle Interchange opens, we expect drivers to take time to adjust to the new roads and route options. Victoria Road, particularly earlier this week, has been especially congested, more than usual. How long is that time when you say take time to adjust? What modelling has been done, and when will the traffic reduce?
Yeah, look, it's a really good question, and one I've been careful to warn the public about since August. The truth is, Rozelle Interchange is a remarkable piece of infrastructure, 16 kilometres of tunnels in a very constrained space, but of course WestConnex isn't going to solve every traffic problem in the city. In fact, in these local areas, it will cause traffic congestion as people get used to that.
How long does that take though?
Yeah, you're drawing attention to one of those examples. The advice to me is that it may take about 6 months as drivers become used to the settling in period. Of course, that may be slightly quicker or longer, but it is an indication of the fact that it will take drivers a little while to get into that. I've seen my main obligation as really alerting the public to that fact so that people know what's to come. It should clear up. The advice to me after that it should improve.
Within 6 months, you're saying. So I wanted to turn to the issue of Victoria Road, which I know you are aware of because my colleague in the lower house, a member for Balmain, Kobe Shetty, has written to you multiple times about the fact that the previous government committed to making the section of Victoria Road between Iron Cove Bridge and the Crescent wider for footpaths, cycle lanes, native vegetation. This was a previous government's commitment. I understand that the member has met with you to discuss this and written to you multiple times. Where is that project up to?
Yeah, look, I'll mention this specific project, but the same applies to Parramatta Road. One of the challenges was there were repeated promises that these roads will be turned into Parisian boulevards as WestConnex opened, and that simply wasn't the traffic modelling that was presented to me. It wasn't possible to reach the vision that was outlined even in the weeks to the election by some of the former ministers about what might be rapidly possible in these corridors to beautify them, move towards more active transport, move towards greater pedestrian access. So I've tried to be upfront with the public, and I want to recognise the fact that the members raised this strongly, as have a number of other members in the local area, as have the councils. They're keen to see that vision take place. I am as well, but the traffic modelling makes it clear it may be some time. How much time? Well, the opening of the Western Harbour Tunnel should give us an opportunity to reset in a more permanent way. In the meantime, we'll make the changes that we can.
So I understand that there's been a strategic business case developed for this Victoria Road vision, which I don't know whether traffic modelling was incorporated into that. But so are you saying that there's no commitment then to, for example, do a business case, like a final business case into this, which would then incorporate modelling? Wouldn't that be the wise thing to do to actually put it all on the table, allow the community to have their say? I understand there's something like 1,700, probably more than that now, members of the community who are asking for this. Why not just put it to a final business case and you can make a decision from there?
You've outlined the steps well. You've no doubt been well informed by your colleague, and that's exactly the steps that the government's keen to move through. We'll make the improvements we can immediately.
But there's no funding allocated, for example, for the final business case. So, the final business case seems to be a long way off, but now's the time to act on this, isn't it? Now's the time. If this is going to happen, there at least needs to be some money for the final business case. But that Transport for New South Wales bureaucrats, as I understand, have advised the member that there's not even money allocated for a final business case. So it seems like you're a long way off from doing anything about it.
Well, I don't agree with that last characterisation for the reason that I do regard this as an urgent priority for the government. So it certainly is one of the discussions I'm having about allocating money towards these goals. I'd regard both the Parramatta Road...
So when you're saying allocating, having a discussion about allocating, you're the minister, you are able, it's within your power to allocate that money for a final business case. So when you're saying having discussions, are you going to allocate money so a final business case can be commenced very quickly? Is that going to happen anytime soon, Minister?
Yeah, we'll update the community shortly, but we won't be waiting till the next budget is probably the best way to put it today in this hearing to deal with this. I accept that. I accept the case you're making. I was just going to say that I'd regard that as the case for both Parramatta Road. Parramatta Road is in a similar situation, and for Victoria Road, where these the next step in the business case process will be helpful to both directions. There have been some bold visions, but we actually need to move through the process. And as we came into government, that simply hadn't been done, despite the commentary of some ministers. And I'm not referring to Ms Ward, the roads minister at the time. It was some of the other ministers.
Okay, thank you.
Minister, but I do accept. So I
Sure.
just want to put these two views. We'll make changes immediately that we can, and there are some. but
what are the changes? What are those
the
changes?
business case process
When you're
is
saying
then
making
important.
the changes immediately,
Yeah,
that
I
we can.
might get the officials.
Actually, let's
to-
get that later.
Yeah,
Let's
I
get
think
that
I'd
later.
encourage you to
I will.
ask about that with
We'll
the
come back to
officials.
that. Minister, what discussions have you had with the Mayor of Inner West Council regarding the exhibition of the council's master plan for Rozelle?
Yep, for the Rozelle Parkland.
That's right.
Yeah, great. Again, one of the issues as we came into government was the community's expectations about what might be possible and what was funded and possible at the Rozelle Parklands were apart. There was a gap between those two things. So that is one of the things that I've worked with the council to do, and I've had a range of people also interested in the questions. Some examples, they related to particularly the playing fields in the area, in a number of courts, open playing fields, toilet facilities. All of those, the community had one expectation, and the funding and government position was, didn't meet that expectation. So that's something we're working through.
So you've had a number of conversations. So who have those conversations extended to who will take responsibility for the management of Rozelle Parklands once they become operational?
Yeah, so my view about the next steps here is the council conducting a master plan is probably the helpful way to be able to resolve that. Council's best place to resolve some of those community expectations and what's possible in this area. We're looking to open these
So in relation
parklands
to that
before the end of the year.
plan, so I am advised that the Mayor has moved to make putting that plan on exhibition conditional on receipt of traffic modelling data that is potentially non-existent. Are you aware of that?
Look, we've certainly had discussions on the traffic modelling data, and Transport's offered to cooperate with the council to provide whatever traffic modelling data
Are you confident
has.
that the traffic modelling data that is being requested exists and therefore that plan will be put on exhibition?
Look, my understanding is it does exist, but I'd encourage you to check with the officials exactly the nature of it.
But are you trying to hurry that along internally?
Absolutely. Look, my expectation is clear. If Transport has data, it should be shared with the council and the community in that way.
Have you found out whether they do have that data though?
My expectation is they do. That's
Okay.
my understanding, but I encourage you just to double check the nature of that with the officials this afternoon.
Okay.
But can I just say that one of the problems has been there hadn't been that level of engagement with the council, and that is something I'm much more comfortable that it's on track.
Okay. Will the government filter the exhaust stacks at Rozelle Parklands and at the Iron Cove Bridge?
Yeah, we've been clear about what the next step here is, which is we would like a review conducted into this issue. There has been serious work conducted before by the chief scientist.
Yes. What does a review mean? I mean, this is very, very clear, and as you know, has been a strong community campaign for a long time. The local community do want these exhaust stacks filtered. There's been enough evidence, enough research that they need to be. Why do you need to undertake a review to get to a position which ideally should be that your government should filter the stacks?
Oh, look, I certainly accept the community concern. I don't accept that the evidence is clear-cut. That serious work by the chief scientist earlier showed there is some complexity here, and that in fact air quality, that complex issue about air quality, we've learnt so much more about it over COVID, is not a simple thing, and in fact there'll be pockets where this improves as a result of more efficient vehicle use.
Just finally, what's the timeline for that review you just mentioned? When is it commencing? What is that about?
I'll have to either take that on notice or you're welcome to ask the officials today.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll come back.
Thank you.
3 minutes. We'll go back to the opposition.
Thank you, Minister, for the couple of minutes. So I just want to be clear, well, we seem to be very unclear about the toll cap. So let's take an example to make it simpler. So, for example, a dad and son are both tradies. They're currently on separate accounts under their tolls. Can they combine those accounts and get the $60 cap benefit under one account?
Well, I'm simply not going to go into the details of how to register or those
Well, no, it's very simple.
arrangements that we'll place on the toll cap today, because we'll announce those to the
Why not?
public. It's we want to take the public into this discussion, how to register, how to get on that service for New South
Well,
Wales.
you register online.
Will
That's
be the-
really simple. We don't need
will
to
be the
clarify
subject,
that.
will be the subject of a government announcement, Ms
But
Ward.
it
And
was
it
a
just isn't a
subject-
government
it was
announcement I'm
subject-
prepared to make.
It was
make
very
this morning.
clearly enunciated by your team in the lead up to the election. This is your landmark policy. You've said it's your number one priority. You can't seem to answer today. Is there something wrong with this policy? Is there a speed hump here? Or are we just going to go round and round the roundabout?
I was delighted in the budget to confirm that we're on track for the 1st of January, not just with this toll relief scheme, but also the toll relief scheme that applies to truck drivers, where we'll drop the toll
I don't want to
cap.
talk about truck
So
drivers.
we're on track. We were clear in the election
I've got 10
that we'd
seconds.
have to have close audit for this.
Yeah, so
and
there's
we'll
an audit
outline
and a
all of that.
review and an announcement at some time, but you can't
No,
tell
there's
people,
action.
will it apply to
There's
every
action.
driver? You can tell us today, will every driver get the cap?
I won't be accepting your invitation to
take
make
that as a
that
no.
government announcement on this occasion.
Minister, what was the cost of the recent community tunnel tour? I think was somewhere in the Roselle interchange that saw members of the public, as I understand, invited to take a short bus ride into the new tunnels, where they were invited to walk about 50 metres into the tunnel, take a photograph of themselves holding a sign, which I understand says, "I am a community tunnel VIP." What was the cost of that?
Look, I don't know the cost of that individual exercise. You'd be welcome to.
Okay, if you could take that on notice,
yeah,
what
I'm
was
certainly
the
happy to-
purpose of it, and what is a community tunnel VIP?
Yeah, look, this is the usual activity that's occurred as these tunnels open. What I would love to see is pedestrians, cyclists come out.
Did you
particularly
sign
for
off on that? Was that your idea?
the issue, I was briefed on arrangements for the opening. I'm certainly keen to see more cyclists and pedestrians available. This is a very constrained tunnel, so
Minister,
possibly
what is a
some of
community
my
tunnel VIP? What is
possibly
it?
some of
Who
my-
are these people now?
possibly some of my vision for this opening was not possible to execute in this highly constrained area, but I'd invite Sydney's cycling community to come down to the active transport links as the Roselle Parklands opens. It's going to be a fantastic park in this community who's had to suffer a lot over the last 5 years from construction.
What was the general community feedback about that community tunnel tour? The general sentiment that it was a bit of a, bad media stunt, and I don't know whether it's gone down that well with the local community. Have you had feedback?
Look, I haven't had strong feedback about it. I'm open to suggestions about it. I invite people down to the parklands, though. I think that'll be the real benefit to the local community.
Thank you, Minister. Questions from the government now.
Minister, could you please update the committee on budget funding for road safety?
I certainly can do that, and I might just take a moment.
Earlier at this stage.
I've noted some of the comments previously about road safety, and I did just want to place some of the budget facts on the table, if that was helpful for the committee, perhaps to head off any misapprehension that might exist on this subject. As I've stated to the House, road safety funding has increased both in this financial year and over the 4 years, over the forward estimates, compared to the previous budget. So budget on budget, this has increased. I'll simply place on the record briefly, Chair, what those figures are. The budget for 23-24 had previously been $590 million. It's now increased to $669 million. The previous budget for 24-25 was $475 million. It's now increased to $703 million. The budget for 25-26 had been $482 million and has increased to $643 million. Over the 4 years of the forward estimates, budget on budget, road safety funding has increased from $2.4 billion to $2.56 billion. The good news is that doesn't accommodate all of the Commonwealth road safety funding, as the Commonwealth gets more serious about road safety funding under the leadership of Minister Carol Brown. That's because the particular program allocation hasn't occurred yet. So we'll see more funding allocated, we believe, in this financial year and in the next financial year, in addition to the budget increases in road safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions? Excellent. We'll go to morning tea now, and we'll be back at 11:15.
Great.
Great. Okay, welcome back. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Sarah Mitchell, is it? Mr Damien Tudor.
Good. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Nice to be with you.
A pleasure to be here.
Minister, I'm going to ask you a series of questions in relation to the local small commitments allocation, and I have limited time, and as much as possible, I'd like just short answers to the extent that that's possible.
Damien, could you just pull the microphone a little bit closer to you?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Minister, the local small commitment allocation program guideline, which the guidelines were established, I think, in July of this year. There was a document which sets out the guidelines which apply, states that all grants made through the local small commitments allocation program are one-off or ad hoc grants, and I think you've acknowledged that previously, that they were treated as that way. So all the LSCA, which I will call them from now on, grants will be administered in accordance with the New South Wales Grants Administration Guide. Do you accept that?
Yes, you're correct about the date. It was the
Right,
31st of July, and I agree that these will be administered in accordance with
So
the
you
guide.
would understand that Section 615 of the Grants Administration Guide mandates this, where a method other than a competitive merit-based selection process is to be used, including one-off or ad hoc grants. And then it goes on to say this, and this is the important component: officials must document why that method will be used and outline the risk mitigation strategies, and this must be approved by the responsible minister or head of agency or delegate. And my question to you really, which is the key question, have you approved that documentation, and can you provide me with a copy, or the committee with a copy?
Well, I can confirm that, yes, this is under that part of the guide. I can these guidelines were certainly put to me. They include a range of the risk mitigation measures which are in place for this scheme. I've certainly approved those guidelines, and that happened just shortly before the 31st of July.
No, but it is more important than that, Minister. It is in relation to officials must document, that's you in this case, why you have approved this method and outlined the risk mitigation strategies. Now that's a separate document from the program guidelines, which I indicated to you earlier. There is a separate document which the Grants Administration Guide requires you to put in place. Where is that document?
Yeah, well, look, I've certainly approved on the basis of a recommendation from the Premier's Department, the then DPC, I've certainly approved the administration of this. That's all been on the basis of agency advice. I'm happy to perhaps ask Ms Boyd if she can outline the specific nature of this.
Well, I don't want her to outline it. Does the document exist?
Well, I was certainly given advice about the appropriate way to deal with this under the Grants Guide.
Does the document exist?
The appropriate way.
You must document it, Minister. Have you documented it, and does the document exist?
Yeah, I was briefed on risk mitigation in those formal briefings, and I'm happy for you to ask Ms Boyd now how that was incorporated in the documentation.
Is it the case that you can't answer that question, Minister? Does the document exist?
The issue you have raised has certainly been covered in the briefings I received and have signed off on and approved.
So I'll accept that, but there is no such document.
No, that's...
well,
Mr.
if there is a
Tudor,
document, I'm asking you to table that document, Minister.
Well, I'm going to refer to Ms Boyd, and if you... and we'll just let her provide some information.
I'm happy to ask Ms Boyd this afternoon in relation to that.
Well, I certainly won't have you make those suggestions.
Well, you've given an opportunity and you have failed to do so. But Minister, what role did David Meehan, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Treasurer, play in confirming election commitments covered by the LSCA for each electorate?
Firstly, I'm going to respond to your assertion, which is that those issues weren't covered. What I have indicated to you on the record is that all those risk mitigation issues required by the guide were recommended to me and were signed off in the approval paperwork. That's my understanding, but I invite you to have that discussion further with the relevant officials this afternoon.
Your evasiveness says everything, Minister.
No, and now let me turn to your...
point of order's been taken.
Making suggestions about the minister's conduct is inappropriate, and that the suggestion that the Minister was being evasive should be withdrawn.
I'll uphold the point of order in terms of reminding the member to please treat witnesses
Thank you.
with respect and courtesy
I'd
at
always
all
do with this
times.
minister.
And if
I
you're
accept
making reflections, adverse mention, including of the witness, be very careful about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I turn to answering your question, though? If
About
that's
Mr.
the
Meehan?
second part of your
Yes.
question. I've answered the assertion. I'll now answer the second part of the question. My understanding is David Meehan, as a parliamentary secretary, has provided some assistance in this program. The nature of that assistance you'd probably have to direct to David Meehan. The specifics that you're asking about, I'm not aware
So
of
you
exactly.
don't know what role he played in confirming election commitments?
No, I'm not aware of precisely the role he played. He is assisting.
Well,
I'm
imprecisely, have you got any idea?
I'm confirming that he has been involved as the parliamentary secretary in assisting on the program, but I actually can't shed more light than that. You'd have to put that to the parliamentary secretary.
I suppose then a similar question in relation to the role Sherry Burton, the senior advisor to the Premier's Caucus Liaison Unit, played in confirming the election commitments. Is it the same sort of question, and who do I ask that question of?
Well, I think if you want to ask questions about the role of the Premier's office, they're best directed to the Premier.
Do you have any idea what her role was?
Well, I know the role of the Premier's office. They've certainly played a role. I won't be naming individual staff members. That's my general practice.
Well, then, Minister, would you be able to table a list of the allocations given by Ms Burton to the Premier's department?
You're saying the list of election commitments is really...
The allocations that she has
as
identified.
I understand, that information's been supplied to the Upper House and is available to members under a call for papers the government supported.
Minister, good morning. Can you tell me what role the Labor Party head office played in relation to the commitments that were made prior to the election under that program?
Yeah, I want to make it clear that this was a program conducted by the parliamentary Labor Party.
So no involvement of any head office staff, no one who worked at Labor Party head office in Sussex Street prior to the election and you being in government was involved in this program and choosing the projects at all?
Well, I'm making it clear that this was these were election commitments made by the Parliamentary Labor Party, oversighted by the shadow ERC.
Well, they were made by candidates with respect, many of whom didn't make it into Parliament.
Yeah, so these are election commitments made in the normal way. Those are the responsibility, ultimately, of the Parliamentary Labor Party. That was the case with these arrangements.
So, Minister, just talk me through it. Let's pretend for a minute that hell's frozen over and I'm a Labor candidate for you in the state election.
You'd be very welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy as a national.
We'd have to talk about
very
a couple
of
aspects of the policy.
But so I'm a candidate for you. We'll say in the seat of Tamworth, that's where I live. I'm told I get to spend $400,000. I get to allocate that money as my election commitments. I decide that there are projects that I want to allocate that money to. Who provides me with guidance or assistance about that process?
Well, I can detail. I'm the decision maker for this program, so I can detail decisions I've made as Minister.
You provided. Who provided advice? These were election commitments, as you've just said in your previous answers. You had candidates in 93 seats across the state. What was the process for each of those candidates to identify those projects? Who did they seek guidance from? Where did they declare any conflicts of interest? What happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, those were election commitments made in the usual way. They were carefully collated. They were costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office in the normal way, as is the case with election commitments usually. These are small commitments, so it means they have to be accounted for carefully.
So what do you class as a small commitment, Minister?
Well, these are smaller amounts of money.
Well, some of them aren't. Some of them are within hundreds of thousands of dollars. So do you think that's a small amount of money?
Look, I'm not commenting on the individual grants, but I'm just drawing attention to one of the key principles of the Grants Administration Guide, and this is one that the government's had some...
But with respect, Minister, that was something that you've put in post the election. These were, in your words, election commitments. We know that they've been made by Labor candidates, many of whom were not elected to serve in this place. What I'm trying to understand is what were the probity processes, what were the guidance, what was the guidance given to those candidates, how did you make sure that there weren't any conflicts of interest, or could candidates basically pick and choose where they wanted to divvy up that $400,000 across their electorate and they just let Labor Party head office know?
Yeah, so you've drawn attention to the two processes. The first, and you're exactly right about that, let me explain why. The first, election commitments made in the normal way, as is the case for every political party. Secondly, on coming to government, an additional layer of protection, an additional layer of probity around this program, given some of the difficulties which had happened. That is
So what do you mean some of the difficulties that have happened?
I'm referring to the pork barrelling, the rorting
So
that
from
occurred
your
under the
candidates
National
who
Party.
handpicked, your
in
candidates
particular,
handpicked projects that supported
former Deputy
organisations that they're part of. So isn't
John
that pork
Barilaro.
barrelling? How are candidates handpicking projects that they have personal interest in not a problem, Minister? Can't you see that there are probity issues with this?
Well, I reject the description. I think you're asking about the conflict of interest process
Yeah, was there
as
any?
part of this. Yes, there's a conflict of interest process as part of the second layer of protection here.
I'm asking about the initial process, Minister.
Yeah,
point in time, because I've let this
I know
line of
what the point
questioning
of order is
run.
going to be, and I will.
Well, I'd like to actually have
there's
the
no-
opportunity to elaborate
No,
what the point
look,
of order
I know
is.
what it's going to be in terms of interrupting the minister, so I'm just
No,
going to.
no, it's not about interrupting the minister. My point of order is this: the line of questioning is directed to matters that are outside the portfolio responsibility.
No,
They're
that's
events
not.
that are
I
there are
don't
events
uphold
that have
the
occurred
order
prior to the
Mr.
minister
D'Adam,
taking
I
office.
don't uphold the point of order. We have
The minister can
wide
be asked
latitude.
questions
Order,
within the remit
Mr.
of his
D'Adam.
portfolio.
I will no longer hear the point of order. Members have wide latitude to ask questions, particularly about grants. So please don't waste the time. Go back to Ms. Mitchell, but please, Ms. Mitchell.
Sure.
Allow the minister to answer the question, because you are making some allegations here. So please hear the minister
Thank you,
as well.
Chair. I'll keep it simple before I hand back to my colleague. One question, Minister. Was there a conflict of interest process in place when projects were nominated by candidates prior to the election? Yes or no?
I'm advised the answer is yes.
And what was that process?
Look, I can't go into further detail.
Why?
I can go into further detail about the conflicts of interests. There are a range of layers of protection. I'm advised there was a conflict of interest process beforehand. There is a conflict of interest process as part of the second layer of protection.
Can I just redirect you back, Minister? What was the conflict of interest process before the election?
Well, there was a process for candidates to nominate a conflict
Through
of
whom?
interest.
But what did that look like and how did they do that? How many nominated? What was the process?
In the ordinary way that might apply with election commitments.
What does
These
that
were election
mean?
commitments made in the ordinary way. The usual checking applied.
Checking by whom?
Well, by the Parliamentary Labor Party.
Thank
Right.
you. Who authorised Kieran Ash to offer Leichhardt Public School P&C $20,000 of taxpayers' money during the election campaign?
Well, I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not. Can you repeat the question? Who authorised?
Who authorised Kieran Ash to offer Leichhardt Public School P&C $20,000 of taxpayers' money?
This is a question. This does not relate to the minister's portfolio responsibilities.
Does.
No,
Order.
it does not.
If we could just stop.
This is conduct before the minister was a minister of the Crown.
He's answering it.
Yeah, I have heard the point of order. Again, budget estimates, questions range right across. That has always been the case. This I won't uphold it. Continue, Ms. Mitchell.
Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Tudor.
Mr. Tudor.
Yeah, look, I can't shed a lot of light on who authorised Mr. Ash.
Well, are you aware what role Mr Ash played in the nomination of the 7 projects in Balmain, which are slated to receive $250,000 in taxpayers' money?
Look, those, as far as I'm aware, and I'm happy to check now, or for you to ask officials afterwards, those projects haven't come to me, so I haven't seen the paperwork or approved those grants.
Well, in relation to that, of course, he was employed as a DLO in the Office of the Lead Minister for Transport portfolio. Did Mr Ash speak, to the best of your knowledge, to anyone in your office about the local small commitments allocation program?
I don't believe so, and one of the reasons I have some confidence about that is, as part of the guidelines, as you'd be aware because I've tabled them in the Parliament shortly after they were approved, I am keeping a register of any interactions I have as I approve these of people who might express a view to me or to my office that might be relevant to the decision.
So can you come back to us? Have you checked with your staff in relation to that, or can you check with your staff and take that on notice?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly happy to double check for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that on notice.
Thanks, Minister.
Perhaps
So
is the best way to answer your question.
The Community Building Partnership Program guidelines, they have, or they exclude an MP from involvement in selecting a project where a member of their family might be involved in a particular club or organisation. Can you explain to me then why it's okay for the member for Camden who has a family member who is involved with the Camden Music Society to personally select that Camden Musical Society to receive $75,000 of taxpayer money through the local small commitment allocations? Why is the rules okay for one grant but presumably go out the window for the other?
Yeah, so Ms Mitchell, I'm happy to run through the conflict of interest arrangements, but I was interrupted as I was trying to explain to you what they... so that might perhaps be of assistance. I'm the decision maker for this scheme. The department will send for the briefs. There is a conflict of interest process both for the assessors.
Yeah, well, with respect, I don't mean to interrupt you, Minister, but we did go through this with the officials in the Premier's hearing, and they made it clear that they receive a list from the Premier's office. They check whether those projects are worthy of money, but they don't look at any of those personal conflict of interest issues prior to the election, anything being nominated. So what you're saying actually isn't correct. I don't understand how somebody can personally allocate money to an organisation of which their family member can benefit and that's not a probity issue. Can you explain that to me?
No, I can, and I was just interrupted as I was trying to do so. What I'm saying is correct. In addition to that conflict of interest process for the assessors, there will be additional conflict of interest checks where issues have been raised, and there have been a number of questions raised. In addition to that, I will freely ask for additional conflicts of interest.
So you'll just decide. It'll come down
checks
to the
ethical
and moral guidance of John Graham as to whether these people get money.
Point of order.
A point of order has been taken by Mr Namber.
Chair, it's not courteous for the witness to interrupt as he's giving an answer that is directly relevant to the question that has been asked of him.
Yeah, look, I've heard the point of order. I think we know how it goes. I think that exchange was reasonably okay, and we could hear what the Minister was responding to, but let's be mindful, again, to try and hear the witness and allow them to respond. Are we back to you, Ms Mitchell?
Yeah. So, Minister, what you've just said that you will look at it as the decision maker. What will be that formal conflict of interest process that you'll consider as the decision maker? Do you have that as a written document? Could you share that with the committee?
In addition to those checks that I've outlined, I will request additional conflict of interest declarations if I have any concerns or if I'm aware of any issues. I've already done so in relation to some early projects. I'll continue to do so.
But that'll just be at your discretion as Minister,
House,
is that correct?
Members of the Upper House have access to this list. If there's any concerns that members have, they're welcome to raise them, and I'll ensure that the conflict process is applied.
Shouldn't you be doing that as the Minister and making sure that
I
every
will
single
be doing
project...
that as the Minister.
So every single project you will make sure that there's no personal conflict of interest between the Labor candidate who nominated it and the project recipient?
Well, I'm outlining a series of checks on election commitments in the usual way about conflicts of interest. Checks by the department, checks by me as Minister. I'm inviting you as a member with access to this information because the government has provided it to identify any issues.
Thanks, Minister.
So far, you have not identified any issues.
Back? You said before that there was, you believe, a conflict of interest process by the Parliamentary Labor Party prior to the election. Could you advise the committee who led that conflict of interest declaration process within the Labor Party Parliamentary Party? Who was responsible for that prior to the election?
Well, look, these are election commitments in the ordinary way.
Who was it? Someone must have. Who was it?
These are election commitments in the usual way. This was oversighted by the Shadow ERC. I hope that John Barilaro was declaring his conflicts of
I'm
interest.
not asking about.
You're all running cover.
previous
I hope you
government.
had a
door.
conflict of interest process.
I would like to know who
Running
was
cover.
responsible.
Order.
Who was responsible for that process within
time's
your
up.
parliamentary party?
Thank you, Ms Mitchell. Well, let's move on because that last 10 seconds was just ridiculous. So we'll go to Crossbench. Why don't we go to you, Ms Boyd? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We're still in morning, aren't we? Yes, just. Good morning to you. I wanted to just pick up on that local small commitments allocations. Under the SO52, a bunch of documents have been provided which have been really useful in understanding a little bit more about the sort of pattern of the allocations across the different electorates. And I think, for context, and you and I have had discussions about this, that from a Greens perspective, we're quite uncomfortable with the idea of a program that is both run during an election and then becomes sort of a grants allocation program later on. Looking at the data provided in the SO52, we can see that candidates in seats that Labor goes on to win were 50% more likely to fully commit or mostly commit their $400,000. And the candidates in seats that Labor went on to win in the election committed 1/5 more money than candidates in non-Labor seats. So it's quite a very, there's a very clear distinction to indicate that those candidates in the seats that Labor held or went on to win were considerably, more likely to allocate that full amount. Was it not communicated to Labor candidates in the seats that you were less keen on winning that they could allocate this money?
Two views might be useful. I've seen the fact that you in other hearings have drawn this distinction between the election commitments and then the subsequent grant scheme. I'd describe those as additional protections for this scheme. It was designed to be equal for every electorate, and that was the commitment that was made. That was after some of the grant schemes we've all seen, where a huge amount, often up to 96%, was going to coalition electorates. This was designed to be the opposite of that, an equal amount to each electorate. And there were, I can't comment on the specifics about the candidate, which candidates chose to do what.
Minister.
But I do, the central idea was,
Yeah.
wherever you are in the state, whatever your electorate,
Yeah.
you get the same amount. And that's dramatically different.
You would
too.
agree, though, wouldn't you, that the issue with pork barrelling under the last election is that what we were seeing were funds going to coalition-held seats or seats that they were targeting because they wanted to win an election on the back of it. That's the problem with pork barrelling. What we have in this case is Labor giving its candidates only the ability to allocate a chunk of money during an election. How is that anything but buying votes?
Yeah, well, let me explain why it was one of the principles. So one key principle, an equal amount for each electorate. It didn't matter where you were in the state. You should have the same amount allocated to you. But secondly, there have been concerns in the past about candidates, and look, this was the case with John Barilaro, saying, if you don't elect me, you don't get this commitment. That is a concern. The commitment here is, doesn't matter whether the candidate wins or loses, win, lose or draw, the election commitment will be fulfilled. And it's designed to actually provide some protection against some of that behaviour we've seen.
With the with election commitments are ordinarily made public, correct? And yet, as was made clear in earlier hearings, not all of these commitments were made public, and they've also not all been made public yet. So how is that an election commitment and not just a candidate going around saying, hey, vote for me and you'll get this?
Yeah, look, it's really a matter for the candidates how public they were made. I would have expected that, like most election commitments, they're made public, but...
They weren't, though.
Look, many of them were. This was certainly costed in public. It's certainly now available to members of the upper house. That's been supplied
No, it hasn't.
by
But it's
the
not
government.
something that
No, it
the
hasn't.
that each candidate is able to. Sorry, that each member who has actually won the seat is able to freshly allocate. I think we're doing fancy footwork here around the principles. The principles are that, certainly when Labor was in opposition, Labor and the Greens were very clear that what we didn't want to see was the use of public funds, either before an election or after an election, used in a way to curry favour with voters to get votes. And I wish I didn't have to say this, but this looks very much like a different form of pork barrelling. Like, yes, it was for every electorate, but that's not the point. It was only for Labor candidates for the purposes of them campaigning to win an election. How is that at all consistent with what we've learnt about democratic elections in the last 12 years?
Yeah, look, parties ahead of elections are entitled to make election commitments, including small election commitments. That's
Not an election
consistent.
commitment if it's
That's
not
consistent
public.
with those. The key protection here is equal for every electorate. It's $400,000. That's not too dissimilar to, for example, some of the schemes which are in place in any way for members to allocate funds to their communities. And this is similar. But the key protection is an equal amount for every electorate, regardless of where you are in the state. And that's dramatically different, as you know, to how
But
these grant schemes operate.
deliberately avoiding the purpose of that. The reason that we say we want equality for all of the different electorates is because we don't want to see this money used in order to curry favour ahead of an election. So that is the focus, that last bit, not the first bit.
Yeah, look, I think it's an important discussion for the political system to have, because if election commitments aren't made, these are decisions only made by the agencies. Now, I'm a strong supporter of the public service. I'm a strong supporter of good advice being given, but I also think candidates and parties are entitled to make commitments ahead of an election. It's a fundamental protection.
Yep.
Stand for election based on it, and then be judged according to their plan for the local area is really one of the ways to think about that, and the Premier's been clear about that.
Let's move on to something in your portfolio, but before your time. Hopefully we're on happier ground. I just want to talk about the Transurban unsolicited bid in relation to the M7 to M12 stage 2. So I understand that Transurban put in a unsolicited bid for that. I think maybe in 2021, around then, 21, 22. It was reported on in 22. I'm looking at an e-tender record that shows that PricewaterhouseCoopers won the contract to be the financial advisor in relation to assessing that unsolicited proposal for the government. It was estimated originally at $500,000 for PwC. It ends up being amended to $1.5 million in order to get PwC to assess the quality of that proposal, unsolicited proposal from Transurban. Has this issue come to your attention at all already?
I'm aware of the general issue. Certainly it occurred, the decision was made prior to us being in government. I wasn't aware that PwC was part of the assessment process or the arrangements around the contract.
Let me tell you, PwC have been Transurban's auditors for a very long time. In addition to Transurban's auditors, they've also provided consulting work to Transurban for a very long time, including for the period in which they were creating this unsolicited bid. Can I ask you to go and look back on the records and see if there was if you have any concerns, knowing what we now know about consultants, on the conflict of interest of a company advising, auditing, consulting for Transurban, and then being appointed to assess Transurban's unsolicited bid for a major piece of road infrastructure?
I'm certainly happy to do so. I'll just make a couple of comments in agreeing to that. Firstly, I want to recognise the work that's been done at a federal level, but also by this Parliament in dealing with some of these questions and your particular role. I do want to recognise that. Secondly, I'm certainly happy to have this issue looked at, and any information you want to supply, I'm happy to. I don't make a judgment. The third point is I don't make a judgment on the face of it, because there are sometimes protections in place within these firms.
Yeah.
But given
Looks
what
pretty damning.
Given what we've learned, I certainly think it's appropriate to have the issue examined.
Thank you. I might just pause there if that's...
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Benazia for questions now.
Thank you, Chair. I might go to the State Library.
Sure.
Minister, you're obviously an avid advocate for reading, noting your inaugural speech. Obviously, in recent budget estimates, we heard, in terms of the multicultural portfolio, that obviously the people coming with diverse language backgrounds and cultural backgrounds is on the rise, understandably. What investments are going to take place in the State Library to ensure that that great collection of multicultural material is not only maintained but improved upon? There's over 40 languages represented there. Is there a plan from your government to grow that and expand that investment?
Yeah, well, I'm very grateful for the question. I'm a strong supporter of the State Library, mainly because I think it is one of the key institutions in the state. I recognise the support it's had from the former government, but I'm very excited about the new future of the State Library as it becomes a home for the state's readers and writers. There has been more investment in general in the State Library compared to, say, where we were prior to the pandemic. Funding in this budget is up 10%, recognising the support that this government's had for the State Library.
Is any of that increased investment targeting our multicultural collection?
Yeah, well, one of the observations that the departing librarian had, Dr. John Vallance, and I want to recognise his service.
Yeah, well respected.
Yeah, was that should be an increasingly important investment priority for the State Library. And
does the new State Librarian share that view?
Look, I don't recall specifically having that discussion with her, but it's certainly something that's important to the government.
Okay. Can I just go to a previous program from the last government around an arts hub? One of the former ministers for arts, the Honourable Don Harwin, set up some consultations around creating a solution for many of our smaller music and arts organisations and trying to give them a joint home and some structure. I'm just wondering whether that's a project that your government's willing to continue or not, and if you're not, what is your solution to supporting those smaller music and arts organisations that are really struggling with the costs of doing what they're doing?
Yeah. So here's the way we're thinking about doing it. The government's developing its arts, cultural and creative industries policy, which will set the direction for the consultation right around the state at the moment, out before Christmas. One of the key issues I expect it to look at in that policy is to find homes for our creative communities, places where particular readers and writers at the State Library, for example, those natural places that these creative communities might find homes.
Are you talking about permanent homes, so permanent premises, or are we talking about temporary floating?
No, we're thinking a little bit more broadly, places that those creative communities might feel at home, able to mix, to know where they can find the other people interested in reading and writing, for example. These were some of the questions being raised by the former ministers, and I recognise that. So we're certainly interested in this direction. Till the policy lands, I'm not committed to any specifics, but I've got no doubt, though, that idea of homes and also the need for creative spaces will be a big part of the policy.
Sure. Just picking up on that policy, is mob ticks part of that policy?
Is
mob ticks part of that policy? In September, there were some articles floating around about mob ticks, and the Sydney Opera House was reported as advertising discounted tickets for First Nations people, not necessarily means tested in any way, which sort of goes against the process you put in place for all these other vouchers is MobTix, well, first of all, was MobTix your government's idea, or did you have any involvement in Sydney Opera House adopting that policy?
Look, firstly, I'm not sure if they made a submission or not to the consultation, but they'd certainly be welcome to. It's not too late if anyone's still got late views. Secondly, look, I don't know a whole lot about that particular organisation, although its goals sound worthy.
You don't know much
without
about Sydney Opera House?
Without going into the details of MobTix.
Well, the MobTix was this principle that you would give discounted tickets to arts and cultural events and music events for people of First Nations. Quite significant discounts, but it wasn't means tested in any way. There didn't seem to be any sort of regulations or controls around it. And Sydney Opera House, which is a government-run entity, was partaking in this. I'm just wondering whether they did that without your direction. And whether this is something that you want to continue looking at, noting that it does, First Nations art and culture does feature heavily in this.
Look, it certainly wasn't a direction. Look, I'm broadly aware of it as you mentioned, but I certainly don't know the details. So I'd encourage you to put it to the Opera House directly, if that's possible this afternoon, if the committee's called them as witnesses, and I'll be happy to supply further information myself if you've got views.
Sure. Just looking as well with that policy and looking at the Create New South Wales website, I note that we have seemingly two organisations, one funded by the government and one actually a government agency or a government department both focusing on contemporary music, one being Sound New South Wales, which is within your government, and then there is also Music New South Wales, which claims to be the state music body, but it's non-profited, but it's funded by Create New South Wales. I'm just wondering, why do we have two seemingly bodies, one funded directly by Create New South Wales, one being the government department, both focusing on the same issue of contemporary music? Noting that contemporary music is very broad in its description, but there are other types of music within New South Wales. Why are we having two entities dedicated to that?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. They're quite distinct organisations, though. Music New South Wales has existed for about, I think, 22 years, was funded previously by the state government over that time. It really plays an industry role, is the best way to think about it, with government support. But until Sound New South Wales, there hadn't been a government agency who had the primary responsibility for contemporary music. Create certainly played a role, and a valuable role, but one of the views that was put was, while there was good industry support from Music New South Wales, there wasn't a deep understanding or specialist knowledge in government, and that's the role Sound New South Wales plays. It's similar to, there's a similar arrangement in place in other states.
So how are you making sure that they're pulling in the same direction? With regards to contemporary music?
Yeah, well, it's early days, but we'll develop a 10-year contemporary music plan that'll drive the direction. The government will take a close interest in that, including in the details of it.
So when do you plan to develop the 10-year plan?
The step one, the Arts, Culture and Creative Industries policy, out before the end of the year. Sound New South Wales has already been established and is commencing work. We'll appoint a board shortly. We're already in the process of doing that. That's imminent, is probably the best way to describe its public status. And that will really guide the direction of that plan. I'd expect next year. I'd love to see it early next year. But that's really the next step, once we've got the board and the policy in place.
Just quickly, you've appointed a nighttime commissioner. And I've gone to the website, it's a very flashy website, lots of beautiful pictures of Sydney. What's your vision for the 24-hour economy in our regions? Because it seems to be heavily focused on Sydney, understandably. It's probably quite easier to create a 24-hour economy in Sydney than the regions, but what's your vision for how that plays out in the regions, and what directions have you given to Mr Rodriguez to see that through?
No, look, it's a really good question. Sadly, I didn't appoint Mr Rodriguez. I've given Stuart Ayres credit for appointing him. I think it was a good appointment. I've given Stuart Ayres publicly credit for doing so, so I better not withdraw that this morning. But the team, that 24-hour team, is doing good work. I certainly campaigned for a commissioner to be appointed by the former government. The question of regions is an important one, though. We've expanded the remit from Sydney to Newcastle, Central Coast, Wollongong. I'd like to see the role go further, and I think over time we probably will. In the bill that's coming before the House, it's also clear that the Commissioner would have some advice capacity that would stretch right across the state. For me, that's important for places like Tamworth or places like Wagga, two councils and two communities that really are leading the way in some of these discussions. So
Will he actually have any powers as a commissioner, or will it be like some of these other commissioners that get to look at things?
No, look, I'd commend the government's bill before the House at the moment, which will strengthen the powers of the commissioner. This should be a small team, but it's got to be a team that's got some powers so it can engage with the big agencies like transport and planning to drive this agenda.
Thank you, Minister. We'll now move to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So just back, Minister, to the example I was giving you in relation to the Camden Music Society under the local small commitments allocation. Can you provide advice as to what probity checks, conflict of interest process you as the decision maker will put in place given a member of that MP's immediate family is involved in that society?
Yes, so it's a good example where something has been drawn to attention. I would expect that the agency will perform those checks before the paperwork comes up to me. It hasn't yet.
With respect, Minister.
Sorry, Ms Mitchell, I am actually answering the question. I want to come to your question very specifically, if you'll let me. So I would expect that before I even receive the paperwork, the agency may well have performed those checks. However, in addition, I would certainly request that given the issues being raised, and I invite members to raise any other.
But with respect, Minister, you're not answering my question. Earlier evidence that was given by some of the Department of, or Premier's Department officials was that they didn't look at any of those personal conflict of interest through their process. They got a list from the Premier's office and they're just checking that the projects stack up in terms of, value for the community and what they'll provide. I would like you to detail how you will look at those conflicts of interest. What are you going to do? What is the process? How will that be consistently applied across any where members raise concern?
Well, I can tell you what I've already done is perhaps one way to answer it, which is if I've got any concerns or if members have raised issues, I have requested a conflict of interest and sent things back prior to approval. I'll continue to do that. In addition, where issues have been raised publicly, I do think it's reasonable for the agency to provide some conflict of interest information if it can be made available. And my expectation is that should occur.
So I'll give you another example. Dubbo Regional Council were allocated, well, it was never publicly announced prior to the election, so I'll just be clear on that, but $396,000 for their Regent Park upgrade. That was made by the Labor candidate Josh Black, who is a councillor on Dubbo Council. I believe is also a staff member to one of your Labor colleagues. What will be the probity that will be put in place there? When Council actually discussed this project, the minutes show very clearly that Councillor Black removed himself from the discussion because of a significant conflict of interest. What will you apply to this particular project in your assessment as the decision maker?
Yeah, so firstly, I don't believe this has come to me, but you're happy to check with the agency officials, and I'm happy to be corrected if I've got that wrong. However, the issue has been publicly raised. I would certainly request further conflict of interest information. I would expect that that will already occur via the agency, and I've asked for that to occur. It's just a common sense proposition that if members are raising issues in the Parliament, I'd expect advice as a decision maker to be supplied to me.
Thank you,
if it wasn't there, I'll request it, but I'd expect it's just a common sense proposition that the agency might already do that, and I've asked for that to be the case.
These are two examples that I'm raising. I suspect there'll be hundreds of projects that will be funded. Are you saying that the process will have to rely on a member of the public or an MP raising concerns about a project with you in order for you to have this extra layer of accountability around conflicts of interest? If you went out on Macquarie Street and asked people right now about the two examples that I'm referring to, the fact, particularly in Dubbo, that someone who was not elected to this place, did not come within a bull's roar of being elected to Parliament, has allocated $396,000 to a council of which they're a member, that is quite an extraordinary proposition. And from what you're saying to me, I don't think there appears to be a consistent method of looking at these. If members raise them with you, you'll ask for more information. Is that really the extent of your evidence?
No, it's absolutely not the extent of my evidence. I've detailed a series of conflict of interest checks that apply.
With respect, you haven't. What is the detail of that,
One that the
Minister?
agency will apply, one that applies to the assessors. I'm inviting you to raise any of your concerns and they'll be addressed. That's a series of checks that apply across this program.
So if no one raises any concerns with you, there won't be a process to look at any potential conflicts of interest?
No, that's not correct.
That's what you just said.
Well, that's not correct, and you're misrepresenting my evidence. In addition, Ms Mitchell, I've agreed to supply all this, the approval paperwork, to the upper house for the projects I've applied. So I suggest look at that. That's in stark contrast to what we've seen previously, when some of that approval of paperwork we were told
Is any of that
didn't
information
exist.
privileged?
In fact, it was shredded.
You're going to claim privilege on that too?
Yeah, that's not a bad question. Is there privileged information though?
Look, I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to check now.
That
but
would be good, thank you.
I think the government's intention is clear. I understand there's some interest in this, and I'm very happy for the paperwork to be available to members. That's the approach I'm
But the list you put
taking
into the
as
upper house,
Minister.
you claim privilege over.
It's why well, I do think that's appropriate while we're rolling the program out. But it's available to members. It's available to members. I encourage you to inspect it. If you do have concerns, they'll
Minister,
certainly
can
be
I ask you this?
dealt with. I will deal with, to Ms Mitchell's point though, because I think it is important, Mr Tudo, any concerns I have, I will be requesting conflict of interest paperwork, and I have already done so.
Well, Minister, earlier you gave an answer that all the allocated projects which were the subject of commitments were available. Are you standing by that answer? Because my understanding is that the release of that list of projects has not been made available. Right. Will you provide a complete list? Because if you are assessing them on the basis of submissions made by you, it'd be nice to be able to look at the list.
It's a good question. I am going to turn to Ms Boyd just to find out where we're up to in the process. No, I think it is fair to turn to Ms Boyd to clarify.
Well, it's a yes. Will the list be available, Ms Boyd?
Yes, once the projects have been approved, a list will be published in accordance
Well,
with the grants policy.
then that is a... Minister, do you accept that process does not allow for input before they're being approved in relation to concerns that members have?
I would also say the list is available to members of the upper house.
It's privileged. It is not available.
It is available to members of the
We do not address witnesses in that way.
Minister,
Can I, Mr Tudhope, I do want to clarify your question. I'm advised the list has been supplied to members of the upper house. That is in response to a call for papers that the government agreed to. That is available for there. Unsurprisingly, it's under privilege. That would have applied under your government. What wouldn't have applied under your government is
We
that
had to
list
get a
wouldn't
call
have
for
been...
papers and you
wouldn't-
claim
It's not
privilege. It
open
is
and
not
transparent.
which the
open.
government supported.
That's
That's very
bollocks.
different to the approach under your government,
Bollocks.
particularly
Minister,
when the approval paperwork was
That's
shredded.
nonsense.
that answer is subject to considerable debate, but I'm not going to debate it with
I
you in this
invite your-
forum.
I invite your debate.
Minister, what was the most marginal seat decided in the lower house in New South Wales at the last election?
Look, I'll have to defer to your cephalical knowledge on this one.
Well, would you accept from me that there was a seat of Ryde?
Yes, by 50 or 51 votes in both
so
the count
the seat
and
of
the
Ryde
recount.
was that seat, which in fact was the closest and most tightly fought seat in the state.
Now you prompt me, I do recall that.
Yes. So, do you accept that the Labor candidate for Ryde posted on social media a statement authorised by the now government whip that Labor will build a new cultural centre in Eastwood? Her post stated, "I'm so proud that the Minns government will build a new cultural community centre in Eastwood. Are you aware of this election commitment by the Labor candidate?
Look, I don't recall that election commitment by the...
Well, are you aware that it was authorised by the government whip? Probably not, if you're not aware of the actual commitment.
No.
To build a new cultural community centre in Eastwood. That was the commitment.
Okay.
And you will accept, would you, that that Labor will deliver on the commitments which it has made in relation to those projects?
Are you suggesting this was part of the local small commitments allocation?
I'll come to that.
Right, okay. You'll have to repeat your question. What is your question, Mr. Tudor?
If in fact, Minister, the Labor candidate said that they were committing $400,000 to the establishment of this community centre, how is that commitment able to be assessed without the delivery of the community centre?
Yeah, look, this isn't a project I've approved. I don't have advice from the agency on it. I can't shed a lot of light without that advice. I'm noting your concerns and I'll look at it closely when I get that advice and when I'm required to approve the project.
Will you accept from me, Minister, that there is nothing in the budget relating to the establishment of this community centre in Eastwood? And I should declare that I live in Eastwood, and I'm very aware of the commitment which was made, because I was at a community forum where the Labor member made this commitment in relation to the $400,000. If in fact there is no commitment now by the government to deliver this community centre, that $400,000 which she promised was nothing more than a bribe, was it?
Well, no, I reject your suggestion. As I've said, I don't know the details of the project, but I'm certainly, if this is a project that comes to me as a decision maker, I'm certainly happy to consider your views that you put this morning on it. But I can't shed more light on the detail without advice, without more knowledge of the project.
Well, this was a commitment of the $400,000 which you had allowed, which the Labor Party had allowed Labor
so you're confirming it was part of this?
Allowed Labor candidates to commit, where Labor and Lyndall will build a new cultural centre in Eastwood. There is no prospect that Labor will deliver that cultural centre, is there?
Well, Mr. Tudor, I think you're confirming that you believe it was a part of this program. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
correct.
Right. No, thank you. So, as I've said, I haven't received advice on it. I haven't approved this project. I'm happy to update further once I can to the House if I'm asked in the House, but I simply can't shed more light on the specifics of this one.
In the material approved by the government whip as part of Labor's election commitments, Labor will invest $400,000 in this project. This was the commitment being made by the candidate.
Yeah. What's your question?
Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate in respect of...
order.
A point of order's been taken.
Oh,
Bob might know.
cover up.
He approved it.
Chair, we are now asking for a level of specificity and detail from a period that traverses well before Mr. Graham was Minister. It is not relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry. You can perhaps ask the question in a different way that is more relevant to the terms of reference.
Thank you, Mr. Nan, but I won't uphold the point of order. I will note that the party's election commitments, particularly when that party wins government, are actually very much in line and have been traversed by multiple inquiries in the past. That's what election promises are. So it's well within order. Continue, Mr. Tudor.
So if the commitment being made by the Labor candidate was in respect of a project which the government had no intention of committing to, is that an appropriate use of these small allocations?
Point of order.
I'll stop running cover. I'm wasting time. This is a
It
cover up.
hasn't been a step.
You can see by the
It has
reaction
not
we're
been
getting
established
somewhere. There's questions to
that
ask.
this
We're getting somewhere. Look at that.
And Ms Ward, the longer that you do that, the longer that we take trying to hear the point of order. Mr.
It hasn't
D'Adam.
been established. Mr. Tudor-Hope, in his questioning, is asserting without any supporting evidence that this project falls within the remit of the grants program
He's
that the
answering the
Minister
questions.
administers. The
Mr.
Minister has indicated that he's going to seek advice
Mr.
on that.
Adam, you know that is not a point of order. I won't
The question
uphold.
is-
I won't uphold the point of order. It is clearly a question around potential expenditure within the arts budget and a commitment Labor made before the election. It is completely within order. Mr. Tudor.
Minister, will you, on notice, come back and confirm whether this commitment made by this candidate comprises a commitment made by the candidate as part of the local small commitments allocation?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm happy to come back as soon as I receive information about this project in the ordinary course of that. I'll be happy to update you on the
something
House.
you could do this afternoon, could you not?
No, I'm not going to waive the usual rules and timelines on this one. But as soon as I've got information, I'm open to providing further information.
Well,
about
you
I'm
have
not-
the list, Minister. You have the list.
I have
You
not-
can go
Release
and
it.
look at the list of allocations which have been
the
made
list-
by candidates.
The list has been supplied to the upper house. I
Underprivileged.
invite you to make your own inquiries.
Ms. Boyd, I'll ask you this question, which I was invited to do earlier, and this is just a question in relation to the documentation which was required to be provided pursuant to clause 6.15 of the Grants Administration Guide. I'll just ask you this: has that documentation been prepared, and is it
Yes.
available? Yes or no?
Yes, it has been prepared.
Is it available,
I have to take that on notice.
Minister? Will you provide the document?
As I stated,
It's been prepared, Minister. We've just heard it's been prepared. Where is it?
Well, as I told you earlier, this work has been done. I have approved it. The same position I put to you earlier is the same position I have today and has been confirmed by Ms. Boyd.
The document exists and you won't provide it to the committee?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I've supplied much of the information, and I'm likely to supply this.
Ms. Boyd, have you
I'm likely
seen...
to supply this information
My question
as
is to
well.
Ms. Boyd. Have you seen the Labor Party's parliamentary conflict declaration
For these projects.
for these projects?
No.
Is there one?
Sorry, was that
I
advice
don't
ever-
administer this grant program. I work for the Cabinet Office, and the Premier's Department is the agency responsible for administering the program. Miss Kate Maher attended the Premier's hearing and gave details about the administration of the program. So if you have questions about that, I suggest you direct them to the Premier's Department.
Oh, we've already asked for it, but it seems that nobody seems to be able to see where it is. I'll move on. Minister, can I go back to the toll review? Can I inform you that the cost for the Allan Fells review is $1 million. $1 million. And you can't tell people if the toll cap will apply to every driver. So Opal card fees are up, car rego's up, Allan Fells is costing $1 million, and you can't tell anybody. And you've increased fees, so you've increased the Harbour Bridge, you've increased the Opal card, you've increased car rego, and Fells is getting $1 million, and you can't tell us who's going to get their cap. You can't tell us every driver will get their cap. That's correct, isn't it?
I was waiting for your question there after that long statement.
That's right, isn't
Ms.
it?
Wood. Which would you like me to deal
Fees
with of
are
all
up
those
on-
assertions, most of which I reject?
Fees are up under Labor, Harbour Bridge you pay more, your car rego you pay more, Allan Fells is $1 million, and you can't tell us when every driver will get any relief at all. You
Well,
can't
that's-
tell us that.
I reject that assertion. As you know, motorists are being asked to pay tens of billions of dollars, possibly more, and we'll be clear with the public
When?
about that at some point soon.
Okay.
We'll also be clear about the arrangements for this toll cap. It's going to make a huge
When?
difference to drivers in the western suburbs of Sydney. Can I give you one example? Kellyville.
No, I'll move on.
That's
I have
where
2 minutes
most
left.
drivers will benefit by number.
Well, but if you're coming from Kellyville, you could use the Harbour Bridge. The only increase in tolls
Well, they're
is under
paying
you.
an
Isn't that
average
right?
of
Every increase has been under
$399
you.
a year each, and they need some help, and we're on track to deliver
Sure
that
do,
help.
because it's all up under you. I'll move on. The Roxy Theatre. The Roxy Theatre, can I ask about that, Minister? Minister, have any funds been put aside in this state budget to meet your election commitment to acquire the Roxy Theatre by compulsory acquisition?
The first step in this, and this was our election commitment, was to complete the business case for the Roxy Theatre acquisition. and the potential acquisition is potentially the best way to describe it. I was out there yesterday looking
Thank
at the
you.
Metro site and at the Roxy Theatre.
I'll move on because I have
but we're
1
doing
minute.
that careful work
All
to
right.
examine the
But
options.
it was an election commitment. You don't disagree with that. It was
I
an
agree that we've
election
committed to
commitment.
look at the future of the Roxy Theatre.
And you
yes.
said it was still on the table in March this year. Has any work been done by you or Create to progress that acquisition, that potential compulsory acquisition now? Has any work been done in that space?
Yeah, look, it's certainly been discussed. There's certainly work underway. There's a range of ways this issue might be tackled. It's an important, one of the important election commitments we made, and I look forward to providing further updates.
Minister, Mona Vale Road West, there was a crash. Are you aware? There was a crash on 9 October this year on that section of road involving a learner driver and his mother, where the learner driver was deemed not at fault. On the 10th of August, there was a crash where a couple in their 70s were trapped in their car between 2:15 and 8:15. Road traffic was closed, 30,000 cars a day, and you've confirmed that you'll defer this project for 2 years. Why hasn't funding been allocated in the forward estimates for this project?
Yeah, well, look, I'm sorry to hear about those particular incidents, and it's a reminder of the importance of road safety as people are moving around our network, and I'd urge people to be careful. I think it's quite public, the steps that the government's taken that have led to the budget decisions. We've kicked the tyres on every single project in the pipeline under the guidance of Ken Konofsky and the Konofsky Review, made those decisions in the budget and
Thank you, Minister.
increased funding across our
Thank you,
capital
but in this
expenditure
project there is no
as
funding.
a
That's
result.
right. There is no funding. I just want you to confirm that. That's correct, isn't it? There's nothing in there.
Look, I'd invite you to
Why did
just
you cut it?
carefully confirm the details with the officials this afternoon of exactly...
I intend to, but it's
yeah,
sad,
no,
isn't it,
good.
when there's been these crashes, that this funding has been cut.
Look, I reject your assertions, but I do
About the
indicate that
crashes
the
or the need
government...
for
Okay,
funding?
order. All right, thank you. I'll to questions from the crossbench now. Minister, I want to turn to the issue of wildlife strikes on our road, in particular koalas. There has been an extremely concerning increase in the number of koalas killed on roads, particularly over the last 12 months. There's a number of hotspots I'm sure you're aware of, and we've talked about Appin Road in southwest Sydney. There has been 30 koalas killed on that road in the last year. Another hotspot is the Northern Rivers. Between 1st of July 2022 and 30th of September 2023, Friends of the Koala have reported 102 adult koalas hit by cars on Northern River roads, 35 females, of which had 18 joeys. So all up 120 koalas just in that area. These figures are pretty shocking. What are you doing? There's a fact sheet, I understand as well, that Transport for New South Wales has put out that says that even a small reduction in vehicle speeds can reduce the incidence of vehicle strikes when it comes to koalas and other wildlife. What are you doing to firstly stop these strikes in those koala hotspots?
Well, firstly, I want to recognise that it is a problem. It's even more of a problem after the losses to koala habitat, the losses of koalas during some of the natural disasters that have gripped the state. And it is something, as you know, that has occupied the time of the House, its committees, and I know, Chair, your time. So I want to recognise that there is a serious issue here. It is one of the issues I've been engaged with as Minister. I'll turn to some of the specific areas, but as some examples of the sort of work that has been ongoing, signs. I've had requests from local communities for signage to encourage drivers, particularly during the koala breeding season, to slow down, and we have been working with certain members to do that. The government committed during the election to trial virtual fencing. There are new technology developments that may provide some assistance here, although the evidence is encouraging but not clear cut, so it really needs further work. Turning to some of those specifics, and I know you've raised Appin Road before, there is more work to do here. I do want to indicate it's very complex looking at a road like that. You've got both the wildlife issues, which are significant given the importance of this koala population, but also road safety issues, and we had a terrible incident there recently with a young boy, which was just heartbreaking. Also, the housing pressures in this area.
Can I just check in terms of, just to interrupt you, so with Appin Road, we know that the solution is those 2 underpasses. The Transport for New South Wales has had this before them for a long time in discussions with Lend-Lease. I've spoken with you about this. I've spoken with the Environment Minister about this. What is happening in terms of building those 2 underpasses? That's not to do with road safety. Why the delay?
Yeah, well, look, this has been delayed for years, so it is, and I've indicated my public concern with that. I do think we need to take a step forward. I've received advice from Transport about the next steps. Prior to approving that, it's my intention to have some further discussions with interested parties. I'm open to additional views from yourself or other members. I'm certainly open to additional views from the EDO before I finally.
Okay, so it's 30 koalas have been killed in the past 12 months. So if you wait another 6 months, it's potentially another 15 koalas. If you wait another year, it's potentially another 30 koalas. Are you comfortable with that? Are you prepared to wait another year and see, at least 30 more koalas killed on Appin Road?
No, I'm certainly not prepared to wait. I would like this issue brought to a head. Transport has had its own ecological assessments done in detail. There's been considerable work funded and performed.
Yes.
As I understand it, there's still not agreement about the exact path forward. There's still a disagreement in some of that, what's required and may be possible. And I'd like to seek some further external advice before I approve a path forward. But your fundamental question, should we wait? I'd prefer to deal with this sooner rather than later.
So when can it be resolved? When can we expect to have those underpasses and Appin Road made safe?
Look, I don't want to give a specific timeline, but it depends on those next couple of discussions to set the direction, and I'd like to have those sooner rather than later.
Okay. Will you consider,
we certainly wouldn't want to wait.
Will you
6
consider in
months
particular, particular hotspots around the state, which are essentially kind of koala kill zones, some other wildlife kill zones, such as wombats, for example, cross at particular areas. You see, dead wombats in particular places around the state, and it's known that wombats cross there, for example. Will you consider reducing, making it, as in legally, reducing the speed in certain wildlife zones around the state? I know that wildlife advocates have been asking for this for a long time. We know that it makes a big difference. So, for example, in the northern rivers, there are particular areas where koalas are being killed quite often. Will you consider reducing the speed to make it safer?
Look, I'm certainly open to doing more work on wildlife safety in these wildlife strikes, koalas, wombats, other wildlife. There's a range of factors that come into place when setting speed limits. This should certainly be one of them, but it's also quite a complex
Will you look at
process.
Because the data speaks for itself.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to do.
In many countries that happens, and in other parts of the country it happens for wildlife.
I'm open to views from members on this, and it's certainly an area that we'll do further work on.
Okay, thank you. I just a very different topic now. I've been approached by members of the Indian Sikh community who have been advocating for the ability to ride motorcycles without the requirement to wear helmets because of the turbans that Sikh men wear. Some of them are unable to ride a motorcycle because of their faith. Do you know about this issue, and will you meet with them to discuss this issue? They're asking for an exemption. New Zealand does it, other jurisdictions do it, many overseas countries do it. Would New South Wales also consider it?
Yeah, look, I'm certainly happy to meet and discuss this issue some more. I can understand the point that's being made. It's not something that I've particularly had drawn to my attention in my time as Minister, but I am aware that in other areas of the law in New South Wales, these distinctions are made for particular communities or religious views, and that includes for the Sikh community, and I'm certainly open to discussing this some more.
Okay, would you meet with members of the Sikh community to discuss the issue?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. I wanted to turn to the business improvement districts. Is there any difference between business improvement districts and what I think is now community improvement districts? Are they the same thing?
Look, they're substantially the same thing, and I want to recognise this was an agenda that originally Minister Stokes was advocating for, and he had the strong support from me as a member of the opposition, as an opposition shadow minister at the time. Work has progressed since then. This shows big potential to working with the precinct strategy that the government's driving. It has been renamed. Perhaps the simplest way to describe it is it now describes what is being built, that is a community, rather than who is doing the building, business. And I think that's important as part of the overall policy focus of the government. We're recognising these districts are about small businesses and businesses in a community organising, self-organising to improve their community.
When you're saying small businesses, so the new Sydney waterfront company is hardly small business.
Well, I should say, you're entirely correct to pick me up there, Chair. Both small and big businesses. That's really it's going to vary from place to place. The government's looking at a model which suits not just I'm aware of that particular proposal around the West Harbour, but it's also got to suit towns and suburbs right across the state.
Can I ask, just in the time remaining, in relation to the business improvement district that is now called, it was the Sydney Western Harbour Business Improvement District. I think it's the new Sydney Waterfront Company. They now have on their website a number of different working groups that they have established, and these companies are the Star Casino, Crown Casino, Accor Health Group, Mirvac, and a number of different Business Sydney big companies. They've got one of the groups is the Precinct Corporate Affairs Group, which one of their functions is providing input and expertise to secure a positive business improvement district ballot outcome in 2025. What's that ballot outcome?
I would be speculating, but I'm happy to speculate to be of assistance. I think the next step, the government's going to set up a framework. We'll go shortly to an exposure draft for how this might work. I assume that is referring to a ballot process that might take place if we set up a framework where businesses in the area would vote whether to have this in place or not.
This suggests that outcome is that ballot is occurring.
Well, it couldn't occur within a legislative framework till the government changes the law, but certainly that group is advocating to government, and did to the former government and also to us, that we should set up this sort of structure to allow such a ballot to take place. That hasn't yet occurred, but we'll certainly be consulting. My concern, though, is we've got to have a model that suits that bigger, what you're describing as probably the bigger end of town, as well as small communities.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just going to ask you a few questions in the arts. Can I ask you, in relation to South by Southwest, how much did Destination New South Wales or Treasury or Government contribute to that?
The tradition has been that these amounts are commercial in confidence, and that is important to how these deals are struck. Look, have sometimes found that pretty frustrating in opposition, so look, I wouldn't mind if there's some more broad transparency about how this is dealt with. I haven't really had time as Minister to turn my mind for a framework for that, but it is commercial in confidence is the short answer.
Okay, understood. Do you know if the event sort of broke even?
I don't know what the financial arrangements are. It's potentially a long-term deal for the state, and that was one of the reasons why I am supportive of it. It was a very positive first year that saw a range of creative industries come together. What I'm interested in is to see how this grows over time and we evolve our own version of this event.
Thank you. I might ask more questions in detail about that on SUPs.
Great.
Can I ask you, are you aware of the proposal to build an Indigenous cultural centre called Baruch in the Cutaway at Barangaroo, which was scrapped by the former coalition government a couple of years back?
Yes, I'm aware of the project.
Do you have any plans to fund that?
Look, this is a really important issue for New South Wales. That refurbishment of the Cutaway is unfolding, so that space will be upgraded. There have been advocates of the use of that space in the way you're describing, and I've certainly met with them previously.
Yep.
The former government also talked about the Museum of Sydney being a place that might be particularly important as an Indigenous cultural centre. The steps we're working through are first to get in place this overall arts policy, but I would regard it as a really important question for New South Wales to resolve what I feel is an obvious gap in the cultural infrastructure and offering of the state.
I understand that Infrastructure New South Wales lodged a DA earlier in the year, I think prior to the election, so March 2nd of this year, at that Baruch site, and that had a lot of criticism for First Nations leaders at the time. As you say, we don't have any commitment for funding in the budget for an Indigenous cultural centre at the Museum of Sydney either. Are there actual concrete plans to fund a dedicated Indigenous cultural centre?
Look, I'm agreeing with you about the need. I'm setting out the steps, so look, we want to get the policy in place first. I think it's also important that this discussion isn't rushed. I think there's an obvious need, but it's really important that we move through this really carefully.
In relation to the 2019 Baruch proposal, there was an all-Indigenous task force that was created to lead it. Will you commit to ensuring that any project for a Indigenous cultural centre in Sydney would be led by First Nations leaders?
Yeah, look, I think that's this has got to be deeply engaged with the Indigenous community. It simply won't work if it isn't. So I don't have a particular model in mind. I'd want to consult some more on that, and that work is yet to really begin in earnest. Is really the best update I can give you today. Following the policy, it's one of the obvious things that the government, but also the state and the city need to turn to.
Yeah. But in principle, you'd agree that this needs Indigenous.
It's really important
huge amounts,
that
not
this
just consultation, but leadership being involved in the project itself.
Look, the need is there. I think the opportunity will only be realised if this discussion's led by the Indigenous community.
I've heard a lot from the arts industry and various stakeholders. They call it the cultural efficiency dividends or cultural efficiency, I can't remember, but basically the idea of imposed efficiency dividends on cultural institutions. I understand that was potentially something that happened under the last government. Under the current government, are you imposing efficiency dividends on cultural institutions?
Look, for the technical description, I might turn to the Secretary. I will give you a couple of facts. I'm really pleased in the budget that we're able to see funding for Create up prior to the pandemic, for example, 11%. Destination New South Wales with its second highest funding ever since that organisation was created. We've also seen increases to the cultural institutions since those pre-pandemic days. I've talked about the State Library before. It's true of a range of the other cultural institutions. On the specific language around, I just want to be careful about the specific budget language you're using, and I'm happy to either turn to the Secretary now or in the later session.
If we could just quickly, I'm interested in the this efficiency dividend. I understand it's been applied in previous years. Is it still being applied?
It's probably a longer answer because there's different budget approaches for different institutions this year. So I think the Minister's outlined many of them their budgets are actually higher than in the past, but in terms of those line items, there's different ones for different institutions.
Okay. Minister, I've been increasingly concerned by what appears, and it definitely started before your time, under the previous government, but a a real drive on our cultural institutions, whether it's everything from the Domain to the Art Gallery, to basically having their funding cut with an expectation that they then go to the corporate sector and effectively privatise spaces and events in order to make up that funding shortfall. The Art Gallery of New South Wales has seen cuts of $30 million, and I understand the budget was tight. I understand also that the Art Gallery has been set a target of amounts to raise from certain funds. Can you just talk me through what your approach is to our cultural institutions and how we ensure that the budget cuts don't lead to an exclusion of the public from these places in favour of private?
Yeah, look, I think you're entitled to draw attention to those pressures, and they have been pressures on each of those institutions. I do want to recognise the former government and the former ministers for the support they provided to those institutions. It's also true that there's been significant support, crucially, and the opposition really supported this support over COVID. Those organisations, particularly other small grassroots arts organisations, simply wouldn't have got through the pandemic without government support. When we look at the support now, as the COVID support washes out, it's true that funding's up for each of those institutions in my view, but the Secretary can take you through the detail. But there are those pressures there. I've seen them for myself, and I don't want a creeping privatisation through those pressures. The way we're tackling... So that's a clear view from the government. The way we're tackling this is to move through the policy. That policy will acknowledge the key role that our cultural institutions play. And then I think we need to have a discussion about how we source funding for the broad creative industries in New South Wales. That's certainly a discussion I'd invite.
Has the government issued any, or are you aware of any that have been issued in the past, guidelines that ensure that we still have certain levels of public involvement and public access to these sorts of institutions? Because I'm sure you can acknowledge that the dangers of too much private funding can lead to things being ticketed that weren't before, institutions being booked out for private functions far more than is acceptable. Are there guidelines to make sure that doesn't happen?
One of the key budget decisions was, and I thank the Treasurer for this, was that we've maintained free entry to our cultural institutions. That would have applied to some but not all, had that decision not been made. It was one of the benefits of that COVID moment to see that extended by the former government. To me, that's just so important. It can actually change people's lives to have access.
And that's
to
great.
that.
But also this, often these institutions then get closed. The public can't access them even if it is free.
Yeah.
Are there guidelines to make sure that, or would you be prepared to look into putting out guidelines to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Yeah, look, I think the issue you're drawing attention to is a really important one. I'm acknowledging the pressure. I'm not certain if guidelines are the right way to tackle it. I've found these individual cultural institutions free-spirited, as they should be, and not always open to central government guidelines. But I think it's an important discussion to have with the cultural institutions, and I recognise the issue you're addressing.
Thanks. Just a final question. The progress on giving an Indigenous name to the Art Gallery of New South Wales's new modern wing, where are we up to with that?
Yeah, as I think members would be aware, and this has been quite public, that is the aspiration. It's still the new government's aspiration. The former minister put in place a process, and there were some changes along the way as part of that process. I feel like he dealt with that very appropriately. We're still moving towards that. There's not a timeline confirmed for it. It is important. It's also important not to rush these, but I can confirm it is still the government's aspiration.
Thank you.
Okay, questions?
Thanks,
a few
Chair.
from
Minister, did you have any conversations with your federal counterparts in relation to the decision to deny Qatar Airways' request for additional flights into Australia?
I don't recall having any discussions about this with my federal counterparts. Obviously, it's been a strong, it's been quite a big issue in the federal government in relation to the airline sector. I've certainly spoken to to industry about it, but as you all have noted, I haven't particularly intervened publicly in what is a federal government issue.
Okay, but you don't recall making any representations or having discussions
I
about
don't
it?
recall.
Could you take it
so.
on notice?
Yeah, I'd be happy to take that on
Okay,
notice.
thank you. And then just quickly, Minister, can you tell me how many applications receive funding under the Regional Event Fund?
How many?
How many projects received?
Yeah, I'd prefer to take that on notice, but
Okay.
I'd be happy to take that on
While
notice.
you're doing that, could you also take that on notice for the Tourism Product Development Fund?
Yep.
The Nature-Based Visitor Experience Development Grant?
Yes.
And also the Incubator Stream of the Regional Events Fund?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you know if any applications have been successful under those 4 programs?
Yes, I could give you some details of that, perhaps on notice, but I might give you one example. So just some quick background without taking too much time. These programs were underway, but in the current budget environment, I didn't feel like I could approve all of those programs. In that regional event fund, I did approve the highest rated project, which was support for Primex. I didn't feel in the current budget environment, given what else was going on, I could approve all of these funds, but I'd be happy to supply details on notice.
On notice, that would be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
of the number of applicants and the funds.
Number of applicants and successful applications in each of those 4
Yes,
would be
yeah,
great.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. I'll hand to my colleague.
Minister, I just want to come back to the document that we now understand does exist, but I expect to find that document amongst the documents contained in the order for papers which have been ordered by the SO 52.
Look, I can't confirm whether it's in there or not. What I can confirm is the government's view, which is you've asked a sensible question. I've indicated that issue is covered. I think it'd be reasonable for the government to make available to members the paperwork that covers off that assurance, and I'll commit to doing so.
And you can't certify here and now whether that document is amongst the papers?
I'm simply not aware yet.
Well, then can I ask you this? I also asked for you to confirm whether the ride commitment was confirmed in the local small commitments allocation. You said you'd take that. Why can't you provide that this afternoon? You have that list available to you.
Well, as I understand, I've taken that on notice. I'm happy to do so in the ordinary way. I haven't had that project come to me with any paperwork, so I simply don't have the paperwork.
Why does it take 2 weeks to do that?
Well, it's the ordinary. Look,
You
it's
could do it
upsetting.
sooner.
You could do it this afternoon, Minister.
I have
What are you
been on
hiding?
your. I know
We'll
it's
come
half
and get
time
it.
and we've changed sides.
We'll
I
pick
know
it
it's
up.
upsetting, but we'll use the usual
We'll come to
process
52 and collect it.
of responding to questions on notice.
Damien will personally come and collect
I'll
it.
come and see.
He knows
It's
where
a
it
generous
is.
offer.
You know where it is.
Okay, order. Let's, 1 or 2 more questions. Minister, I am just wondering if we could just go back to the business improvement district discussion. So I understand that this group, New Sydney Waterfront Company, that has Crown Casino, Star Casino, UTS Business Sydney, Powerhouse, Mirvac and others, Sydney Fish Market as board members, I understand that they're advocating for a positive business improvement district ballot outcome in 2025, that they're advocating within government to secure a positive business. What does that mean? What is the ballot?
Yeah, so I believe what that's referring to is a ballot under this scheme. How this works in other jurisdictions is if you're setting up a business improvement district, so you might have a vote of the businesses to say, look, we do want to set up this scheme, we'll all contribute. There's various ways that's structured. The way the government's and that's one of the requests from this group, amongst others, could we set up that sort of approach in New South Wales? The way the government will deal with that is carefully, we'll put out an exposure draft of the approach that might work.
What are they voting on in terms of a ballot? What are they voting on?
It varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but essentially you're voting on whether or not a district will be established and whether or not businesses would contribute to the projects that might flow from
who
that.
takes part in that ballot?
Well, it varies from scheme to scheme, so I don't have a view about how that would necessarily work in New South Wales, but you would be entitled to ask about that exposure draft this afternoon, and we could probably get you some information. That exposure draft will go out. We'll have full consultation, and I've told you my priority, which is I want to make sure this works for a group like that, but also for smaller communities.
And have these businesses, as part of this group, the New Sydney Waterfront Company, have they met with you to advocate for this ballot to take place?
Look, I've certainly met with them, and I've met with other groups who are interested in this, in these potential arrangements. That's why we're going out to an exposure draft about this. This is potentially...
So for example, the way in which the precinct operates, regulations, in terms of a ballot outcome?
Look, no, I wouldn't say that. So this is complex, but we're looking at a precinct-based approach in government. You know that's the case. Government will deal with regulation. It helps if actually businesses in the areas are organised as well. That's happening in a range of ways. There's some good 24-hour economy programs, for example, helping fund businesses to get organised. This is a much more developed model that works overseas, including in the UK, the US, other countries. We're looking at whether it might apply in New South Wales.
It was done, as you said, under the former coalition government, and it is giving these businesses a greater say in what happens in the area, including, as I said, companies like the Star and Crown Casino. What exactly do they need to vote in?
It's really, it's the businesses getting organised themselves, so voting to, it varies place to place, but voting about the terms and conditions on which they organise themselves.
All right.
Is the shortest way I can describe it.
There's a bit more to it, I think. Questions from the government members? No. All right, thank you very much, Minister, for appearing today. And the other witnesses know that we will come back at 2 o'clock for our afternoon session with the officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
welcome back from your lunch break. Now, before we begin, we do need to swear those witnesses in who haven't been sworn in this morning. So I'll call you each by your name. If you're able to come up with your nameplate and state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, maybe at this one here, there's a spare spot. Ms. Carroll, you've already been sworn in before this committee earlier in the week, so we don't need to worry about you. I'll start with Dr. Brand, then Miss Havila, and I'll call each name out afterwards so people can line up and we can save time. Dr. Brand.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Brand. I'm Director of the Art Gallery of New South Wales. And do I give the affirmation now?
Whichever, yes.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Whichever, yep.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Havila, sorry if I'm saying that correctly. And then Ms. Darwell after that.
Good afternoon, Lisa Havila, Chief Executive of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Dowell now, then Ms. Collins after that.
I'm Mary Dowell. I'm the Interim CEO of the Museums of History. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collins. And then we have Miss Sally Webb and Mr. Bernard Collin.
Good afternoon, Emily Collins, Interim Head of Sound New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Webb? Is she here?
Yes, I was sworn in.
Have I got affirmation or oath?
You want me to do it again?
Should. Do we need to swear Ms. Sally Webb in, or is she being
Just say you've
sworn
done
in?
Tuesday and week
before this committee, wasn't it? Yes. Thank you. Bernard Carlin was as well, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Great. I think we're done. Can I just confirm? Yep. All right. Okay. We'll go straight to questions then from the opposition. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call Susan Carroll, please. Welcome back, Ms. Carroll. Thank you for your assistance today and this afternoon and all your hard work. You're a long-standing public servant, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I won't ask how many years, but it's well established that you have experience in this role. I wanted to put some questions to you in relation to this transition office issue. Thank you. So just summarising your evidence from yesterday, and it will lead Chair and for the committee further into transport.
Point of order's been taken.
It's leading into transport.
So this is the budget estimates into the roads portfolio. It's not a budget estimates into the broader transport portfolio, and questions relating to matters that don't pertain to roads are out of scope.
Chair, I'd submit that this is transport. It's leading on from evidence that relates to the transport portfolio, which roads is a part of in the cluster. And I'm actually trying to assist because there were some media reports this morning that I think are incorrect. I'm asking Ms. Carroll potentially if she'd like to correct those and get some clear evidence for this committee. I think it's only procedural fairness to do so. And it arises out of the evidence that's been given. I think it's only fair this committee have the fulsome evidence.
To the point of order.
To the point of order, the opportunity to correct evidence is when we call supplementary estimates hearings on the transport portfolio.
Well,
that would be the chance where those issues can be addressed. That's the appropriate
Thank you. Can I add one more thing, Chair?
One more.
The transition office affects the roads portfolio directly.
Yeah, that basis, I won't uphold the point of order, but I'll say to the member, I will uphold part of the point of order, if I can do that partially, in terms of this session is not to correct records from previous sessions, but if it's in relation to the broader transport portfolio, you're entitled to ask questions.
Thank you. It's in relation to the transition office, Ms Carroll, which affects roads as well, and a media report this morning. So just going on from that, so there was some concerns raised and legal advice obtained. We've established that that's not in dispute. That's correct, isn't it? Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you. And regarding a direction from Minister Heyland's Chief of Staff to employ a person in the position of Executive Director, Transition Office.
Point of order's been taken.
It's not in dispute.
Well, it is in dispute because that's a mischaracterisation of the evidence that we received yesterday about a direction or no direction. In fact, we received evidence from several of the witnesses that there wasn't a direction.
Thank you. I'll remind the member that this is budget estimates for the Roads Minister, and questions really do need to pertain to what is within the Road Minister's ambit, and so she was just referring to something that happened in Minister Heyland's remit that isn't in order on this committee.
Okay. Thank you. Ms Carroll, the Daily Telegraph reported this morning regarding the Transition Office that the, quote, former point-to-point Transport Commissioner, Barbara Wise, was initially appointed before a proper recruitment process took place. The Telegraph understands Ms Wise was not the name put forward by Ms Heyland's office. Is that correct, that media report?
I'm going to take another point of order. You're flouting the ruling of the chair. You're again asking a question relating to the operation of Miss Heyland's office, the Minister
yes.
for Transport, and not the Minister for Roads.
I will uphold that point of order. You know, we have the option to do supplementary budget estimates hearing for the portfolio that we heard 2 days ago, but I'll urge the member, if she does have questions for this witness, that they do need to be relevant to Minister Graham's portfolios and his department.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ms Carroll, is in relation to the Transition Office and the Roads portfolio, is the Transition Office a division of Transport for New South Wales?
We wouldn't characterise it as a division. It's a program management office that's been set up for a finite period of time.
So the Transition Office that was set up as a program office within Transport for New South Wales, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that would, or does that have remit across roads?
The Transition Office has supported a number of reviews which have included some relating to the roads portfolio.
Thank you. In relation to the roads portfolio and the Transition Office, which has some effect on the roads portfolio, can I ask these questions? I'm not seeking to recharacterise any evidence from yesterday. I'm just simply seeking to understand these things. So we've established that it is related. It's a transition office, or a program office, otherwise called a transition office, which has been set up in this cluster. So the Daily Telegraph reported that former point-to-point Transport Commissioner Barbara Wise was initially appointed before a proper recruitment process took place. It understands Ms Wise was not the name put forward by Ms Heyland's office without naming the person. Is that report on the public record correct?
My evidence the other day was that the request that was made of the Secretary at the meeting that I was at, the name was not provided on that occasion. So I cannot answer your question in that respect. A name was subsequently put forward whereby the former Secretary made an appointment following inquiries.
Thank you. And so that there was not only the name of Ms Wise, is that correct?
I'm not in a position to answer that question definitively because the name that was, the individual that was originally suggested, the name was not provided. It may well have been the officer. I can't answer your question definitively.
Okay, all right. I think we're there. I just wanted to be able to understand whether your perspective was whether that was correct or not in relation to this transition office. Okay, so given that the a media report has raised, so the name was provided by the Deputy Chief of Staff, is that correct?
The then Deputy Chief of
The
Staff.
then Deputy Chief of Staff provided the
correct.
name to you of the person
Correct.
suggested for this role?
Suggested for this role.
Okay. And was that person ultimately put into the first position or the subsequent after the recruitment process position?
That name I shared with the former Secretary. The Secretary made inquiries. The Secretary then made a decision to put that officer into the role in an acting capacity until such time as the recruitment process concluded.
Thank you. And so that, did you have concerns about that name?
I did not.
Okay. And did you have concerns about any of the names put forward? Any of the suggested people for that role?
No, I did not. I should be clear. There was only one name suggested by the Minister's office.
Okay, by the Deputy Chief of Staff.
That's correct.
There were not other suggestions and early on prior to that time?
No, there were not.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I'll advise the member that the questions are becoming very specific to the minister, not that a minister that is not part of this hearing today. So if she could make sure that the questions are relevant to the Roads Minister.
Okay. Can I ask then across the portfolios in this portfolio whether there were requests from other ministers or this minister in the roads portfolio for specific people to be placed either as DLOs or as senior public servants?
No, there were no specific requests. The department went through the ordinary processes for the appointment of DLOs.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of requests from ministers or this minister to be involved in the recruitment of senior public service positions of transport?
There's no suggestion of that.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps to you or to any other relevant person, has a minister... do you have knowledge or awareness within your purview of any other requests being made across other ministerial offices or this office for specific people to be placed into senior public service roles or the transition office role?
I do not.
Thank you. Was Kieran Ash one of the names that was raised?
For the executive director role?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to, was he suggested for any other transport roles?
The initial communication from Mr. Ash's direct line manager to me suggested a transition office role. There was no communication to that effect to me from any of the ministerial officers.
Sorry, could you say that again? I just didn't hear the end, sorry, it was very soft.
There was no communication of Mr. Ash's name to me from any of the ministerial officers other than for the DLO role.
Okay, and are you aware of any communication to Transport or the former Secretary about that name?
As I indicated, the only other reference I have in relation to that officer was a text message from that officer's line manager to me, which, to my knowledge, never eventuated.
Yes, but there was a text message earlier on concerning an indication that a person would be requested.
That officer was named in that text message.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Might go to arts in a moment if you have anything. Can I just ask?
That would be good.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so finally on this, just prior to last week, did you have any knowledge or awareness of Transport for New South Wales engaging with the Public Service Commissioner in relation to the DLO requests or requests from ministers to be involved in the public service recruitment process?
Can you repeat your question for me?
Yep. Prior to last week, did you have any knowledge or awareness of Transport for New South Wales engaging with the Public Service Commissioner regarding DLO requests or requests from ministers or ministerial officers to be involved in the selection or recruitment of executive positions.
Point of order's been
I'll finish on this.
To ensure
made. No, point of order's been made.
To ensure the question is relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry, could Ms Ward make clear the question to the extent of this minister?
Yeah,
this portfolio minister?
or cease the line of questioning.
Yeah, that was my
again.
last question.
Yeah.
It's the transition office relates to both the roads portfolio. I'm clarifying the evidence about that and in relation
Yeah,
to
as long
Ms
as that is
Carroll's
happening, as
knowledge.
opposed to what happened in the transport with the transport minister.
Yes, it was. I think we had established that.
Okay.
Can I just be clear that there was no involvement by this portfolio minister or his office in relation to this matter, just for clarity? Yes, I am aware that there was engagement with the Public Service Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that with you. I think we heard from the minister to that extent, but I just want to clarify that given the media this morning. So, thank you, Ms. Carroll. I will move on to, unless you want to go to arts.
Dr. Brand, I wonder if I could ask you some questions, please, if you could come forward. Thank you, and thank you for being here today.
Pleasure.
I refer you to page 8.8 of the agency financial statements for 2023-2024, which outlines the gallery's operating statement.
Yep.
Can I just confirm that the item funding distribution from the department is your principal recurrent funding from the state budget?
I'm not sure I have that. I've got 8.1. I don't think I've got 8.8.
Well, I apologise if my reference is wrong. Well, can I just anyway confirm that that the item funding distribution from the department is your principal recurrent funding from the state budget?
Our budget is very complicated, I'm afraid to say, because it's a mixture of private and public funding, and it fluctuates from year to year between sort of recurrent operating expenses, capital expenses, maintenance, and also because we've just had the Sydney Modern project, which has brought capital in. So the numbers are quite hard to tie
understand
down.
all that,
Yeah.
and we're trying to unpack them
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah.
In terms of recurrent funding from the state budget,
Yeah.
that would be the item described as funding distribution from the department. That would be where we would find your recurrent funding from the state budget, understanding there will be funding from other sources.
So that the line you're referring to is the one where it says 71 million last year and 40 million this year, is that correct?
Yes, so in 2021-22, the funding distribution from Department of Premier and Cabinet was approximately $39.5 million. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right, but on this page I can only see 22-23, but
Apologies,
that sounds about right.
because then in the following year, it virtually doubled in size
Correct.
to 71.069 million, which was an increase in funding secured by the minister. But as you've indicated, it's gone down in this budget to 40.62 million. That's correct?
Correct.
That's quite a drop, isn't it?
It is, but it isn't exactly
drop,
what it...
I think. Would that be correct? 40% drop in the art gallery's recurrent funding from the state government?
Yes, it could look that way, but it's actually not that way. The thing with the $71 million...
So it's 40%, but it's not 40%?
It would be. I got a few condolence calls that morning when people thought that's what I meant.
I can imagine.
And I sort of had to recalibrate myself. But in actual fact, what it is the $71 million also includes a number of one-off expenses. So, for example, there's $17 million...
Well, no, but can I ask you... So the 71 million, you're arguing was a one-off increase to meet temporary requirements only, bearing in mind that the art gallery has almost doubled in size?
So the $71 million was the year in which, FY23, in which we opened the new building.
Yes.
And so in December, so that year we operated the expanded campus for half the year. But in that $71 million, for example, the biggest change above the 40 odd is $17 million which is really a short-term cash facility because of the private capital campaign donations coming in, which are pledged over multiple years. It covers the last 2 years of those pledges coming in. So it's really
so the government doesn't need to fund you because of the success of the private capital campaign. Is that what I'm hearing?
The Sydney Modern Project was funded really basically as a public-private partnership, $244 million from the state, and then the deal was that we would raise $100 million privately, which we did do. But that say $100 million came in over the pledges
But
over a
Dr.
number
Brand,
of
you're
years.
talking about capital funding, and I'm
Correct.
talking about recurrent funding.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
increased recurrent funding to pay the ongoing needs of the almost doubled in size art gallery,
Yeah.
which, look, if I buy a house that's twice as big, my electricity bill doubles. If
Yeah.
I have an art gallery that's twice as big, what happens to my recurrent costs?
Yeah. Yeah, that is what we're currently discussing with the Minister and the Department.
So you would agree that the recurrent funding has been reduced from the previous year to a number comparable to running a gallery half the size of the current gallery?
I'd say that it hasn't been reduced. So the basic sort of baseline operating expenses or recurrent funding is about the same if you take away things like the...
Sorry, can you take me through the maths? Because $71 million
Yeah.
and $40.6 million.
I know, it doesn't look good, but it's...
Well, I make no claims to be a mathematician, but I believe that 71 million is a lot more than 40.6 million.
True.
It's hard to argue that that's comparable funding.
Yes, but if I can go through the numbers again a little bit, so the $71 million for FY23, you take away the $17 million, which is a short-term loan facility, basically, as the final 2 years of capital campaign donations come in. So we pay that. That was provided
I'm
to
sorry,
us.
there was a short-term loan facility as part of recurrent funding?
Point
No,
of
it's
order's
not.
been taken, excuse me, sorry, from Dr. Kane.
Thank you, Chair. I would note the questions from the Honourable Susan Carter and appreciate them, but we haven't really been affording the witness the opportunity to answer. There's been quite a barrage of questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got the point of order. I don't uphold it because for the main part, the witness has been able to respond and you are seeking more information, but just hear the general sentiment of trying to allow the witness to finish what he's contributing.
I appreciate the attempt to try to... These figures are complex. But the $71 million last financial year includes, say, $17 million of the cash of the short-term cash facility. There was a COVID-related recovery payment. There was also some Sydney Modern Project disruption costs. So if you take those away, you're down to about $43 million, which is similar to what in actual fact this year's operating budget is. But agreed, last financial year, we only operated the expanded campus for half the year.
Thank you. I just wanted to see whether somebody was able to answer some questions that I have regarding the Heathcote Road Bridge widening project. Is that too specific, or does somebody know the detail of that?
Is that the Warrenora Bridge project?
Heathcote Road Bridge is what I have.
It's different.
It's different.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'll continue. What I understand is that Heathcote Road, and this is about koala deaths as well, that Heathcote Road is a known vehicle strike hotspot for koalas. It is the bridge over the Warrenora River. That when the widening project, the review of environmental factors for that bridge widening project noted potential threats to koalas, and it said that it could be mitigated providing safeguards and management measures are implemented. I wanted to know whether there were any of those mitigation measures put in place to reduce the vehicle strike as a result of that works, including things like fencing to keep koalas off the road. Do you know that detail of that project?
Yes, that project was completed in August this year. It was open to traffic much earlier, in March this year, and my understanding is, yes, there were measures put in place as part of that project to protect the koala population. I can take on notice exactly what those measures were, fencing, etc. Hang on, my colleague has got that for me. But yes, there was koala exclusion fencing put in place.
There was koala exclusion fencing put in place. Any other suggested mitigation?
Yes, there's also new koala fencing either side of the bridge to help direct the koalas away from the bridge and under the bridge, and to support the connectivity of the koalas across the Warrenora River.
Okay, all right. I might put more detailed questions about that on,
We also,
in as supplementary questions.
have put up 6 permanent signs to warn motorists of the potential for koalas in the area.
So those signs, as I understand, this is kind of going to the question I asked the Minister earlier, they would be, are they just your general signs with koalas or whatever on them, just indicating that koalas are in the area, as opposed to signs that request drivers reduce their speed at all?
We've got both electronic variable message signs. I think we've also got general signs as well. The 6 permanent signs are your standard signage, but I understand in the summer months where it's the koala breeding season, we also put up variable message signs in addition to those 6 permanent signs.
And the variable message signs, I take it, are just asking drivers to proceed with caution or something?
Yes.
Do you know what they say? But it's not reducing the speed limit in terms of requiring drivers to reduce their speed.
Yeah, it's just awareness that koalas may be in the area and for motorists to take precautionary measures.
Okay, can I just ask on this issue more broadly, what has taken place within the department in recent times, in the last 6 months to a year, say, in terms of developing advice or doing research on how to reduce the deaths of the wildlife death, largely, on roads, particularly in relation to recommended speed limit reductions?
Okay, I might pass to my colleague, Ms Mayers, who's got some information on that, because I've only got information on that particular Warrenora Bridge
Thank
project.
you, Ms Mayers.
Thank you. And probably specific to Appin Road, but certainly when we're conducting the review of environmental factors or looking at speed zone reviews, wildlife population is considered in the speed zone review itself. For Appin Road in particular, for one section, because there's 3 sections of upgrade there, the Bryans Road upgrade, there is a recommendation in the REF to extend the lower speed limit, so that wildlife protection has been taken into consideration along with other road safety criteria. More broadly, around the policy for reviewing speed zones, I would probably have to refer to Ms Webb or Mr Carlon, but I know that it is a criteria in all of our speed zone reviews where there's a wildlife population.
Can you take on notice how many areas in the state have wildlife, have speed zones specifically reduced to cater for wildlife?
I can check that.
Yeah,
yes.
I can't think of any myself, to be honest.
That Bryan Road one I know, but I can check for others.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms Mayers. On to a completely different issue now. I've got a question about the tendering for a couple of properties that were compulsorily acquired on Lilyfield Road, Rozelle. There was a tender put out to lease number 78 and 84 Lilyfield Road, Rozelle. This is obviously 2 properties that were acquired as part of the WestConnex Rozelle interchange. And I understand that Transport for New South Wales is seeking long-term lease agreements. They're seeking tenants for those 2 properties. Is there any update on that process and who's applied and whether those those buildings will be for ongoing community use?
I can respond to that. There are a number of properties along Lilyfield Road which were bought under the hardship or the exceptional hardship scheme of Transport for New South Wales. So they weren't required to construct the Rosal interchange. But given the personal circumstances of those that lived in those homes, it was just decided to acquire those properties. All of those are tenanted. It sounds as though those particular properties are up for lease. And I can take on notice where that is in that process.
Okay, and you don't know the specifics in terms of exactly what the type of tenants that were being sought for that?
No, but I'm happy to take that on notice and come back with some information.
Businesses, not private residential. Okay, thank you. I wanted to turn to the Pyrmont Peninsula Place strategy. And it's a general question around why this decision seems to have been made to press ahead with so-called improvements to the Western distributor that has removed pedestrian infrastructure, resulted in the destruction of dozens of mature trees and canopy. And I just wanted to ask, in terms of those trees, in terms of creating that place in Pyrmont, what is the update for that? I've had quite a bit of contact from communities who are, local community, who are quite distressed at the state of things at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we are engaging frequently. I think I can count 8 engagements in the last month with different groups in the Pyrmont community, both around the place-based strategy but also the intended works that will occur early next year for the Western Distributor Network integration. We have not got any definitive change to the approach. We're rather working through timing and how we can activate any of those placemaking opportunities that the community wants a little sooner. So we're still engaging, would be the summary of the answer.
And so what's the timeline for that?
For the works themselves?
Yeah.
Let me just grab that. They'll commence in Q1 2024. At various works. I can go through them or provide them on notice, whatever you'd prefer.
You're aware of concerns around the network improvements, concerns around how that is or will compromise pedestrian and cyclist safety, and just wondering what considerations are being given to address that.
Yeah, I can provide some specifics on notice, but certainly in all of the planning for road use allocation, including the changes for the off-ramp, which are some of the areas that have been raised as concern by the Pyrmont residents. We look at the interface of the road for pedestrians, bikes and private vehicle users or other vehicle users. So certainly in the assessments and safety assessments, that's all been taken into account.
Has there been any reassessment of the project or consideration given to the fact that the Beaches Link has been cancelled? You know, there's the Metro in terms of reducing demand. Has there been any new modelling to suggest that this project may not be needed? Has any new information fed into the project?
So what we are progressing is what I would call the minimum works to ensure that we don't have banked up traffic and safety risks as a result of Rozelle Interchange opening. With regard to Beaches Link and Warringah Freeway, yes, we are remodelling. So we are looking at what potential changes to surface traffic impacts and the network movement might occur as a result of the Beaches Link changes and how they might link in through to the Anzac Bridge. So we're redoing that modelling now. We have only progressed really for the distributor the minimum works for phase 1, and once we get those modelling responses back on the overall network in that precinct and the broader north of the bridge precinct, we will look at any further adjustments that we need to make.
Is part of the consideration not doing that project at all, given the changed circumstances over the past 12 months?
Yeah, no, because I would say that the works that we have got, the kind of 4 items that we're actioning and we had gone out to consult on, are the minimum requirement to ensure network safety and movement.
Okay, and what impact, what impact will the project have on the planned new housing density in Pyrmont? Is that also factored into the revised modelling and consideration that the department's undertaking?
Yeah, so future growth would definitely be looked at, but what I would say is we have criteria that we look at when we're doing that traffic modelling, which also includes population, housing growth, other demographics that feed into that traffic modelling. When the original plan was done and only went out to REF not too long ago and for consultation, it did include the current forecast. If they changed, we would obviously have to review and make amendments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn now to an issue that my office has been contacted about as well by a number of people in the community, and it's in relation to the proposed new truck rest stops between Katoomba and Lithgow. So I'll give you a bit of time to find that information. So there's 2 new rest stops proposed for the Hartley Valley. They were subject to review of environmental factors. The rest stops, as I understand, have been overwhelmingly opposed by the local community. They're concerned about saying that these rest stops are entirely inconsistent with the zoning in the Hartley Valley. My question is, to what extent has Transport for New South Wales heard that community opposition? How are you taking the community's concerns into consideration, and is there any consideration to moving potentially these rest stops to more appropriate places?
Thank you, Chair. I might start on that
Mr. Murray.
Our rest stop strategy is being reviewed, as you may recall from our previous regional transport hearing, and our colleague Matt Fuller described the network integration map of rest stops is something that is currently being looked at, and we did acknowledge some overall gaps in the strategy in terms of the quality of the upkeep. In regards to the Lithgow zone, we have to seek specific response around the community feedback on those. We have been prioritising a number of other rest stops around the Sydney Basin for those regional services coming into the metropolitan area. That's not one that is on my radar at the moment, but I'm happy to get that information. Unless any of my colleagues have that, we may be able to get that before the end of the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I wanted to ask questions now about, let's see, see if anybody knows about this one, a new J store development at Castle Hill. So there's, as I understand it, dangerous road access issues and lack of public transport. Is this ringing any bells for anybody? I'm shrugging, everybody's shrugging. Okay, that might be one I put in as a supplementary question. Yep.
The J store is at Powerhouse Museum.
Oh, it's
That's the
Powerhouse.
Powerhouse, isn't it?
Is that the J
Yeah,
store?
Powerhouse Museum.
This is Castle Hill, yes.
Is that? I don't know of anything.
Yes, I'll come back.
Yeah.
It's the Castle Hill Discovery Centre, yes.
Happy to take any specifics for that and find out. Yep.
Yeah, okay, I think it's just dangerous entryways. All good. I will, I'll put those in on notice. I think I'll end there and hand it back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Questions? Thank you. Perhaps Mr. Murray, might start with you and you can direct it if you like.
Yes, Ms. Watt.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Murray, can I confirm in relation to this portfolio that it's responsible for delivery of roads projects? Is that for all of New South Wales or for Greater Sydney?
For the transport portfolio?
No, for this portfolio today.
For today, this is the roads portfolio, but I think the convention is that the regional transport and roads was covered in the other session, and as a result, the witnesses have been invited on that basis today.
So this portfolio, am I right in understanding, is this Greater Sydney? This road? It's not a trick question.
No, that's...
You're just trying to define where it starts and ends.
That's generally correct, but we accept that there may be some crossover in some of the projects that sit in between the two regions.
Sure. So Greater Sydney how do you define the Greater Sydney within this roads portfolio?
Greater Sydney includes Newcastle, Wollongong and the Blue Mountains.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask what the total capital expenditure over the 4-year forward estimates is for roads projects in this roads portfolio?
I would be able to give you the overall roads budget, and then I would have to seek a further update.
I'm just interested in the breakdown for this. We used to call it Metro, but I'll call it Greater Sydney, or however you'd like to
we'll be
define.
able to
Newcastle, Wollongong and Blue Mountains.
We'll be able to get that for you very shortly.
So that includes Newcastle?
That's right.
It might not in the budget.
Will you take that on
We'll
notice?
get Miss Wang to
Our portfolio shape is slightly different to the budget paper classification of regional and metropolitan.
That's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Murray, to understand what is within this area, just for clarification. So, all right, so that includes Wollongong, Blue Mountains, Newcastle, and you'll take on notice or get me the total
I
capital?
think the CFO may be able to assist us shortly.
It's the restart boundaries, Ms. Ward. So metropolitan is largely everywhere. It's kind of stops at Wollongong and stops just before Newcastle, and then the rest of Greater Sydney out to the Blue Mountains, as the Secretary mentioned.
Thank you. And can I just ask what the percentage of the CapEx, capital expenditure in the roads projects is for that?
For GS.
Yep.
We'll get that.
Thank you. And
I
can I
have
also...
that information.
Sorry, Camilla, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drover. Hello.
Hello. Which period do you want it?
For this budget.
For this financial year, or
for
the
4 years?
forwards?
Yeah, 4 years.
So the 4-year total for roads, just CapEx.
Yep.
34.7 or 34.8 billion.
Thank you.
Or 48% of the public transport and roads total CapEx budget.
Thank you.
We can provide this on notice if that's helpful.
That'd be helpful. Thank you very much. And so 48% of the roads and transport budget.
Roads and public transport.
Yep.
It's 48%.
And could you confirm for me, and if you need to take it on notice, that's fine. So what of that is new capital expenditure?
Oh, we'd have to take that on notice and bring that back.
Thank you. I think, as you'd be aware, I'm just trying to get to a lot of that would have been an allocation from the former government. I'd just like to understand what's the first, it's CapEx that's previously been allocated. I'd just like to understand what is new capital allocation within that. If you take that on notice, if we could have that defined clearly, what is the new capital, not just what is the existing, that would be helpful. So can I just ask, the significant amount of the budget in the you've just referred to, are there any new projects in the Connecting Sydney Roads program from this budget?
Sorry, the question again?
Yep, the Connecting Sydney Roads program in this budget, are there any new projects in that? Or are they all a rollover of the existing continuation
Thank you,
of funding?
Secretary. I can. So Connecting Sydney budget is not listed as a specific budget item, but there is a range of new funding in this budget round. For example, a new statewide active transport fund for 60 million, commuter car park program additional 300 million, not roads admittedly. Ms Ward, Appin Road upgrade, new funding for that has been allocated.
Ms Fairman will be happy about that, provided some is allocated to the koala.
Some school crossing funding.
Are we still still doing community consultation? Yeah.
School crossings for Camden, funding allocated for that. Some roads, traffic light upgrade at Bank Street and Constitution Road, which is right if I'm not incorrect.
And they're all new. Do you want to take it on
all
notice?
new,
I
yeah,
don't want to
there's
take
a
up your
list,
time, but so that's
certainly.
all new.
Yep.
They're all new
Yep,
projects.
that's
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mess. Thank you, Chair. Shall I keep going?
Oh,
Chair?
yeah, sorry, it's
Katie?
your-
Yep.
yeah, you-
Yep, thank
yep.
you. Sorry, I heard the bell.
Ms. Ward, I could also come back to you if you wanted on Mona Vale Road West. If
That'd be
that was
very
of
helpful,
interest.
yes.
Okay, so the project
Actually,
has...
we might come...
do
yeah.
later?
No, that's okay. We can go there. I just want to... We might just stay on this capital while I've
Okay.
got a moment. I can come back to that if we've got time. Thank you. All right, so can we just go back to the urban roads, what's now called the Urban Roads Fund, 4-63 of the infrastructure statement, if that's helpful. So in the budget, the Urban Roads Fund has $770 million allocated over 4 years. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Sorry, who am I? Put you in stereo. Thank you. Okay, so in that project, I just want to break down the funding of that. Just looking for my notes. Within that, what is the allocation to spend in the allocation for planning? Is that just for planning and delivery, that allocation, or is it for complete delivery of the projects? There's a number of projects within that fund. Is that funding for planning, or is it for complete delivery of those projects?
Yeah, it's largely delivery funding, the Urban Roads Fund.
So all of those projects will be delivered for $717 million, is that correct?
We've got, yes, even though some of them are staged for parts of that road network, but yes, I'd have to double check.
Yeah. I can clarify. It is a
bypass.
mixture of planning and delivery funding.
Yep.
It depends on the nature. Depends on the particular project.
Yep.
It also includes the 770 includes the flood resilience plan as well. The $200 million for that program.
Right, Pitt Town and is
Yep.
that more in relation to the Pitt Town
Garfield
project?
Road East, Richmond Road,
And
Hill
Garfield.
Road.
Yep. Okay. So what's the breakdown of OPEX and CAPEX for the fund?
I don't have that.
I have some of that information. So in the forwards, the OPEX is 71.6 million, and the CAPEX component is the balance at 698.4.
So 698.4 for CAPEX for actual delivery.
And 71.6 in
For OPEX.
OPEX.
Okay. So about 71 for planning and preliminaries and 698 for delivery. Is that about right?
No, it's OPEX and CAPEX, not planning versus delivery.
Okay. All right. You say tomato. I say tomato. So Pitt Town, can we go to the Pitt Town bypass? The cost for that, Ms. Drover, is about 100 million. Is that right from my recollection?
The allocation under the Sydney Roads Flood Resilience Plan is $100 million towards the Pitt Town bypass, yes.
Okay. And sorry, do you have this page in front of you? You've got that, the budget page?
I'm not sure of what page you're looking at. I have a summary.
All right, so 4-63. So, all right, so if we can step through them. Pitt Town costs 100 million. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
That project?
There's 100 million
100 million allocated.
under that plan for that project.
Richmond Road, so you're saying, okay, I'll come back to that. Richmond Road costs about 285.
There are two projects for Richmond Road under the flood resilience plan. There's 285 million to widen Richmond Road between Townsend Road and the M7.
Mm-hmm.
And then under the Urban Roads Fund, there's another project which is $100 million to widen Richmond Road, but between Alara Boulevard and the Heritage Road.
Okay, so there's two of those.
Yes.
Two widening of Richmond, yeah, between the two different sections.
Yep.
Thank you. And so then between those, sorry, I'm getting media alerts. So in the Western Sydney flood resilience, sorry, I'll go back to these. So it's just these components in the Urban Roads Fund. So then also the Garfield Road.
Garfield Road East at Riverstone.
Yeah.
There's $100 million to upgrade that under the flood resilience plan.
Yes. So, okay. So, is the flood resilience plan funding within this urban roads fund, or are you saying they're sitting separately?
The 770 includes 200 under the flood resilience plan.
Okay. So that sits within the urban roads fund.
It's a subset.
That's
of it.
correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. I think that's making sense. So, all right. So just to clarify, the 385 million for the urban roads. Sorry. So for those, we have $300 million. Is that right? Is that where we're about for those three?
Sorry, which three?
Pitt Town and the two Richmond. About 385 there.
Yeah.
No, there'd be more like, there'd be 285 for the first Richmond program, another 100. So that's 385. And Pitt Town is another 100. So that would be 485.
Okay, so 485 for those projects out of 770. I'm just interested in how we're going to deliver all of those projects, because the media release on the urban road funds talks about 19 projects being delivered. There's not a lot of money left over after those.
I can clarify that. Thank you. So the Urban Roads Fund has got that 200 million allocation for flood resilience. Those projects are a mix of required development to support growth in the northwest, and they do have flood resilience outcomes as well. The other projects, we have got the 33 million that we are working through 2 final business cases, one for local and regional roads in the Hawkesbury Nepean and one for state roads. That will provide us with quite a high number of projects that will contribute towards the road resilience plan under the disaster adaptation plan required
Very
for
good
Hawkesbury
at
Nepean.
all the names of all the plans. Okay,
Yeah. So basically we've done a road resilience plan, we've got some in planning, and the urban roads, Hawkesbury Nepean roads, do have flood resilience outcomes as part of them.
Okay, that's pleasing to hear, because it's important to these communities, and it's obviously flooding is something that we've talked about a lot. So can I ask for perhaps I notice a breakdown of the Urban Roads Fund, because I'm trying to follow it and just see what the allocation is, but it seems to me there's a lot of projects there and potentially not quite the funding to get them across the line if it is delivery. So if I could get the breakdown for the urban roads funding over the forwards, that would be very helpful. Thank you on each of those. And of those, the 33 million, how much, if that is the component of the 200 million flood resilience, if we can just get the breakdown
Separate.
of them. Yep, just
Give
separate
you
them
the
out.
breakdown.
Yeah, I can see what's in the budget, but just breaking it down to see how they'll be delivered would be very helpful, obviously. Alongside you in wanting those to happen.
No problem.
Can I just ask about the Heathcote Road? Is there $185 million in the budget for Heathcote Road in the urban roads fund? I can't see that.
No, that's not part of the urban roads package.
Okay, so
There's
where does
separate
that come
funding
from?
for that.
Separate.
Yep.
Okay, whereabouts?
Sorry, is this the 180 million you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Where
It
is
is part
so
of the
that's
urban
180
roads.
Oh, apologies.
It's 180 or 185?
No, there's
It's 185 in the urban roads.
Yeah. We lost a 5 there. So 185 for Heathcote Road. And sorry, where did you say that is? In the Urban Roads Fund or not?
It's in the urban roads fund.
Yeah. Can I just
I can't
clarify?
see it
There
there,
are a
though.
number of Heathcote Road projects. One of them is in the Urban Roads Fund.
That's right.
And that is
Right.
180 million.
Thank you, Ms. Drover. Right. That's not what it says. Maybe I've got a budget paper with a typo in it. All right, so that the 185 is not the one under the Urban Roads Fund for duplicate sections of Heathcote Road, is that?
Yep,
correct
that's the Urban Roads Fund, Heathcote Road section. That's right.
So where's the rest of it? The widening.
The widening and the bridge, which is delivered. So there were 2 other Heathcote projects.
Yeah.
Yep.
So widening of Heathcote Road, election commitment 185. I can only see 5 here.
Yep, one's in delivery. Ms. Drover might comment on that. One's delivered, and this is funding for extension of further section of Heathcote Road.
I'm talking about the election commitment of 185. Where do I find that?
Yeah, that's the one under the Urban Roads Fund. I've got 180, Miss Wong, if you have got that, for duplicate sections of Heathcote Road.
Miss Ward, can I just check you're looking at chapter 4 of budget paper 3?
Yep.
That only indicates the current year spend. It
Yeah,
doesn't indicate the full
allocation.
project.
Yeah. Yeah, understand.
So the
I'm just
5
wondering where
million
it's coming from. The allocation's the thing, isn't it? Because we
Yeah,
can
so
put numbers
5
anywhere we like, but it's how much is actually allocated.
Yes. So currently it's 180 million, 5 million to be spent
Yeah.
this year, and that's what you're seeing in the budget papers, but not the whole project is
So we're going to spend
included.
180 over the next 3 years?
I have got the profile if you need it.
No, we have over the next 3 years 60 million. So the plan is to spend $65 million.
65 over 4 years to
That's right.
deliver a $185 million project. So it's not going to be completed, is it?
No, we do have some money in the planning years as well to complete the project.
Mm-hmm. Has the final business case been completed for that project?
It's still being worked through.
When is it anticipated that that might be?
I would have to check, but I would say we have another year, 18 months on the FBC.
Okay, so we've got 24 kilometres of road. We've got 2 years on a final business case, 5 million this year.
Sorry, that's for a different section. I'll correct that. Can I take that one on notice? I just want to, as you said, there's a number of projects.
Yep.
I just want to check I've got the right one.
Mr. Ovey, can I ask you, so how much of this 24 kilometre road will be widened realistically in delivery?
Okay, look, I might clarify. There's a number of projects, as Ms Mayor said. The first one is the Warranoa Bridge project, which is complete. Was open to traffic in March this year and completed in August this year. The project that is still in delivery is the Infantry Parade at Holsworth to the Avenue at Voyager Point project.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt you. I'm asking about the election commitment 185 for Heathcote Road, so whichever part is relevant to that. If you need to take it on notice, that's fine. But there was an election commitment of 185 to do Heathcote Road. There's a number of projects, and we can't seem to get to the bottom of how this is going to be delivered in time.
Yeah, so as Ms Huang said, there's $5 million this financial year, and then there's $20 million in the forward years, and that's to look at, as my understanding, the balance of Heathcote Road and which sections will be widened. But we can take on notice the exact details of that.
Yeah, I can give a tiny bit more clarification. So the election commitment, Ms Ward, was to invest $180 million over 4 years towards duplicating key sections of Heathcote Road. Funding will be additional, so this is additional funding to what was allocated on the projects that Ms Drover mentioned, the bridge and the other approaches.
Yep, so just the Heathcote Road, 180.
Yep. So it is being worked through what that will deliver, because the commitment was for to duplicate sections of it.
Yeah, 24 kilometres.
So we're providing that advice to government.
Okay. All right, can we clarify where that's at, what is allocated and what we will get for that allocation? Because it's looking like it's a long way off. But we've just been told that 65 million's in the budget. Will that have any prospect of being spent on delivery?
I'll take that on notice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think that can be completed in time. Maybe that's just me. Thank you. We may, Mr. Murray, come back to Monavale Road.
Yes, very
West,
happy
if it's
to.
convenient.
Just coming back to your earlier question, Ms Ward, the project, as you mentioned, has been deferred. It has been pushed 2 years in the budget allocations. The funding is being held, or some funding is being held within the project timeline, so it is in the forward plan in the planning years, and it will include an escalation percentage increase as we look to that. That's for Monavale Road West, the section between Harvey Road and Powderworks Road.
Yeah.
Monavale Road East is in final completion.
Yeah, no, we did that. I get that one. Thank you. Sorry, what were the words you used? It's in...
I said it's been deferred for 2 years,
yes, but
and we are going to hold money in the planning years against that project.
Yes, and then there was some sentence after that with some...
Yes, that we would also aim to cover any escalation as we look towards the future of the project.
All right, so what are the next steps in that, and when can that community expect, given the road crash statistics and the 30,000 people that are being held up there, when will work recommence on that?
We will continue with the
part.
planning assessment at this stage, but as there is no current funding, it won't go into any delivery works.
Okay, and that is anticipated to be So there is no allocation?
Correct, not
short
within
answer?
2 years.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Can I just go to back to the Urban Roads Project Fund? So Chapter 4 at page 63 doesn't list the 23 projects for the Urban Roads Fund. Is it possible to get that provided on notice to the committee? So we have a list of those. It's obviously an important fund.
Happy to. We've got a list that lists all the projects that makes up the 770.
Okay, thank you. Because the claim is that 23 projects will be delivered for that fund, for the 770. We just like to clarify which of those are likely to get there. Okay, can I go to the toll review, Mr. Murray? Can you clarify for the committee what the toll review is going to cost?
I will ask my colleague, Ms. Mears, to come in on that, including the work with the tolling review, which has been obviously a key part of the department's focus. The Minister obviously referred to much of that this morning, but if we can provide further detail, Trudy will be able to do that.
Thank you. Can I understand if you've met with Transurban about the progressing of the plans for that reform?
I can answer that. Yes, we have had a large number of engagements with a range of stakeholders, including the community, and have had a number of engagements and meetings with Transurban. They also presented at one of our public inquiries.
Thank you. And so as part of that, I mean, it was normal expectation you would be meeting with them, with the community. What is the sort of timeline towards delivery of that, given that the understanding is that it should be delivered by 2027?
The reviewers will provide their final report to government in mid-2024.
Right, okay. Mid next year. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Can I go to whoever is dealing with 15th Avenue?
It's me.
My old favourites, thank you. Can I just understand what specific infrastructure upgrade will be delivered and provided for in the $50 million for 15th Avenue?
Yes. So, as you mentioned, we've received a $50 million allocation as part of Western Sydney Aerotropolis for 15th Avenue. We are looking at developing the business case for what it will deliver, so I can't definitively tell you that, though we're looking at connections commencing out towards Liverpool. Some acquisition would be required as part of that funding and extension into Bradfield.
The final business case or the...
commencement of works, yeah, so SPC.
Mm-hmm. So, 50 million's only really going to get us through the first stages, isn't it?
We intend to get to FBC with that funding as well over the 4 years. So SBC, FBC...
And complete the final business case?
Correct.
So for 4 years we'll have, no disrespect to anybody, but a whole lot of paperwork saying we should be doing it.
And potentially some early works. We're just working out the funding allocation.
Okay, so to say we can deliver the upgrade of 15th Avenue is probably not quite accurate. It's the preliminary work, the business cases and potentially some early works.
It's commencement of work on 15th Avenue.
Yeah, early works. All right, so do we know the construction cost for that project?
For the whole of 15th Avenue? No, I don't have that.
Okay, and do we have a strategy at all, delivery strategy for that?
Yeah, we're looking at, obviously Western Sydney Aerotropolis is a 30-year city, so we are focused on the short-term staging towards airport opening for 2026. We have business cases either in final business case, we've got funding for Elizabeth Drive and Memray this budget round, and we've got 7 strategic business cases progressing for our priority roads and building out then the medium-term and longer-term strategy for Western Sydney.
But on 15th, I just don't think we can deliver that for 50 million, can we? Realistically.
The length of the alignment, no, we couldn't. So this is the beginning of the works for 15th Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions now around the 24-hour economy, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you. Firstly, how's the position going? Just a general question.
Oh, well, I welcome it. I'm enjoying it. I hope we're making impact. It was an interesting time to come in with a specific remit to get people out of the house when indeed we're in the middle of a lockdown during COVID. But notwithstanding that, it's been quite a good opportunity to really realign stakeholders around the importance of coming together in community, really. So,
great.
Yeah.
Can I? What are the resources financially, budget-wise, that are available to you, and the number of staff positions that the commission?
So we're currently staffed at 26 people, and with $26.551 million in this FY budget.
Okay. I wanted to ask some questions around the Data After Dark initiative. What's the type of data that is being pulled together for that initiative?
So this project is being done in partnership with the Data Analytics Centre. It draws on, and it's not yet complete, it's in the build. And if
so it hasn't in any way hit the field, so to speak, when you're saying
it hasn't hit the... Sorry,
the field, like it hasn't...
No, we're in the process of user testing,
Okay.
but it combines data across, I understand, mobility, expenditure, demographics, data from Boxar, and transport data. Just if you give me a second, I can...
Yeah,
confirm that.
and while you're looking for it as well, just in terms of the objective, in terms of pulling all this together, the objective of the program?
Well, yeah, so I guess the nighttime economy is still a relatively new area globally, and I would say that it is not necessarily... We haven't reached a stage of what I describe as universal measurement of the factors that we talk about with nighttime economy. The purpose of it really is to have a good understanding of what is actually going on at any point in time across the area of our remit, and by what is going on, really what are consumers doing, and in context of the work of our office, really understanding and hoping to get a line of sight on, are we being able to achieve the objectives of the 24-hour economy strategy, i.e. getting people out and about the city, making the place vibrant, but without seeing a rise in that antisocial behaviour, or if you want to use the terminology which we're familiar with as you are, alcohol-related violence, really. And so because the state's put in place a strategy and asked me to oversee that work, it's incumbent to make sure that the interventions are working through measurement, and that the vibrancy isn't coming at the expense of public safety.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you mentioned alcohol-related violence, because I was going to ask a question along those lines in terms of the staffing that you have, or the roles, positions. Is there anybody that has the specific responsibility for alcohol-related harm? For example, do you have people within your area? What is it, a unit, an area, department, agency?
I don't want to get the terminology wrong.
What do you call it?
We're in the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade.
Right, and it's a unit? Oh.
And we're an office.
Office.
Maybe
Office.
the Secretary might clarify.
Office will do, yeah.
Office
Let's
sounds
go with
good.
office.
Okay, we'll use office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the construct of the office really is a coordination function in government, and so if I can just explain what that means, many government departments have a bearing on the going out experience. Some of them are at the table today with transport colleagues here, but obviously destination marketing, place management, planning, Office of Local Government, but importantly police and health. So the purpose of our office is to try to coordinate really across all of those agencies to deliver better outcomes than if we weren't there. In terms of the specifics around harm, there are a couple of things to mention. First of which is that in our governance structures there is a safety and wellbeing and mobility group, I think in direct response to the history on the issue. and that group meets regularly, involves representation from police and health, amongst others, and is one of the forums where there is an ongoing dialogue to, I guess, achieve the ambitions of the strategy, which is a good going out economy. In terms of, if I can comment, because you asked specifically around alcohol-related harm, and I just want to make it clear that I'm not an expert on all of what that involves. The harm, so to speak, that we have, I guess, been asked most to think about is the on-street antisocial behaviour, as distinct from harm that may be occasioned by the consumption of alcohol more broadly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying. So, for example, we know that there's legislation coming that will enable, certain venues and to operate longer and different trading hours, which generally is a good thing in terms of my opinion. But is there anything that requires the balancing of creating, for example, more opportunities in certain areas for people to consume alcohol with more opportunities to do other cultural activities or other things that don't necessarily include alcohol? It's always something that governments talk about as a nice idea and vision, but is there anything in terms of policy that is able to ensure that there's a balance because we're starting to see things open up and we're starting to see regulatory change in that way? Is there anything that your office is doing to ensure that when you open something that people are going to drink at, there's got to be something over here where they can do something else as an option without alcohol, for example?
In the interest of not misleading in my response, I'll explain what the intention behind all the work we do is, which is really to ensure a diversification of the nighttime economy. And diversification, the implication is away from alcohol-only related entertainment. And again, the history you're very well familiar with, and with the case study really being what went wrong when we had lockout in King's Cross. And so embedded in this thinking in the strategy is the concept of good, diverse going out districts. One of the specific measures is the Purple Flag program, which is an accreditation program which draws on best international practice and has a specific requirement around diversity of area. So in terms of the intention, it is to promote those experiences and areas to grow and provide that diverse range of experiences. Of course, on a case-by-case basis, individual businesses may open in places or take advantage of a new legislative change, as you've identified. For example, extended trade. But the overlay of this is what the Minister previously referred to as the precinct strategy, and you touched on with some questions around bids earlier, which is really, if you can think through that Data After Dark project that we talked about a second a bit ago, and the ability to then see what is going on in these districts, you start being able to measure and work the industry towards that diverse range of experiences. With the Data After Dark project, just confirming my answer to your previous question, it will contain as a pilot expenditure business composition, demographics, consumer sentiment, mobility, crime statistics and transport data. And it's that business composition piece that, if you're me in the role of Commissioner, I'll be looking at to understand if you're seeing an over concentration of licences without that balanced approach.
Thank you. That's useful. You kind of got into the next nice little segue into my next line of questioning, which actually, no, with the data, who ultimately has access to that?
So, as it currently stands, the dashboard will be limited to government and council users, which is really a function of data licensing. And the issue here is that some of the data sets are proprietary and therefore they're being incorporated, but they have licensing restrictions. And so in an ideal world, for example, that data might be made more publicly available, but we will be limited just by the nature of the way the data market works. So councils and government agencies in the first instance, we're exploring opportunities to share insights with industry and the community, and we'll be taking information from the dashboard ultimately for reporting purposes, monitoring, sharing with colleagues through some of those working groups I mentioned, the safety, wellbeing, mobility, to I guess without being basically to keep an eye on how the city's functioning.
Because there could be community concerns, could there not, about the use of that data if it got, for example, I mentioned earlier, yes, the Business Improvement District, which is the Western Harbour one that has Star Casino, Crown Casino,
Yep.
A hell of a lot of very big players. If they got a hold of that data, for example, to target people, to gamble, there are concerns that could be used by business to just drive their business operations. And I can see that it's potentially good for small businesses in certain precincts and let's make it all busy. But right now, the really big Business Improvement District, which is very organised, is the one with Crown, with Star, is it not?
That is a specific district.
Are they involved in this data after dark?
No, this is, I guess, outside of it, we're running it, and there's no other external forces on it. I would, in terms of where your questions might be going, we're working in partnership with the Data Analytics Centre under Department of Customer Service, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I can only imagine that there are safeguards in terms of privacy and some of those issues, and happy to take any question or notice on that if it's helpful.
Okay,
to
I can
confirm.
put more questions in about that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask about the Uptown Grant program as well. So I understand that program is in relation to, there's the Business Improvement District, the Community Improvement District, and now what's before us, I think, is precincts. Are they just all kind of blending into one, or are they distinct
You'd be
separation?
forgiven for thinking that there's a lot of the words precinct and district being thrown around, I think, and they mean different things to different people. If it's helpful, I can try and explain them in a certain logic, particularly around the Community Improvement District, Business Improvement District, and also the Special Entertainment Precinct that is partly in scope.
They actually are three separate things, is that?
At the moment, there's also another one, but if you
Interesting.
there's state-owned precincts and other things, but as far as the conversation for our office is concerned, there's a concept in this 24-hour economy strategy called the neon grid, the opposite of one place to go out, multiple places to go out across Greater Sydney. We've got amazing beaches through to mountains, 60,000 years of continuous storytelling, and the most multicultural city on the planet. We should have different going out districts. How do you make that happen? You need businesses and communities to care about their areas and start telling their stories. We're more than just two famous landmarks. Well, let's hear it. So Uptown is an enabler of that business collaboration, if you want to call it that. And in some ways, if it's helpful, just think about a high street or an old school business chamber and their early evolution. So that business collaboration piece is really what Uptown's aimed at. What follows from that is, over time, a maturation, if I can call it that. So, or if you like another way, what regulatory interventions can you overlay to strengthen those districts? In the case of a going out district, like Enmore Road, Special Entertainment Precinct, other things to bring to your imagination might be Chippendale, might be Burwood, might be Howden Street, Lakemba. These areas that people are visiting frequently. And so that's the regulatory overlay for potentially a special entertainment precinct. The business improvement district, so community improvement district, is another version of the same thinking, but perhaps not, and this is the language, sorry I'm being so specific, but with the business mindset, it doesn't necessarily include the cultural, creative storytelling that Uptown is hoping to get us to, and the special entertainment precincts hoping to get us to.
Thank you, that's useful. So getting back to the business improvement district, the Sydney Western Harbour Business Improvement District, board members, Lend-Lease, Markham, Mirvac, Sydney Fish Market, GPT Group, The Star, UTS, Accor, Business Sydney, Crown, Powerhouse, and ICC Sydney. They got a grant in this Uptown, the Uptown Grant Program of $200,000. Who assessed that?
So there was an independent panel of senior government representatives who made the assessment on all those applications.
Did all of those? Did they get signed off by the minister or the secretary? Do you know?
I might have to take that on notice as to who the final approver on that program is, but we should be able to confirm that to you during this session.
And so all of those companies that have been part of this business improvement district that is now New Sydney Waterfront Co. So they've received $200,000 of government support. I understand that's on the back of an additional $450,000 earlier. Are you aware of that one as well?
I am aware of that one, yes.
So all up $650,000 of taxpayers' money. Are you aware of anything else going to them?
Yes, I am. They also applied and were successful under the CBD's revitalisation program, which was administered by our office, and they received, as I imagine your next question is going to be, $747,217. Sorry. Let's say that again, 747,217. And that was for a major activation called the Sydney Waterfront Whale Tails.
What was the time frame for that grant? Sorry, when was that awarded? And
I might take on notice, but again, could advise you.
And that went straight to that New Sydney Waterfront Company?
That would have been straight to the New Sydney Waterfront Company.
For when you're saying activation, whale tails.
So, if it's helpful, I can explain the CBD's revitalisation program. So
maybe just that particular grant, actually. What was that for? So 750,000. This is on top of the 650,000.
Yeah, so I remember the installation was
1.4 million so far going to. This business improvement district company with Star, Crown, Mirvac, Lend-Lease. This is quite extraordinary. And sorry, Mr. Rodriguez, I know you're not the minister and it's not your policy decision.
Yeah. So if I can just, that fund was for 17 urban areas, which would include the CBD of Sydney. The idea was to draw people back out of their homes after COVID, or during COVID, I guess. The activation, and again we can provide further details, but I recall it as a series of curated art pieces on a walk around the waterfront. I'm reserving any artistic judgment on it, but it's akin to those, the cow exhibitions and things that you see in other parts of the world, if that helps paint the visual over, I think, a 6-week period. But again, I feel like I should provide you more detail of that.
Thank you. Okay, that would be very useful. And what is your knowledge of what a business improvement district ballot would be all about to be conducted in 2025? What discussions have you had about that?
I haven't had discussions around a ballot. I am aware of business improvement districts in terms of the concept, because, as I mentioned, the business collaboration bit is the piece that we've picked up and reflected in Uptown.
And this is the only one, I think, that I'm just asking in terms of that ballot concept, or not a concept, a thing that they're advocating to happen in 2025. This is really the only one so far that is working actively to have a ballot where they have a vote, the businesses have a vote?
To my knowledge, but I'm also aware that, for example, in Newcastle there are business improvement associations. Again, and I'm not familiar exactly with the way in which they run. My understanding is that sometimes the terms can be used interchangeably, as we're finding here with business improvement districts, community improvement districts. If it's helpful, the Cities and Active Transport team are the part of government that are overseeing that exposure draft legislation.
Chair, I have some further information when you have time.
No time like the present, Mr.
Okay.
Murray, I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you. On Mr. Rodriguez's comments around the ballot, I'm advised that international experience is that for these improvement districts to be successful, they need to have strong local support from the businesses and landowners who may be required as it progresses to pay for it. So most jurisdictions demonstrate this report by requiring what in this case is termed a ballot, and the affected parties come together and have a share of that process going forward so that they can have some responsibility in maintaining it and progressing it. Now, in terms of how we take this forward and really define what the ballot is in this scenario and for New South Wales's progression of this policy, an exposure draft will be released before the end of the year detailing the proposed governance framework, and that would spell out how the ballots would operate. The community will have the opportunity to provide feedback on the exposure draft and the concepts contained within, and we would propose to use apps and other community engagement activities to ensure that we get everyone's buy-in on the way that these districts would work and the ballots. And the exposure draft is expected to include content on how the districts will be established and the voting processes that would enable businesses to pledge their support through a ballot.
Very useful, thank you. We'll just go to questions from the opposition now, the last few minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, I just have a couple of questions for you. I noticed your discussion of your role in diversification. What do you have a role in trying to diversify areas for creating opportunities for artists and creatives and creating employment opportunities for these people as part of our 24-hour economy?
I would say that we do, and I guess the broad objective is to get people out of the house. And
could you maybe provide an example of where you've been able to promote this type of diversification which has led to an increase in job opportunities for creatives?
In terms of specifics, the program that we were talking about a moment ago, Uptown, is probably the best lens to look through it. So a number of those districts have been funded alongside the previous reference that Ms Fairman had to New Sydney Waterfront. An example would be, for example, Brookvale Arts District, which is in the Northern Beaches, which is an emerging going out district. It combines a whole bunch of an area known for music and production, but which has emerged again as a centre of craft brewing and distilling. And so, as an example, our support of that has led, and in conjunction with the Northern Beaches Council, to Groundswell Festival, which happened a couple of weeks ago. I won't opine as to the exact outcomes from that, but bearing in mind the early stage that this program's at, it's an example of how the office is working to achieve that encouragement of diversification.
Perhaps you could take on notice the opportunity to provide any other examples of where you've been able to
happy to
create work opportunities.
Happy to.
And look, just one last quick question. The 24-hour Economy Commissioner Bill that's currently before the House will increase your responsibilities to include Newcastle, Wollongong and the Central Coast. Why just these areas? Are there plans for a broad expansion and the stimulation of the economy throughout regional New South Wales?
I think that if I can make a couple of comments, the overall remit is really a question for government. The history of this is that the strategy was designed only for Greater Sydney, the pandemic impacted the whole state, we began working working in other areas, including Newcastle and Wollongong, for example, through the CBD's revitalisation program. Where we've been able to, and in some instances, a couple of examples include the vibrancy reform package itself, but also our local council acceleration program. We try and extend where we can across the state, but the specific remit of the strategy, originally Greater Sydney, and now it's been expanded to Newcastle, Wollongong and Central Coast. The way that we're working, to my way of thinking, is relatively universal, and these principles can be adopted. Great if government can get behind it and deliver it, but the theory applies more broadly, but it's really a policy question for government as to whether they...
But the regions might have to wait for a good party on Friday night.
Say again?
The regions might have to wait for a good party on Friday night.
I've been to many parties in many regions on Fridays and Saturdays, and Mondays on occasion.
Okay, on that note, we will just break for 15 minutes and come back at 3:45.
He's on his way.
Great, thank you.
Tell the other members.
That's a good idea, thank you. So welcome back, everybody. Do we have Dr. Brand available?
He's not outside.
He's on his way.
Great, thank you. Because, I'd like to start with questions to Dr. Brand. So thank you, everybody. Welcome back. I'm temporarily chairing in the absence of the chair for a short period of time. And Dr. Brand, if I could continue to ask you some questions. So thank you very much. I think we were discussing your current funding.
Correct.
Now, Sydney Modern, was that meant to facilitate a new normal in art gallery operations? More activity in a bigger space, bringing more of the people of New South Wales into the gallery?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, and we opened the building. We completed the Sydney Modern project, opening to the public on the 3rd of December last year. Delivered the project on time and on budget, and now we have 9 months, 10 months of operations, which is fantastic.
And so this increased activity would have been contingent on a higher new normal of recurrent funding, would it be not?
In the future, we will need. When we double our size effectively, there will be additional
so
funding.
if you're doing more, you need more to pay the lights and pay the staff. We were having a disagreement about the exact cut in the funding, and I would appreciate it if you could provide on notice your breakdown of your analysis. But what we're looking at is a reduction in funding to run an institution that's twice as big in a climate of rising inflation, so increasing costs, and on the budget figures 40% less, on your figures about 10% less than the previous recurrent funding. Is that right?
Again, these figures are very complicated because they mix in sometimes capital expenses with recurring expenses, and we have private funding.
We're just looking at recurring expenses.
Yeah.
We're just looking at how much money you have for the ongoing expenses. What is the actual sum in recurrent funding the gallery has been given to run its operations?
If you pull away the figures I was mentioning earlier
Yes.
on, it's roughly 40, 41 million per year.
Okay,
at the
and
moment.
that compares to roughly 43 million 2 years ago, doesn't it?
In effect, it's sort of roughly the same, and that's about 40% of our total expenses. Because we are public-private operation.
So there's been a reduction, and what impact will this have on your ability to run the art gallery?
Well, we're still in discussions with the government. Now that we've been running the building for a number of months and we have a clearer idea of the full costs, and also, as you said, take into account inflation and other issues. That's why we're still in discussion with the government to get a final figure for future operations.
So the budget figure is not the final figure? You're looking for more money to be able to pay your ongoing bills?
We're still in discussions with the government, correct.
If the figure doesn't change, will staff lose their jobs?
That would be speculation.
Well, let's speculate. How many jobs would you speculate would go if the figure doesn't change?
Again, I believe that's speculation.
Absolutely. Well, if it's not job cuts, what impact will there be on exhibitions?
We're in discussion with the government to ensure we do have a budget that allows us to keep the building open 7 days a week and free of charge to the public, as I think the Minister mentioned this morning. But until we know the results of those discussions, it would be pure speculation to start talking about
so
job
you're
cuts.
flagging that the changes that might be on the table are the art gallery won't be able to open 7 days a week, and there will be an admission charge payable by the public to cover the shortfall in funding?
Again, we're in the midst of discussions, and that's not something that
But that's
anyone's
what you've
aiming
just
for.
flagged as the possible ways in which you will have to recover the shortfall: shorter opening hours, less availability. So we've just built this fantastic facility which doubles the space, activates that whole area, but it won't be open 7 days a week as it is now, and people will have to pay to enter.
Chair, perhaps I can help because the Minister has been pretty explicit with us about
Yes.
keeping free entry and public access opening. So as Michael said, we are working with the department is working with him to understand, the base budget now and how we help.
Okay, so as I understand it, what you've just said, Ms Milwyn, is that you are working to be able to ensure that you will be able to keep the art gallery open as it currently is, given the reduced funding.
No, it will stay open. We're just working with Michael about what's needed for the future.
Okay, so as I understand it, the 40.632 million funding distribution from the department covers about 85% of employee-related expenses, and that doesn't include things like lights and air conditioning. How will you keep the gallery operating if this is the level of funding that's provided?
I think it's the same. It's the same answer. We are currently in discussions with the government to ensure that we continue operating and serving the public as we always have. And it's a complex mixture of government funding, philanthropy, self-generated revenue, for example, ticket sales to exhibitions, commercial revenue for the shop, function hire, grants, sponsorship.
So
you have to balance all of that to make it all work.
Okay, so what you're saying to me is that you can't rely on recurrent funding and you need to look to grants, philanthropy, sales, functions, other sources of income to be able to fund the art gallery?
I think that's always been the situation for many years now. It's never been a fully, well, not for many years has it been a fully government-funded organisation. It's always been a mixture of recurrent funding from the state and then also these additional funds, and that's the challenge we have to balance that all out. Luckily, in Sydney, in New South Wales, we have very generous benefactors, and we have a lot of public support in terms of coming to exhibitions and coming to events, so that's how we balance it.
The operating statement suggests that you're budgeted to almost quadruple the revenue you obtain from the sale of goods and services, from just over $10 million to just under $40 million. Was that the estimate you provided Treasury of your own projections as to what is possible?
They're figures that we would have provided.
And what figures? And what were those figures based? That quadrupling of revenue?
Based on calculations on going from years of COVID, from shutdown to gradually reopening, to having one building, to having two buildings.
How much of this quadrupling would be coming from the gift shop?
I'd have to take that question on notice, I'm afraid, but very happy to provide that.
That would be great, thank you. And what was the total received from the sale of merchandise and publications through the gift shops in the most recent financial year?
That I'd have to take on notice to. Be very happy to.
Thank you.
We have two shops at the moment, and then when we have our two blockbuster exhibitions over the summer, we'll have special shops for that too, which is why we're optimistic.
Look, I am very simple at maths. Two shops, I can understand doubling. Two shops quadrupling. It's hard to see the basis of these figures that being relied on to fund staff at the art gallery. What contribution is being made to the target by increased income from holding private events at the gallery?
I'd have to take the detail on notice, but we now have two spaces. We have two buildings, so we have additional spaces we can hire out for functions. Remember, those functions generally take place in the evening after public opening hours. We close at 5 o'clock 6 days a week, but we're open till 10 p.m. on Wednesday evenings. So the other 6 nights a week we can have functions now in two spaces. So that's definitely part of the calculation for our self-generated revenue.
If your funding remains at its current lower levels and you keep the gallery operating as it is, will you have to sell paintings to fund the recurrent expenditure?
We would never sell paintings to cover operating costs. That would go against all the basic principles of international art museums, where there's a sort of an agreement between all art museums that you cannot do that.
Where else will you get the money from?
Well, we the same way we always have, a balance of private and public funding.
So you're essentially looking to philanthropy to fill the shortfall in the funding?
Well, we can't talk about a shortfall until we've concluded our discussions with the government.
We're talking about the budget figures.
Yeah.
So there is a shortfall on the current budget figures. I understand that you are in talks with the government to try and get a necessary increase in those budget figures. But on the budget papers, there is a significant shortfall, and we are exploring how, if that doesn't change, the art gallery will be able to maintain its services to the people of New South Wales and to act as a magnet, a cultural magnet to draw in people from outside of New South Wales. And it's hard to see how that's going to happen without additional government funding. You've mentioned your blockbuster exhibitions. Are you planning to increase the ticket price to these special exhibitions?
We have increased ticket prices very slightly over the last couple of years. If I'm correct, I believe that prices over the summer $30 for full entry ticket price.
Thank you. And what percentage increase does that represent?
I think it might have been in the past. I'd have to just check this, but I think it might have been $27 or $28. It's a small increase.
We heard from the Minister and the Secretary that there are efficiency dividends of sorts that have resulted in cuts to your funding this year. What is the dollar value of these efficiency dividends?
It's probably best if I refer that back to our Department Secretary, because I think those calculations aren't final yet.
So you don't know the dollar value of the efficiency dividend that's been levied on your funding?
We have always been subject to efficiency dividends, but this year I think it's a little bit more complicated.
Is it $3 million, Dr. Brand?
My understanding is it's around that number.
Your understanding is it's around $3 million. It's an efficiency dividend. Thank you very much.
And just to confirm, what Dr. Brand was saying, the efficiency dividends, by that definition, that are applied are ones that have carried forward from previous budgets. So they have started over various years, including this year, but they were in part of last year's budgeting process.
Great. Thank you for that confirmation of the efficiency dividend of $3 million levied against the art
I'm not
gallery.
confirming the number. I'm just confirming that the reason it's complex is it's from a series of years being added up.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful for that. I'm wondering if you need to find savings, will the regular travelling Archibald exhibition be cut, making it harder for people in New South Wales in the regions to have access to these important works?
There are no plans to curtail the travelling of the Archibald exhibition. It's one of the most successful programs, as you say, with sharing art experiences with regional New South Wales. We also receive funding for that sponsorship through ANZ.
Okay,
and we're very, very grateful for that over a number of years.
So, again, philanthropic funding, which is...
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Accepting the complexity in ruling on a point of order at the moment.
Yes.
And I've refrained from seeking a point of order. There are just a number of questions that have been asked that are predicated on a range of hypothetical matters. The Legislative Council practice does suggest that guidance can be taken from House procedure, and I'd just suggest that a series of questions that have hypothetical matters contained in them would not be in order.
I understand that you're referring to hypothetical questions in relation to possible funding cuts. Is that and how those and what might have to be cut to achieve? Are they the hypotheticals that you're referring to?
Yeah, and potential measures to be taken, which are also hypothetical. So there's a series of hypothetical questions upon a hypothetical assertion.
Okay.
Chair, can I just, to the point of order, I don't know if it is a point of order, but just indicate that where there are cuts, if you're seeking clarification on those cuts, it's normal to ask what the consequence of those is and if are there other things in line. I think it's just a general line of inquiry, isn't it? You're not asking.
Further to the point of order, I don't know that that is the evidence that has been given this afternoon, that there are cuts. I am following it, and it seems to me as though there is an ongoing discussion currently underway.
I'm sure the witness is very capable.
Of course. I think perhaps the best practice in this unusual situation is if perhaps there are no more questions in relation to possible ways in which any shortfall which may exist may be recovered. So if everyone's happy with that. Dr. Brand, can I take you to philanthropy and recognising the very important role that philanthropy has always played in funding of the arts. Government is a major donor, but many other members of the community as well. And in fact, if we look at the gallery's expansion, in fact, I think you indicated these figures before, that the very generous donors of the art gallery have provided over $150 million for the gallery's expansion. However, this state government has removed the funding the previous state government provided the gallery to cover staff and operational costs for the new North Wing. Can you appreciate that many of the donors to the Sydney Modern campaign will feel that there has been a breach of faith by the state government doing this?
Look, I think that's, again, thank you for recognising the contribution of benefactors to the Art Gallery of New South Wales and this history of philanthropy here. But again, that's really speculation. We are discussing with the government our budget right now, but yeah, that'll be speculation.
It's speculation that the donors will feel there's been a breach of faith if funding isn't maintained?
Well, it's a hypothetical situation.
Do you think that any funding cuts will make it harder to attract philanthropy for the gallery in the future?
It's very clear that benefactors like to contribute to a successful and popular institution, and that is really, I think, the reason behind the success of the Sydney Modern project is the ambition of our vision. It's our long track record of delivering a fantastic public art museum for Sydney. That's why they've got on board. So it is true that a successful institution attracts more support.
And if donors feel that the institution that they gave money to, the project they gave money to, is not being supported in the way that they understood it would be, do you think that will make it harder to attract philanthropy in the future?
Hypothetically, yes.
And we've acknowledged the really critical role that philanthropy plays in the art gallery and the great role. Just one last question, and thank you for your time, Dr. Brand. The Summer International Arts Series, funded by Destination New South Wales, has been, I think you'd agree, an important source of funds for the gallery in past years. Are you concerned that cuts of $109 million to the Destination New South Wales budget will result in fewer funded projects? Are you convinced that beyond this present year and future years that the Summer International Art Series will continue to receive funding from Destination New South Wales?
We have received very strong support from the government through Destination New South Wales and also through Create Blockbuster funding. And that allows us to do the Kandinsky show we opened last Friday, and in 2 weeks' time we'll open the Louise Bourgeois exhibition in the new building. We hope to be able to continue those successes in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Brown.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I can use the time if that's right, Chair. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. Mr. Murray, I think, unless someone else can assist. Just want to ask about decision point signage. Has that been discussed with you, with the Minister?
Decision point signage? You'd have to explain, sorry.
Labor's policy to put decision point signage on the toll roads? Making a decision about whether you enter a toll road or you don't, where you go. So I'm assuming that your answer is you haven't discussed that with the Minister, Mr. Murray.
No, I have not discussed it.
Anyone? No one? Decision point signage not happening?
No particular discussions about that. Obviously, Ms Drover may have comments on the way signage is set up in our toll roads as part of construction, but we have not made any adjustments to policy that I'm aware of.
Yeah, the only thing I can remember is, I don't think it was in this government, it was about ensuring that the price of tolling was available before you made your decision to either take the toll route or take a alternative, but I don't believe we have discussed that with the Minister to date.
There was talk of that being something that would be added, brought in by the government. No discussion, no progress on that.
Raised in operations.
Okay. All right. So, can I clarify whether the toll cap will apply to every driver? Is that the intent?
I think, as we heard this morning, the Minister will be making some further announcements around that. We'd have to take, happy to assist wherever we can, pending those government announcements, but we need to take that on notice.
Okay, so that hasn't been decided. Okay, the Western Distributor Road network improvements, I think we've covered off. Did you cover off on those, Chair? No? Oh, I can ask those.
Yeah.
So what's the status of the Western Distributor Road network improvements?
Yes, Ms Mayers gave a summary of that earlier today, but I'm sure she could provide some additional detail.
Yep, just where that's up to.
Yeah. Thank you. As you know, the Western Distributor Network Improvement Project is looking at traffic flow and improving congestion flowing on the Anzac Bridge from the Western Distributor, and is an integral part of our works with Rosedale Interchange.
Thank you. And
there's changes that we're making, which will commence construction early 24. Improvements to the off-ramps at Allen Street and Piermont Bridge Road, and the new access point ramp exiting Fig Street to deal with the weave across that area as well, and refurbishing of the Anzac memorials.
And I was just going to finish that topic by just saying, is that related to the Rosedale Interchange project?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I've just got some questions now for Ms Lamb in relation, Ilga, in relation to music festivals. Thank you, Ms Lamb. Okay, specifically in relation to subject festivals and ILGA's role in that. So, are there defined criteria that ILGA, the authority, operates under in terms of determining what is a subject festival specifically?
There are, in the sense that the legislation requires us to take certain matters into account in our determination.
So is there written guidelines? Okay, and so do you publish those every annually? Is it what festivals are determined as subject festivals and the reasons behind it?
Do you mean do we publish the decisions that we've taken and why we've taken them?
That's right.
No, we don't do that. But of course, the festival organisers themselves have that information.
Okay, so has ILGA rejected safety management plans? So I understand that festivals. Is it just subject festivals put in a safety management plan?
That's correct.
Has ILGA rejected any safety management plans that have?
I think in reality the process is that before a safety management plan is approved by ILGA, we seek input from both health and the police in terms of the adequacy of that plan. So the answer to your question is, once we've received that assurance, the answer is no, we don't refuse it.
So who do you get the assurance from, did you say?
From the Department of Health and from the police.
Okay, so for every festival, music festival that has been determined by ILGA, because you've made the determination against criteria that it should be a subject festival, and they've put in a safety management plan. So has any been rejected?
Not rejected as such. When we when we're proposing to, or if we have any concerns about a safety management plan, we always discuss that with the organisers. So there's a sort of a two-way communication process, and ILGA is obliged to approve a safety management plan within 14 days of the event, so that by the time of the 14 days, it's fairly clear what the safety management plan will contain.
So have this has been in place, is it 3 or 4 years now?
Yes, that's correct. So 21, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm aware of the obviously COVID in between. So have festivals been able to move off the being declared a subject festival over a number of years in terms of not having deaths and meeting other
Yes.
criteria?
You raise a very important point, Ms. Veerman, because what we are doing now is, rather than categorising a festival as either subject or not subject according to what they're called, we're actually looking at each event anew, because of course the circumstances that pertain this year may not be the same as those that pertained a year or so ago. For example, the climate might be different. It might be being held at a different time of year, might be different numbers of people, might be different types of events. So what we're doing is we're looking at each event as a standalone festival. So the answer to your question is, because we look at each event as a standalone festival now, the categorisation of some festivals has changed. Not in many cases, but in 1 or 2 cases, I believe it has changed.
Okay, so has New South Wales Police ever recommended for a festival not to be deemed a subject festival?
I don't recall, since I've been in the role, which is only since December last year, I don't recall a circumstance in which the police didn't recommend it be a subject festival and ILGA determined that it should be.
Where does that recommendation, so at what point does the police, where do they engage with you when you're saying their recommendation? Do they receive the application first? Is that the process?
Yes, Liquor and Gaming, and my colleague Mr Barrackett is here. Liquor and Gaming basically do the interaction with police and health, and they provide that information to ILGA to support ILGA's decision-making process.
Okay, so at what time did you say? When I've got this big chart here of the process, which is incredibly complicated. I really do pity anybody wanting to operate a music festival in this state, I have to say. At what point of that process are the police involved? Is it the very beginning?
Well, it can be early on. We encourage festival organisers to notify Liquor and Gaming early on and ILGA early on of... so there's an electronic notification process. If they choose to do that, it tends to expedite the processing of an application. If they do put in an ENF, there's a time period of 60 days before ILGA is required to make a determination. Then ILGA makes a determination within no later than 14 days before the event takes place. And I understand there are no circumstances in which that 14 days has been breached.
Do you notify the festival with those 14 days? Because that is also, I mean, that's a tight time frame. Is it often been quite close to the 14 days?
Yes, it has. That's quite true.
They have to start with you, is it 90 days or 60 days? I think I said 60 before, but it's 90.
If they do put in an electronic notification, it's 60 days. And then Liquor and Gaming will need to engage with not only the organisers but also stakeholders, particularly, as I say, health and the police.
How much time does it kind of take? I mean, are you within? Do you think the process is working? Have you been potentially recommending improvements? I know that there's a review, which the Minister mentioned this morning, but from ILGA's point of view, what's kind of working and what isn't with this?
Well, we are being invited to contribute to the review, and we're looking forward to doing that. We at ILGA are very keen to promote the development of the music festivals in New South Wales, and we acknowledge that there are some, currently the process, a lot of organisers find it cumbersome, and we've already put in place some measures to streamline the process that's involved. We're not sure that we've got it perfectly right yet, and we engage regularly with the music festivals industries to get their input into what we do and how we do it, because we really are very committed to improving. We think the process is good, but we think it can always be improved, and we're very interested in listening to festival organisers to hear their views as to what would help to make things work better for the industry.
Yes, so do the organisers have to pay ILGA anything for this work?
I think you should probably refer that to my colleague, Mr. Barraquette, because if there is a payment for the application process, that would all be attended to in liquor and gaming, and I don't know what that is.
Why don't we ask, if you're able to answer, just spread the load around in terms of who's answering
I'd be
questions.
delighted.
Yeah, but maybe stay there, Ms. Lamb, because I might come back to you.
So a rather inauspicious answer to my first question today. I'd have to take that on notice, I think. If I can get the detail this afternoon, I will, but off the top of my head, I don't know the exact fee.
Okay, all right. Is ILGA? So I've also had heard concerns that there's issues in relation to that there's no review process, and I assume if organisers are being kind of told 14 days before if they're having certain conditions or whatever imposed on them, that there's kind of no review process because they're told so late. Is that being factored in? Do they have an opportunity to feed in if
Look,
there is any?
I don't want to. I don't want you to get the misapprehension that they only know whether they're a subject music festival 14 days before the event. What they have to do is if they are a subject music festival, they have to provide their safety management plan.
Yes.
And that has to be approved 14 days beforehand. So there's quite a lot of work that goes on before that sort of 14 days period starts to run.
Thank you. There are festivals, I think, that want to be able to appeal or get an independent review undertaken of the entire assessment of them being subject music festivals. So there's no avenue for that,
I think
there?
If I may, Ms. Irvin, there was a process, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lamb, this year whereby organisers who had their festivals classified as subject were given the opportunity through the Music Festivals Roundtable to make submissions as to why they should no longer be classified as subject, and then those organisers, I think, then came to present to ILGA as well.
That's correct, and that is consistent with the approach that we've taken this year to look at every festival as a discrete event, notwithstanding the fact that they may have been classified one way or the other in previous years.
What happened with those festivals that requested that their status as subject festivals be reviewed? Was that accepted by ILGA?
It was reconsidered as quite a separate exercise. So quite apart from any assessment that was made in previous years, we did a new assessment, and I think most of them remained unchanged, but I can't tell you there were none that were changed.
So, Ms. Lamb, with ILGA signing off on what is ultimately a safety management plan with very kind of serious responsibilities and consequences at these festivals, they set out the level of medical and peer-based harm reduction, as you know. What happens in those medical tents and who conducts it is extremely important, as the coronial inquest in fact found. Isn't New South Wales Health the better agency to sign off on these plans?
That would be a matter for government, Ms. Fairman. At the moment, under the legislation, it's ILGA's responsibility, and I'm not in a position to say what the government's position might be once the review of the festival's legislation is complete.
And how much input and at what point again does New South Wales Health have input into the safety management plan?
It's part of the overall the background work that Liquor and Gaming does on behalf of ILGA in order to present an application to us for determination.
Okay, all right. So, and you said that the assessments go back to the festival operator promoter. So there's no list as such in terms of which festivals have a public list, in terms of which festivals have been deemed to be subject music festivals.
I don't believe there is such a list, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I think once again I've exhausted my questions in that 40 minutes. We'll go to the, thank you. We'll go to the opposition. Ms. Ward.
Sorry, the ever enthusiastic. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Well, can I just come back to the Western Distributor Road Network improvements? I might start with you, Mr. Murray. So, Mr. Murray, has the Minister been briefed on the impacts of the Rozelle Interchange opening to the Anzac Bridge corridor?
Yes, the Minister has been heavily involved in the work getting ready. In fact, just last week, the Minister and Mr. Collins were on site to begin explaining that to the users as it begins to come online.
Okay, and is Transport confident that it can manage those challenges on the corridor when the Rozelle Interchange opens?
I will throw to the Coordinator General in a moment, except to say I think it has been part of the overall concern that the first 6 months we do expect that there will be some disruption to drivers, particularly on the lead up to the Anzac Bridge approaching the city as the network begins to come online and build up its patronage. We are asking for patience, obviously, in that area, and we will work out any glitches as it works through. But we are expecting that for at least the first 6 months there will be some tensions.
Before we go to Mr. Collins, can I just ask you, has the Minister been briefed on the opening plan and the ability to mitigate those risks?
The opening plan and the commissioning strategy is a regular matter that is briefed within the department and also to the Minister.
Thank you. I might come back if there's any further details.
Just very quickly to say we have a specialist team, customer journey planning and customer journey management. They have been briefing the Minister and the Minister's office and the Secretary on a regular basis, almost minute by minute plans, and we set up our Joint Operations Command. We did last week when we opened the Crescent.
I'm sure it's well in hand. So do you anticipate, Mr. Murray, any impact to the operation of the Rozelle Interchange?
Nothing that wouldn't be factored in terms of the planning. We have the independent verifier doing the work on the connections now to ensure that that commissioning program can run to plan. But these elements, as the Coordinator General just said, are now in the domain of our customer journey planning teams to make sure that the on-ramps and off-ramps and the customer use of the network is being able to be brought online as smoothly as possible. But we do expect some delays.
And the Minister has been briefed on those expectations and the potential challenges around that?
Yes, and the Minister
she's clear about those?
This is Minister Graham in terms of the roads portfolio.
Sorry, Mr. Graham, of course.
Has spoken publicly about these issues, yes.
Yep, good. Okay. Thank you. When is the Sydney Gateway scheduled to open?
I might come.
Ms. Drover?
Ms. Drover.
There is actually a staged opening of Sydney Gateway, but the whole project is due for completion by the end of 2024. And as we announced earlier this week, the flyover into the domestic terminal is due to open very shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Drover. And M6 Stage 1, Mr. Murray, when is that scheduled to open?
Again, I'd have to...
Yes, that is due to open by the end of 2025. It's on track for that completion date.
Thank you. And is that on track for that completion date?
Yes, yep, on track. I think we're must be approaching 40% of the tunnelling complete for the M6 Stage 1. The project is also on budget as well.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Murray, when's the Western Harbour Tunnel scheduled to open?
Western Harbour Tunnel, we are We have the portals now as part of the process that's just being signed off. Ms. Drover, could you give an update on the tunnelling portion?
Yeah, so as you'd be aware, we awarded the contract for that November 22, so just about a year ago, and we said that would take about 5 years of tunnelling. Tunnelling for the package 1, which was awarded earlier in early 2022, is well advanced. I think by next year they'll be under Birchgrove, and tunnelling for package 2 will start next year.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, which of those three will be tolled? Gateway, M6 and Western Harbour Tunnel?
I have the 6 and M6.
I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Gateway is not a toll road network. M6 is planned to be tolled. Western Harbour Tunnel will be considered.
So what's the progress on consideration of the toll on the Western Harbour Tunnel?
Yeah, thank you for that question. All of that forms part of the toll review considerations, so no decision's been made by government yet.
Thank
And
you.
also, just your earlier question on decision point tolling, signage and technology is one of the reference points of the tolling review, so we anticipate that would be picked up there.
Okay. Mr. Murray, what's the delivery strategy for the Western Harbour Tunnel?
I would go to Ms. Drover on that question.
Yes, so we've awarded the package 1, which was a variation to the Rosal Interchange. Package 2 was awarded, as I said, November 2022. That's an incentivised target cost contract arrangement. So both packages are being delivered directly by the New South Wales Government.
Thank you. And Mr. Murray, last one for you. When will the WestConnex speed limit increase?
So that's being looked at the moment. We have to ensure that the integration works with the Anzac Bridge are all flowing smoothly. As I said, the first focus is the integration of that network, the 6 months of running. We are looking at that in the process to see then how we can retrofit the speed limit considerations back into that integration piece.
Okay. And is that likely to delay the rollout of the speed increase?
It's not going to delay, we have to ensure that that's running smoothly before we then change the speed limit further down the roadway, which would then accelerate the cars arriving at the Anzac Bridge.
Will it be in place by the end of this year?
I couldn't give that timeline. We will be still monitoring the impacts of the network. That would only be a short time after opening.
End of next year?
Can I just clarify, was your question about the speed limit within the Rosal Interchange?
Yeah, WestConnex.
Yeah. We are focused at the moment on completing and getting the Rosal Interchange open. There's a lot of testing commissioning that needs to be completed. That's the focus. And then the changes to the posted speed limit within WestConnex will follow.
Thank you, Ms. Drover. Thank you.
It's actually another 20 for the opposition.
Oh, great. I can keep going all day. Fantastic. Thank you. Excellent. I might turn to some other questions. Mr. Murray, in relation to tourism, just for a change of scene, the Ultimate Fighting Championships to be held in September. Was this event funded from the tourism budget or the sport budget?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't have that detail. That's not within my purview.
I think that's our department.
Tourism?
Yeah, so that
Destination?
It's Destination New South Wales can answer those questions.
Okay. Was there whoever is appropriate?
So that's Mr. Cox.
Mr. Cox?
Yep.
Mr. Cox, was there a business case prepared for this funding opportunity?
Good afternoon, Ms. Ward. Yes, there was a business case, as is always the process for Destination New South Wales. It was, however, of course, an election commitment, but we did go through our due diligence with relation to the return and the investments that we make.
So you did or you didn't?
We did.
Okay, so initially that was, I think, an election commitment you mentioned for some $8 million. That then became $16 million. Can you just inform the committee of how that doubled?
The investments that we make specifically are commercial in confidence with relation to events, as has been the practice for some time. I can't go into the detail around exactly what was invested.
You can confirm, though, the election commitment was $8 million and it's now costing New South Wales $16 million. That's correct, isn't it?
I think the election commitment that I have on my records here is up to $16 million for 3 UFC pay-per-view events.
Thank you. Is there any, given the controversial nature of the participants and president of the UFC, and we've had this discussion with you and with the Minister, thank you for the briefing, is there any capacity in that budget to include trigger warnings or warnings about domestic violence, or warn people about, given the investment of the government in prevention of domestic violence and the history, I think, of those participants, is there any component in that for funding warnings about domestic violence?
Not specifically, but it is something that we can discuss with the UFC in the next couple of events that are scheduled.
When is that? When's the opportunity?
I don't have the date. I think the dates haven't necessarily been set for the next 2 events, but I need to take on notice just to be 100% sure about that. But the next 2 events...
About when the events are?
Yes, specifically when the events are. It would need to be with agreement with the UFC, of course.
Yeah. Given that there are concerns, given that a number of women have tragically been killed only in recent weeks, and the emphasis on prevention of domestic violence and the investment by the government, I accept that's a different portfolio to here, but there have been community concerns raised. I've raised them repeatedly in the House and directly with you. I would have thought that's something following our earlier discussion that was going to be taken up. Are you saying that no progress has been made on that at all?
We've certainly communicated with UFC with relation to the behaviour of their athletes and their code of conduct, but there hasn't been progress on specific advertising as you're asking about. There was insufficient lead time with the first event, but future events can certainly be considered.
Did you sign off on the business case?
Yes, I sign off. It goes to our board. We've got a process, so the events go through a detailed process of assessment. They go to the board for information. They go through myself, and then ultimately they provide to the Minister.
And you're comfortable with that spend for those events?
Yes, I am.
And the return on investment?
Yes, I am.
As a Destination New South Wales event that would bring people to New South Wales, or is it focused on people that are in New South Wales?
No, it's focused on people coming ex-region visitation. So all that we do is people from outside of New South Wales, so outside of 50 kilometres, and obviously the further, generally the better. They tend to stay longer and spend more. The event itself was very successful. It was in fact the largest ever take of an indoor event in Australia's history.
Concerning to some. I won't comment. I won't get there further. I'll hand to my colleague.
Perhaps if I could ask Ms Pittman some questions. Thank you. Hello, Ms Pittman. Thank you for being here. I wonder if you could tell the committee the total allocation that's been made by the Minister from the state budget for the Arts and Culture Funding Program.
In 2023-24, there is $68,561 for, sorry, wrong line. $68,381,000 for the Arts and Cultural Funding Program.
So let's say roughly 68 million. That's
Yeah.
Thank you. And how does that compare to what was allocated in 2022-23?
In 2022-23, the Arts and Cultural Funding Program was allocated $71,940,000.
And in 2021-22, do you have those figures?
Yeah. It was in 21-22, the allocation for the Arts and Cultural Funding Program was $73,409,000.
Thank you very much. And can you tell the committee why the assessment of multi-year funding for organisations was suspended earlier in the year?
It's just a moment. So the arts and cultural funding programs, multi-year funding, an expression of interest was run commencing in February of this year. And that expression of interest process was open to everyone except for existing multi-year clients, which did not need to apply through that expression of interest. Those were those applications were received. However, there was a decision made to align the multi-year funding program with the arts, culture, and creative industries policy, which is currently being developed. And so applicants were notified of that.
And Ms. Pittman, whose decision was that?
So that decision was taken in consultation with the minister.
So the minister decided to suspend the open process for an alignment with a policy that's currently under development.
So we provided a variety of options, as you would normally do in the case of a large policy on foot, like the development of the arts, culture, and creative industries.
So just to clarify,
policy.
these were options you provided to the minister?
Yes,
thank you.
correct.
And the process of this review, public forums. What's the process of this review? The arts, culture, and creative industries policy.
Yes. So we have undertaken over the course of the last 4 months or so a large-scale consultation program, which included the conduct of 16 forums, town hall forums. 12 of those were face-to-face in different parts of New South Wales, and 4 of those were online. Those forums were attended by over 1,000 parties. The program also involved one-on-one meetings with key organizations in the arts and cultural industry and creative industries. We also had an open Have Your Say program, and we received 775 submissions through that Have Your Say.
Great, thank you. And how many of the public forums did you attend?
I believe I attended 6, so we split them up between a number of the Create senior staff, and I believe I attended 6.
Okay, thank you. And what feedback was there in this review process about the arts and culture funding program?
We received a significant amount of feedback through that consultation process. It was quite a significant amount of feedback across everything from funding to education, arts education, to infrastructure for arts, culture, and creative industries. In terms of funding, we received feedback around the structure of our programs, the methodology, the timelines, etc. So it was quite wide-ranging feedback that we received.
And was it positive, negative?
Oh, it was both. There's a lot of appreciation for the Arts and Cultural Funding Program in particular, being a core arts funding program that New South Wales provides. There certainly was a lot of appreciation for the funding that program provides, but there was an awful lot of recommendations for how we can improve that, which we gratefully accepted.
So recommendations discontent with the structure of the funding programs?
Yes, it was broad-ranging recommendations, everything from how we communicate with parties, to how frequently the different open rounds are run, how much certainty organizations have in terms of multi-year funding. It was broad-ranging.
And the bodies and individuals making
Yes, I think there were specific comments around multi-year funding, as well as broader ranging comments around the breadth of the programs that that are run through the Arts and Cultural Funding Program.
And when can people in the sector look forward to assessment of the existing applications commencing and funding decisions being made?
So we have notified the parties that submitted through that process that we would be providing more information in early 2024. We have extended the existing multi-year clients agreements. We're in the process of extending those until the 31st of December 2025. And there are other avenues for funding in the lead up to that for organisations that are not already
I think I understood you to say that those people who are able to apply in February of this year did not include existing multi-year. So anybody who has an existing multi-year grant, they will be extended through to December 2025. But anybody who applied in February this year, they have to wait till early next year to even have their application potentially processed?
They were encouraged to apply through the open rounds that we have, so that there was a potential for them to be funded before then.
And when do the open rounds open?
Let's see if I have that here. So there are 2 open rounds per year. And the first open round, I don't believe I have those. Oh, no, I do. So round 1 opened on the 20th of July and closed the 29th of August. And that was 2022, apologies. I do not have the 2023 dates here.
But they have opened in 2023.
I can take that on notice.
That'd be lovely. Thank you very much. We heard this morning from the Minister that there is work going on progressing the reopening of the Roxy Theatre at Parramatta. Is Create New South Wales involved in that work?
We are.
And how many of your staff are working on that?
I would say there are 2 to 3 staff working on that.
Full-time, part-time?
Our staff work on a number of projects. We have specialised staff with expertise in theatre and in theatre development. So we've assigned those specialised staff to this project.
Perhaps you could take on notice what the full-time equivalent number of staff members would be.
I can do that, yes.
Is there a working group involving other agencies and Parramatta Council in place?
I will have to take that on notice. There is
That's great.
There is a steering committee that oversees all of our projects, including one for this, and we have regular discussions with Parramatta Council, and wide-ranging discussions with Parramatta Council, which includes Roxy as a standing item.
Thank you. And can you tell me what's been achieved since April this year?
So we are in the process of doing a final business case.
Right.
That final business case work will provide the government with options in terms of both in terms of what the Roxy could potentially achieve as a cultural venue, as well as scales of potential development, as well as potential options for investment.
And the timeline then would depend on which of the options the government chooses?
That's correct.
Right, thank you. I wonder, can I take you to the Registrar General's building? You're involved in this work?
Yes.
I understand from public reports that work will be complete by October 2024. Is that your understanding?
So the Registrar General building works are being managed by the Property and Development team in Department of Planning and Environment. We work very closely with them, and the early works are underway, as you say.
And has an advisory forum been established?
Yes, there's a steering committee and a governance structure that oversees that, yes.
And who are the members of the steering committee?
I don't have the list
If you could take it on notice,
in front
I'd
of
be
me,
very
but
grateful.
I can take that on notice.
Thank you
yes.
very much. I think my colleague...
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of closing questions, if I may. Just on BCRs, Mr Murray, just on the major roads projects that are coming up, obviously large and important projects. In your words, how do you balance a BCR with the broader benefits and government priorities when advising the Roads Minister on capital allocation? What are the key things you're looking for?
Well, Ms Ward, obviously we fall into the government processes with Infrastructure New South Wales. We have a set processes to go through with those gateways, and that involving the ERC and the Cabinet as we go through it. I wouldn't want to go into any further detail than that here unless Ms Drover wanted to comment on the process. But
sure. I'm just I mean, you've come from an infrastructure background. I would have thought that there's some key drivers that you would be emphasising given that background. What are the key drivers of a BCR for you?
yes, it's clear on where you're going with the question. I'm very comfortable with the processes. There is a set government process that we abide by, and I work with my team to implement that.
So just on those priorities, there's obviously a lot of pressure on infrastructure spend and cost at the moment. What specific steps does Transport intend to take to manage those cost projects for delivery of these major projects already in delivery?
Well, one of the key things we're looking at the moment, obviously, is just the de-escalation of the industry. It's one of the reasons why the capital program of Transport has been shifted. We are looking at that deliberate strategy to come down from the mega project tier into dealing with our tier 1, 2 and 3 delivery providers much more fairly. That's one of the reasons why we had all of that group together just a week ago and briefing them over the course of a day on what the pipeline will look like and how they can
Sorry,
best
I'm just
do
asking
that.
in the time I've got. The project's in delivery right now.
Yes.
With your experience
Yes.
and key influence in this and input. What do you see as the key issues and challenges right now, and what specific steps are you taking to manage those? These are big projects, they're important, they must be delivered. The ones that are ongoing now, what steps are you taking?
I understand that. The issues we're really looking at the moment is that skills pipeline, because of the current standoff between different state and federal projects. We are waiting, obviously, on the federal infrastructure review, but that's not stopping us getting on with the certainty around those projects we need.
With respect, though, the federal review doesn't affect some of these projects that I've
No,
just asked about.
you asked me though what the factors that we were considering in our current project delivery timeline. What we are looking for is to ensure that we have the right skills base that can apply to those projects. We have talked about that with the major...
Do you say the skills shortage is the biggest
We have talked
cost?
about the need to give certainty to the marketplace so that as the change in projects that is currently happening is sized up, we get the right selection of delivery partners and they can bring their best skills into that delivery.
Just for the information of the committee, the opposition's time has expired, but in the absence of the crossbench, Ms Fairman's indicated she's happy for the opposition to use her time, so we'll go straight into another opposition block of questions.
Thank you. So just coming back to that, Mr Murray, just in your experience, I'm just interested in the specific cost drivers. So you're saying that skills shortage is the biggest cost driver at the moment, that consideration?
No, I said one of the areas of certainty that we needed to ensure, and I was with a briefing from the Australian Constructors Association only in the last couple of weeks, is we will not get that certainty of teams bidding those projects if they cannot see the right pipeline in place in New South Wales. The states are all reimagining their infrastructure pipelines at the moment. We have to be in the right zone to give them the certainty to come and prioritise New South Wales. And that's what I have seen and spoken with my colleagues about since joining this organisation 12 weeks ago. The other elements we need to look at is how the inflationary impacts, which are still present in the marketplace, they haven't abated, are flowing through our forward pipeline. And we've spoken about that today with the forward impacts on the budget, just how we're going to get, you mentioned the Western Distributor Program, how we are going to right-size that program going forward and ensure that it's deliverable and it fits in with the rest of the plan.
But for those projects that are presently in delivery, the pipeline doesn't affect the current projects that are in delivery, does it?
No, the projects that are in delivery are the subject of our reviews. We have a regular project delivery review with the Infrastructure and Place Division and Sydney Metro to ensure that all of those project packages are tracking to plan, and that if we need to make any changes around the contingency, that can be done within the agency.
Yeah, Western Sydney Metro is quite controversial. So what are the key drivers of cost escalation in projects that are in delivery and transport at the moment?
Well, I think one of the biggest issues has obviously been materials over the past few years. That's well documented, the inflationary impacts of just the construction inputs. It has been the ability to get the teams as each state has poured more and more people into the infrastructure market. I'm sure Ms Drover could give some of the impacts that we've worked on with the ACA and with Consult Australia as we try and improve the procurement pipeline into a more sustainable level.
Yeah, but Ms Ryan, I'm not talking about the pipeline that's coming. I'm talking about those projects that are in delivery right now. And from your infrastructure background, what steps you're taking to manage those risks right now on those projects?
Yeah, well, Ms Drover can give us some more information on how that's being done with the projects that are currently in delivery.
But Mr Murray, you're the head of transport. I'm interested in your steps that you're taking in this role to mitigate those risks.
Well, I said we have a regular, it's every 2 weeks, we have all projects in delivery and we go through and examine how they are tracking against the project delivery timeline and cost.
And the BCRs on those projects, can you talk me through the BCR on the Sydney Gateway project?
I don't have that to hand, but I'm sure Ms Drover would have it in her file.
Yeah, sure. I might. We're happy to take that on notice, Mr. Drover. I think
2.8.
Ms Fairman would like her time.
Thank you. Sorry about my absence then. Ms Lamb, I might just come back to you if I can. Just a few more questions to wrap up the music festival assessments at ILGA. So during this whole assessment process, for safety management plans with subject festivals, do the music festival organisers, what's their role in the assessment? Are they able to argue their case? Are they able to present to you in any way?
On occasion they can and they do. It's not that ILGA can always make an opportunity for an organiser to come and talk to us if they wish to do so. Sometimes that does happen. It has happened in the last few months. I wouldn't say it's the regular process though.
So have you rejected attempts by festival organisers to come and meet with you to, basically challenge their assessment of a subject festival?
I recall one occasion where that's happened in the last few months, yes.
Why is that?
I think there were some time constraints, to be perfectly frank.
I mean, is that so? I understand as well that once they're deemed to be a subject festival, that imposes a hell of a lot more costs onto that festival. So wouldn't it seem fair to enable those organisers to have a say in the process, to be actually able to come to ILGA and put their case?
Yes, well, they do have an opportunity to have a say throughout the process because they're engaging with liquor and gaming. And so when we're considering an application or we're considering a safety management plan, we have the benefit of receiving a report of their input. Now, if you're saying should they have an opportunity in addition to that, sometimes we do talk to music festival organisers where we have that opportunity. I think on the particular occasion you may be referring to, my recollection is there was a time constraint and it simply wasn't possible in the context of other commitments that ILGA
so
had
the
at the time.
Just to be clear, the time constraint, I mean, the festival organisers, they have to abide by their putting their application in within 60 days online, 90 days.
If it's not online.
So they've done that, but then within that 2-month period, ILGA isn't able to find time for a festival organiser to be able to make a meeting to come and plead their case as to why they should not be deemed a subject festival.
I can't imagine in circumstances where there was that amount of time we would not be able to find a time for them to come and talk to us. I think on the particular occasion you were referring to, ILGA meets once a month for board meetings. I think the festival organisers, my recollection was that they wanted to come and talk to the full board, and there was not a board meeting in the period of time which would have enabled us to have their input in that way.
Are you able to provide on notice perhaps the number of festivals that have been assessed by ILGA, the number of festivals and the how many of those festival organisers have been able to appear in person to speak to ILGA about their application? Because, firstly, is that...
Yes, certainly. I can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And because I understand, so it's basically just largely paperwork. Like they submit their, on paper, you assess. Most of them, I would think, don't know, because you're saying it's almost like a proactive step. If some people want to talk to ILGA, right, organisers want to talk to ILGA, you've said some get through, you've said a couple have had a meeting. How do they do that? What's the process?
Well, for example, we do regional visits every year. So recently we went to Kingscliff for a regional visit, and we spoke to a number of festival organisers, including the Festivals Association, when we were up in Kingscliff, and there were a number of festival organisers on that occasion. There was some discussion about the characterisation of one particular festival up there during the course of that engagement. So it wouldn't be correct to say that we don't engage regularly with festival organisers. We do, and we have. I myself attended a music festival in Wollongong recently, spoke extensively with the organisers there. So we're well aware of the issues and concerns that festival organisers have.
You said you just attended a festival in Wollongong. Do you attend them regularly?
That's the first one I've been to.
Right. So you have a process where festival organisers submit these applications against something that is going to cost them a lot of money. And they're not able, there's nothing in that process that provides them the ability to have a meeting where they can plead their case to not be considered subject. There's no ability in the process as it stands for that to happen. Do you think that process therefore needs to change to give the festival organisers more agency in this whole process?
I'm sure they feel that's something they would like.
I'm sure they do.
And where we've been able to accommodate that, we have. But I would say that most of the engagement is engagement with Liquor and Gaming, who put together the paper that ILGA considers in terms of making a determination. So that's where most of the engagement occurs, and that is very direct engagement with Liquor and Gaming. So.
Mr. Barakat, I might just ask you then, now that you've just been thrown into it, if you just wanted to... if most of the engagement happens with Liquor and Gaming, what in-person assessment meetings do you have with each of the festival organisers that are kind of, as I understand, a number of them, pleading their case to avoid this subject festival?
Yeah, so me personally wouldn't necessarily be involved in those meetings, but our licensing division is in regular contact with festival organisers throughout the entirety of the application process. I would say that this is the issue you're raising now is a known issue, has been ventilated at the Music Festivals Roundtable, so I co-chair that roundtable with the AFA, Industry Association. And in response to that, the sort of process I spoke about earlier where organisers of subject music festivals were able to come and present to ILGA and make submissions and make their case as to why that subject status was removed, was a response to some of those concerns. And I think going forward, I mean, you know better than I do, but I'd be surprised if some of these issues weren't raised as part of the review that's currently underway. And one of the things that we've discussed at the roundtable is, the potential for that body to have more of a say in the assessment process that ILGA undertakes. So at the moment, submissions are received from...
So which body, when you're saying body?
The Music Festivals Roundtable
Right.
that government's established. So in the same way that police and Health make submissions for ILGA to consider, there's probably a question as to whether the industry representatives on that roundtable could also make submissions in relation to subject music festivals for ILGA to take into consideration during that decision-making process. So some of those discussions have already commenced, and I think they'll be borne out through the review that's currently underway. And just on that, I know you asked a question of the Minister this morning about the timeframes for that. So that opened up on the 18th of October, and submissions will be received until the 13th of December. But as the Minister said, if industry, we're very mindful it's the midst of the festival season, so if industry wants longer, we're very happy to provide that. And then from there, assuming those timeframes are adhered to, we'd be hoping to provide some advice and options back to government about the legislative framework going forward in the first quarter of next year for government to consider.
First quarter, okay, that's very useful.
And just on the other, the fee issue, so music festival organisers, where they want to sell liquor, there'll be relevant liquor licence fees they'll need to pay, but as to the assessment of the actual application, there's no fee incurred for that process.
Yeah, so in terms of all the agencies that are benefiting in terms of the money from, it's really the police. In terms of any agencies that have, or departments that have any kind of a say in those applications, it's the police who are
and I think,
making the money out of it.
Again, I don't want to speculate on what might come out of the review, but to some of the questions you were putting to the Minister this morning, as you said, some of the costs, police, health, associated costs come out of the fact that those safety management plans are required when a festival is deemed subject.
Exactly.
So all of that will be considered as part of the review, and depending on the outcome, you might see some impact on what's actually required in a safety management plan, and therefore what costs are incurred by festivals who have to have them.
Can I just ask, are there any guidelines that exist that you're aware of in terms of the assessment by the police around the numbers of police, what police are charging in terms of user pay? Is there any guidelines for that? I'll ask the same in terms of ambulance as well, because I've seen differing charges for different festivals. Have you seen anything?
I haven't seen anything, but I can certainly take that on notice to see if that's something we have. I mean, we have guidelines on our website for festival organisers, but they, to my knowledge, don't go to the costs incurred for user pays, ambulance or police, but we can see if we have any information on that for you.
That would be useful. My hunch is no, that you're not going to find anything, but if you could search very thoroughly, that would be great. Thank you. I'm going to turn to a different issue now. Not music festivals. So it is Transport for New South Wales. It's a local issue in the inner west in relation to the Roselle Interchange construction, and I understand that there has been a community request for some time for this is in relation to a safety issue that is at Johnston Street and the Crescent. And I understand that there has been quite a bit of community requests and feedback to reinstate a right-hand turn at Johnston Street at the Crescent. There's been, as I understand, confusion in terms of where to stop with cars. It's a dangerous intersection, and Transport for New South Wales has backflipped on an earlier decision to reinstate this right-hand turn at Johnston Street and the Crescent. Can anybody talk to that, Mr. Murray? Who can I direct that to?
The intersection that you talk about is absolutely been a very complex staging point for the broader project, and including the overpass from the Crescent into the Anzac Bridge. So that has been the main construction entry zone for that place. I know that your colleague, the member for Balmain, and also the Inner West Mayor have been on site many times over the course of construction. That overpass opened on Monday in terms of traffic, which unlocks the next stage of delivery and enables us to focus on the staged changeover of that intersection. I might just ask Ms. Drover if there's any further update to that.
Yeah, because maybe now that the overpass is open, like what the projected time frame is, considering how much the community wants this change to happen and needs it to.
I don't have a huge amount of additional information other than to say that we have opened the overpass. There will be some temporary changes to that precinct until we open the full Rosal interchange, because we've still got to do some surface staging works. But I'm happy to take on notice to see exactly what we're doing at that particular intersection. But I am hoping now that we've opened that overpass, it will alleviate some of the issues. But as I said, there are some temporary traffic changes whilst we complete the Rosal interchange and particularly those surface works.
Can I just check then with that response? Is it Transport for New South Wales's position that you will reinstate the right-hand turn there at Johnston Street and the Crescent? Or are there a range of options that you're looking at, and that's not necessarily one of them now?
Look, I might take that on notice, given there's quite a few right-hand turns and it's quite a complicated set of intersections.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can take that on notice, and particularly provide perhaps the staging, because things are changing with time between now and the end of the year.
Yeah, if I may add, obviously our operations safety team, Chris Cito, are working with the construction of the project. As Ms Drover suggested, at the moment in the next few weeks we're doing almost nightly changes and lane marking. Once we get the full interchange open, I know my team working with the project is looking at how the traffic pans out, what are the real practical safety implications of various turns left and right, and we'll work through that and certainly want to consult with the local community.
And the other thing I'll just mention is we have to do a road management plan before we open the Rosal interchange. That's obviously been done. And of course, part of our conditions of approval, we'll do a similar network review 12 months after the opening and then again 5 years after. And we'll look at how the surrounding network is performing, given that infrastructure has opened.
Okay, thank you. Can I also just ask about, I understand that there are issues with the number of large truck movements. This is in relation to Roselle Parklands, a number of large truck movements currently coming in and out and around Lilyfield Road. I just want to know whether there's any noise mitigation action that is being undertaken as a result at Roselle Parklands as a result of what is a huge increase in the number of large truck movements and nearby residents complaining about that.
Well, we are getting very close to the culmination of works in that zone. That, again, has been the access point on Lilyfield Road to get in behind the Roselle Parklands. In terms of noise mitigation, I'm not sure if that's...
Yeah, I might just comment. During construction, we generally did not have heavy vehicles on Lilyfield Road because the tunnelling trucks did not travel on Lilyfield Road. We're obviously finishing the park at the moment, heading towards its opening by the end of the year. So perhaps in recent weeks there has been the odd truck delivering turf and soil. Yeah. Topsoil, etc. That's probably a bit of a change to what you've seen in the last years of construction.
I think I've been there 2 or 3 times in the last 2 weeks, and certainly there's been, to get the parkland, soil, topsoil, trees, turf, there have been an unusual amount of trucks, but they are managed. There is still a safety barrier where the interchange information centre is, and we're trying to maintain the movements. Most of the heavy trucks actually come out through the portal.
Yeah, all the tunnelling spoil trucks come out onto City West Link, and none have ever come out onto Lilyfield Road, but the only access into the park for the parkland finishing works is via Lilyfield Road. So it's a short-term impact.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, I might just pick up on your earlier question about the community day that was held last Sunday.
Oh yes, please. Yes, and what the VIPs are.
Yes, we did get 2,000 attendees actually at the event. People were asked to sign up, and they could come and have a look at the tunnel. There were probably some expectations from some of the attendees that they might be able to walk more of the motorway than they were able to see. It was also very heavy rain last Sunday, as you'd be aware, so that further restricted movements. But we did have 2,000 people, positive overall, and your question about, yes, VIP tunnel community members was I believe, a social media post that people could do once they were inside the tunnel.
Oh, did you raise people's expectations, do you think, Mr Murray, that they might have been getting more by signing up to be a tunnel VIP?
I think some people may have had higher expectations when they went in.
Sort of Santa's grotto.
Having said that, I think there was a lot of tunnel aficionados who also made their way to the site.
Wow, okay, thank you. Ms Wood.
Thank you very much.
You just have the rest of the time.
Thank you. Did you want to go on yours first?
Yeah, I just have two questions for Ms Darwell, please, in relation to the Museum of History. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Oh, sorry for that. So the funding distribution from the department last year fully funded employee-related expenses. However, with a $33.9 million funding distribution from the department this year, covering less than 80% of employee-related costs, will you have to reduce staffing levels during the current financial year?
Thank you for the question. The Museums of History was established on the 31st of December last year, and so it's very difficult to compare previous budgets with the current budgets, because what you're comparing it to is the previous budget from Sydney Living Museum, the Historic Houses Trust, and the State Archives and Records Authority, subtracting the regulatory component of that. In general terms, the budget that we've received this year is on par with the amalgamated institutions minus the regulatory function from previous years, except the sort of one-off initiatives, for example, the funding received for the establishment of the Museums of History New South Wales. In general terms, the budget provided by the government for a number of years has been supplemented by the revenue from the Government Records Repository. So as an amalgamated institution, the Government Records Repository delivers a substantial amount of commercial revenue, and then also we have revenue from venues hire and philanthropy and a number of other aspects of commercial business. So there's no material change year on year.
Okay, look, thank you. It's a very full answer. I was really asking about the funding distribution from the department, not all the other sources of income.
So the funding from the department this year is 34 million, of which 24 is operational funds and about 9 to 10 is capital. There's rounding in that.
Thank you. And could you just tell us what the efficiency dividend is that's being levied?
Again, I repeat, this is a new institution, and so the efficiency dividends that were marked sort of 3 years ago, as I understand it, for the Historic Houses Trust, it's been hard to track. So
I'm not looking historically. This year, what is the efficiency dividend?
So this year we're finding savings, which are the government election commitment savings in relation to marketing and so on.
And that totals what, about $3 million?
About 188.
188 million?
188K.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just take those minutes. Thank you. Just a question for Mr Murray. Mr Murray, just in relation to Transport land holdings, Transport's obviously a landowner for properties, and can I just ask, has a direction been given to or from Transport to increase its yield that it receives from its land holdings?
No, it hasn't.
Not at all?
No.
Okay, so for example, are you aware of any increases in rent on Transport for New South Wales owned properties?
Do you have specific properties in mind? I'm not aware of any general increases in rent. We obviously manage our properties through. We've discussed several others today in the course of projects where we have projects that have been acquired through the process, and then we do put commercial tenants or residential tenants into those while we hold them as Transport land holdings. We're also auditing, as we always do, the holdings that we have and providing that into central government so that we have an accurate picture of the properties held across the sector.
Okay, thank you. And I just had a quick question for Mr Cox. Sorry, I don't know if he's still... Yes, you're still with us, Mr Cox. Thank you. Just in relation to the Regional Event Fund, I'll let you get settled. We're almost there. Thank you. The Regional Event Fund, Mr. Cox, and the Tourism Product Development Fund, and the Nature-Based Visitor Experience Development Grants. Has the Minister's Office advised Destination New South Wales on the status of these programs?
Yes.
What is it advised?
So, I was getting my notes as I was listening to you.
Certainly,
Regional
yeah,
Event
so-
Fund?
Yep.
So the Regional Event Fund, we have 917,000 in the FY24 budget commitments and 38 successful applicants. The incubator stream was cancelled. The flagship stream is progressing. That's $580,000 with 27 successful applicants. The event development stream is progressing at $37,434 with 1 successful applicant. There are triennial grants which are ongoing commitments from previously, so where an incubator then moves into another fund. There are 10 of those ongoing at $300,000. The Regional Business Event Development Fund, I think you asked for that one. Yep. There is $30,000 in the FY24 budget.
Sorry, no,
commitment.
mine was, I don't know if it's the same thing, the Nature-Based Visitor Experience.
Nature-Based Visitor
same
Experience Fund was cancelled. There's no successful applicants and 0 in the budget.
And have those applicants been contacted by Destination New South Wales in regard to the status of their applications?
Yes, as soon as we were advised, the process gets put forward. So I couldn't tell you if each individual one has necessarily received the call or the communication, but I certainly know that my team has gone out and advised through their processes, their usual processes, to successful applicants and other applicants. So I would have to take on notice specifics around.
If you could take on notice, please, whether those applicants have been contacted by Destination New South Wales in regard to the status of their applications, that would be helpful.
The usual processes were certainly put in place.
If that's the case and they have been contacted, could you also let us know what information's been provided to those businesses in regards to the status of their application, so successful or not? And if those where it hasn't completed or has been cancelled, has Destination New South Wales advised those applicants that the program will not be proceeding at this time for those that have been cancelled?
I've just flicked through some of the notes, Ms Ward, so a bit more information. On the 4th of September, Destination New South Wales advised, so this is for the Regional Business Event Development Fund as an example. All applicants that the Regional Business Event Fund would not proceed as planned. Applicants were encouraged to keep in touch about the range of programs, etc., etc. Successful grant program applicants are directly notified of the outcomes of their submissions, and public announcements are made.
All right, but I know you've taken on notice, just for clarity, that you'll provide that.
I'll come back and do a double check.
Thank you.
All right, questions from government members, last 15 minutes.
Thank you. I just have a question for Miss Boyd. Miss Boyd.
Mop up.
No.
Hello.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. Sorry to bring you up at the last minute there. I just wondered if you could tell us what scope ministers have to advise on roles and structures of a department, and would requesting a transition office be a reasonable thing?
Right. Yes, they can do that. I think the only prohibition under the GSE Act is on directing a secretary in relation to their employer functions. So while you can't direct or tell a secretary what to do in terms of hiring or firing somebody, ministers are, under our Westminster system, responsible to Parliament for the way that departments operate and the actions of their departments. So in that context, it would be reasonable and appropriate for a minister to have, conversations with a secretary about the structure of the department, the performance of the department and individuals within that department. And I think the second reading speech for the recent GSE Act amendments explains that and says that it's reasonable for a minister, while they can't direct a secretary on employment, they can certainly give feedback on performance and make suggestions, but they're certainly not able to direct.
Thanks very much, Ms.
Answer your question.
Yep. Thank you.
That's everything. Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you so much for appearing today. I think that's the end of a few for you, Mr. Murray, and your team. So thanks again, and the Secretariat will obviously be in touch with questions you've taken on notice and any supplementary questions, and enjoy the rest of your evening and week.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody, for your hard work.
everyone.
We do appreciate it.
Thank you. We are going to